15 years ago, the world stood on the brink of a change no one could have predicted. Out of the empty darkness, a violent storm of purple energy erupted, twisting, spiraling, and tearing open space itself as if the universe were breathing out a warning. From that day onward, rifts like these began materializing across the globe. Each one shimmered with an eerie glow, revealing glimpses of landscapes that did not belong to Earth. These strange openings soon proved to be gateways to otherworldly realms. Through them, creatures unlike anything known to humankind began forcing their way into the world. Screeching monstrosities spilled out from the swirling light, winged beasts with sharp claws and jagged fangs, rushing into the world with hunger burning in their crimson eyes. But as chaos spread, humanity discovered an unexpected response. Some individuals began awakening powers that felt pulled straight from a game, skills, levels, and abilities that defied all logic. People tapped into floating interfaces and digital screens that appeared out of nowhere, learning to control these new strengths as their existence became tied to this strange system. Among them rose figures clad in armor, warriors whose newfound abilities allowed them to stand against the creatures pouring from the portals. They trained, organized, and prepared for a battle that had already begun. These awakened individuals soon came to be known by a single title: Hunters, humanity's frontline against the unknown. As the world adapted, knowledge became a crucial weapon. Books filled with unfamiliar runes and obscure research were pored over, each page holding secrets needed for survival. Ikoma's focus gaze narrowed as his hand tapped decisively on the glowing transparent digital screen, setting a tone of intense concentration and purpose. Hunters, he learned, were free to select any character class they wished. Sitting on the floor with a massive runic textbook spread across his lap, he studied the details carefully while a holographic screen floated beside him, illuminating his focused expression. As he dug deeper into the information, he discovered that not every class was practical. Mage-type classes, in particular, suffered from slow casting times and difficult spell control. Many new hunters who attempted them found themselves overwhelmed before they could even attack. The more he read, the clearer it became. Choosing a mage class often meant gaining few advantages while facing an alarmingly high risk of dying early on. Page after page was filled with illustrations and statistics that painted a grim picture for inexperienced magic users. He paused for a moment, tapping his chin in thought. With everything he had learned, he needed a class that could ensure his survival and growth, not one that left him fragile and vulnerable. After weighing his options, he decided on the bandit class. Known for its exceptional agility and mobility, it matched his goal perfectly. He imagined himself darting through battles with ease, carving out opportunities others couldn't reach. What truly mattered to him was growth. His priority was to gain experience as quickly as possible so he could steadily climb in strength, and the bandit class offered the best path toward that ambition. With that decision, his eyes sparkled with renewed determination. This choice marked the beginning of a journey he fully intended to see through to the end. From that point on, everything progressed just as he had hoped. Experience points flowed in rapidly, and with every victory he became more skilled, more confident, and more formidable. His efforts paid off in the form of power, treasure, and recognition. Through relentless growth and countless battles, he eventually rose to the top ranks, earning the distinguished title of the Swift Blade, a name respected throughout the hunter world. But even as he grew stronger, the world around him only continued to fall deeper into ruin. Portals multiplied, calamities intensified, and entire cities burned, reminding him that his battles were far from over. Portals multiplied, calamities intensified, and entire cities burned, reminding him that his battles were far from over. Ikoma's resolve burned as he recounted stepping onto the battlefield, determined to protect his country and the world. He felt certain that his sense of duty would carry him forward, convinced this determination would endure. The four members of Glorious Sword stand together in the sunlit hallway, their expressions tense and uneasy. Though they avoid meeting his eyes, their stiff posture already hints at the decision they've come to. Stepping forward as the group's representative, the swordsman levels a firm gaze at Ikoma. With a cold, unwavering tone, He informs him that they have unanimously decided to expel him from their party. Ikoma recoils in disbelief, his voice rising with raw emotion as he demands to know the reason behind this sudden betrayal. Sweat beads down his face as panic and anger mix in his expression. The swordsman responds with calm indifference, as though the answer should be obvious, leaving Ikoma's question hanging uselessly in the air. Another member steps in, his expression hardened with resignation. He implies that Ikoma already understands why this is happening, even if he refuses to acknowledge it. The mage behind them looks down in quiet guilt. They lay out the truth bluntly. Monsters have been growing stronger, but Ikoma's abilities have not kept pace. His attacks no longer affect high-level enemies, making him a liability on the battlefield. Worse still, he fails to provide meaningful support to the party. The weight of their words strikes Ikoma like a hammer. His hand tightens into a trembling fist, the air around him thick with humiliation and helpless fury. They go on to condemn the bandit class itself, dismissing it as obsolete. In their eyes, the class's famed speed is no longer enough to matter, and anyone who relies on it is already outdated. The swordsman elaborates without mercy, stating that only low-level hunters still choose the bandit class, those desperate for quick cash rather than real progress. Compared to them, mages offer far more value to any high-level party, capable of damaging powerful monsters even at early stages. Finally, they reveal the last blow. The Hunters Guild has already removed Ikoma from the S-rank roster. They claim it is for his own safety, to prevent him from dying in high-level portals where his skills would prove useless. Ikoma desperately tries to defend himself, shouting over the tension in the room. He admits his flaws openly, acknowledging that he isn't perfect, but the tremor in his voice reveals how terrified he is of being discarded. His words stumble as he searches for something, anything, to justify his place. In the darkened space of his spiraling thoughts, he reminds himself that despite everything, he's always tried to give something in return. Gathering what courage he has left, he insists that he's always risked his life for the party. His voice cracks as he recalls every wound, every close call, every moment he threw himself into danger to protect the people standing before him now. He continues pleading, grasping at the few strengths he still believes in. He boasts about the skills only he can bring, the tricks no one else can replicate. Even if those abilities don't work on every monster, he knows how valuable they are when they actually succeed. But while he speaks passionately, the swordsman listens with a blank expression, arms crossed and unmoved, his posture radiating disinterest. The canyon between them grows wider with every word Ikoma spills. At last, the swordsman gives a nonchalant reply. He acknowledges Ikoma's determination, almost praising him for not giving up. But the emptiness in his tone turns the words hollow, offering no real comfort or hope. Ikoma looks up with fragile optimism, touched that maybe, just maybe, his sincerity had gotten through. His eyes widen slightly, hopeful that his efforts weren't completely dismissed. But the swordsman's soft smile is a lie stretched thin. In the next breath, he walks past Ikoma without hesitation, the movement dismissive, almost cruel. His footsteps echo with finality. His last remark makes everything clear. None of Ikoma's passion matters. His place in the party was already decided. The others begin turning away, offering no defense, no sympathy. Left behind, Ikoma stands frozen as his former companions walk off without looking back. The distance between them grows with every step, casting him in the lonely shadow of their departing figures. Abandoned, unwanted, and painfully aware of how little he ever meant to them. Empty cans, bottles, and scattered trash sit abandoned on a dimly lit floor. The clutter paints a quiet picture of someone who has long since stopped caring about their surroundings. An environment left to rot alongside its owner's spirit. More garbage piles up across the room. Cigarettes, spilled drinks, and forgotten utensils. Everything carries the smell of neglect, as if days and nights have blurred together without purpose. Ikoma lies slumped on the ground, shirtless and hollow-eyed, his body marked with old wounds and fresh exhaustion. A small bottle rests weakly in his hand. His posture says what he no longer has the energy to express. He has given up. His gaze is distant, barely alive. The cigarette hanging between his lips trembles slightly as he breathes. Even lifting his head seems like too much effort. In his mind, a single truth echoes. Being a hunter had once meant everything to him. Every dream, every ambition, every piece of his identity was tied to that role. He remembers the years spent in the shadows, unnoticed and uncelebrated. Still, he had believed that eventually, after enough sweat and sacrifice, someone would acknowledge his work. But now, watching the ash fall from his cigarette, he realizes what all that effort amounted to: scraps, regret, and an empty room filled with reminders of failure. He thinks back to how he always spent his own money for the party's sake, buying supplies when no one else would, doing his best to keep everyone alive, even when he couldn't afford to take care of himself. In the end, it left him with nothing, not even enough to rebuild after they cast him out. Ikoma's intense gaze revealed a moment of silent reflection, his thoughts weighed by a pensive determination. In the pale glow of his smartphone, Ikoma watched thoughtfully at the table as news of the glorious sword party's triumphant expedition in China filled the air, casting a reflective mood over the room. Amid a cascade of confetti and bursts of fireworks, his companions stood jubilant, their joy echoing the triumph of having accomplished what many believed impossible, clearing the impregnable portal of Taoye's palace. The photo of his former party flashes across the screen. Bright smiles, triumphant poses, a celebration drenched in confetti. Their joy feels like a knife twisting deeper. He stares at the image, his expression tightening. The bitterness in his eyes grows heavier, swallowing whatever light remains. He scrolls down, and the feed loads more posts. Praise for the party, excitement, gossip. Lines blur together as he reads, but the meaning is painfully clear. His eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of the comments. Disbelief freezes him in place, breath caught in his throat. The words hit him like blunt strikes. Where did Ikoma go? He got kicked out, LOL. He was dead weight. Each line digs deeper than any blade ever could. A cold whisper settles in the back of his mind. Dead weight. The phrase echoes relentlessly, overshadowing every memory he once took pride in. Rage erupts. In a blind surge of emotion, he grabs his phone and hurls it away, teeth clenched as a strangled cry bursts out of him. Breathing hard, he glares into the darkness. Why? His voice trembles with anger and self-loathing. Why the hell did I end up like this? He forces himself to calm, closing his eyes. He knows selling his gear will keep him afloat for a while, just enough to survive, nothing more. But then he hesitates. A single stubborn spark lingers in his gaze, a longing for the moments when he had purpose, comrades, and a place where he belonged. He bursts out in a raw, broken scream, tears streaking down his face as rage and despair collide. In that moment, all he can think about is how much he had thrown away, how completely he had devoted himself to his party, only to be cast aside. Collapsed on the floor, he stares emptily into the dim room. A hollow numbness settles over him as the realization sinks deeper. There is nothing left for him anymore, nothing to cling to, nothing to fight for. A sudden, sharp beeping cuts through the silence. His discarded device lights up insistently, as if refusing to let him sink any further. Startled, he snatches the device up and stares at the flashing screen. It's an alert, urgent enough to override everything else. The message becomes clear. An emergency bulletin warning of an S-rank monster appearing in Marima Ward. Citizens are instructed to evacuate immediately. Shock hits him like a jolt. An S-rank monster, appearing now of all times? His heart hammers as the magnitude of the situation sinks in. His expression twists in panic. The strongest party in the country, Glorious Sword, is away overseas. Without them, the city is vulnerable, completely exposed. He grits his teeth as dread intensifies. There's no one nearby who could possibly handle a monster of that level. Not a single hunter in the area stands a chance. He forces himself to face the truth. He's no different. As he is now, he couldn't hope to stop something of that scale alone. The admission tastes bitter, but it's reality. Yet despite everything, his body moves on instinct. He rises to his feet, turning toward the equipment he had once proudly earned. A faint, humorless chuckle escapes him. A small spark of the fighter he used to be flickering back to life. A deafening shockwave splits the sky as the colossal dragon emerges, its radiant wings cutting through the light. The creature materializes in full glory, an armored, divine-looking beast exuding overwhelming power as the world trembles around it. Ikoma smirks with a shaky confidence, gripping his blades tightly. Haha, I'm glad I didn't sell my equipment. Even as fear prickles at him, his resolve hardens. A holographic display flickers before him, revealing information. Kronos, the dragon of space and time. The name alone sinks like a weight in his stomach. He mutters that it sounds even more dangerous than he expected. He watches the monumental silhouette of Kronos rising above the city. Despite the dread, he speaks calmly to himself. At the very least, this would make a glorious end to his career as a hunter. With a determined grin, he raises his blades and shouts, "Come on! Let's get my final battle started." Sparks whirl around him, igniting his fighting spirit. Kronos lets out an earth-shaking roar. Krawr. The air vibrates violently as the dragon unleashes its fury, radiating golden light and raw power. Ikoma charges forward with explosive speed. "I am a hunter," he declares internally. His feet burst off the ground as he dashes in, ready to face an enemy beyond comprehension. He steels himself with a single purpose: to buy time. If I can hold this thing off even a little, civilians can escape, and other S-rank hunters might arrive. His resolve burns fiercely as the dragon readies its attack. Kronos spews a massive torrent of flames, engulfing the battlefield in fiery devastation. The heat distorts the air as the ground erupts under the assault. Ikoma spins and swerves through the blazing attack with desperate agility. Swish! Barely escaping lethal blasts. Meanwhile, the dragon counterattacks at blinding speed, its claws slashing through the air like streaks of red lightning. As he sprints forward, Ikoma's eyes widen in shock. The dragon's movements are far faster than he anticipated, its speed almost blurring against the backdrop of flashing light and wind. Before he can adjust, a blazing strike lashes out toward him. He raises his arm in instinctive defense, but the incoming force hits him like a sledgehammer. The impact shatters his weapon and splits through his defenses with a burst of fiery energy. Blade fragments explode around him as the blow smashes into the ground. A violent explosion follows, boom, sending debris and scorched rubble flying. The rooftop trembles under the force, and Ikoma is thrown backward, barely managing to keep himself from collapsing completely. Stunned, he lifts his head. His expression is a mix of shock and grim realization. The difference in power is far greater than he expected. The heat and smoke swirl behind him like a looming warning. Kronos roars again, unleashing another wave of blazing fury. Its radiant body surges forward, as though the creature is determined to end him in a single strike. Ikoma darts away instinctively, recognizing that stepping any closer would mean instant death. His survival hinges on staying just outside the dragon's lethal reach. With a sharp swing, he summons his weapon, Hydra's double-bladed sickle, its purple aura igniting with energy as the curved blades whistle through the air. Steel meets hardened scales. His weapon clashes against the dragon's armor with a metallic clang that reverberates painfully up his arms. The strike lands cleanly, but the dragon doesn't even flinch. A harsh realization strikes him. The poison coating his weapon has no effect whatsoever. His eyes widen with frustration and dread as he acknowledges that this enemy is completely immune to his signature tactic. Kronos sweeps its massive claw upward, unleashing a scorching arc of energy that tears through the air with a violent swish. The sheer heat distorts the space around it as the attack surges forward. Ikoma jerks backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The shockwave ripples across his body, sending a jolt of pain through him as the attack crashes against the rooftop behind him. His breathing grows ragged, the truth settling heavily in his chest. This monster is beyond anything he can withstand. If not for the agility granted by his bandit class, he would have already been torn apart. But there's no space left to retreat. The dragon has driven him to the very edge of the rooftop, cutting off every escape route. With the city sprawling below him, he realizes he has only one option left. Cornered, he steels himself. This moment, this desperate cliff he's standing on, is his final resort. Summoning every ounce of remaining strength, he begins spinning his weapon overhead. The twin blades cut through the air in rapid circles, filling the space around him with the rising hum of lethal momentum. Drawing from his final gamble, he unleashes his skill, Kleptoclaw. The weapon flings outward with a sharp flick, its chain snapping taut as the claw launches toward the dragon. Kleptoclaw whirs through the air, its metal prongs gleaming as its special ability awakens. Designed to steal items from its target, the claw pulses with a bright violet glow as it nears impact. Ikoma's mind races. If the dragon possesses anything usable, even the smallest artifact, it could give him the opportunity he desperately needs to counterattack and survive. But before his hope can take shape, a blazing slash crashes down from above. Light and fire engulf the rooftop, and Ikoma's eyes widen in horror as the destructive blow closes in. Blood spills down Ikoma's torso as he stands frozen, the dragon's earlier strike having torn through him. Behind him, the world blurs into streaks of red, and his expression shifts from shock to a distant calm, as if his mind is finally accepting the inevitable. His breath comes out ragged and heavy, each exhale a visible puff in the cold air. Despite the pain, a faint, almost relieved smile appears on his face as the realization sinks in. The end has finally caught up to him. He wonders silently if this is truly it, if this moment is where his long journey finally stops. His body collapses among shattered stone and debris, the wound on his side oozing heavily. The world around him is broken, smoke and dust drifting through the air as he lies motionless against the ruins. A quiet thought echoes in his fading mind. Has he really reached the end of the road? His vision grows foggy, darkness creeping in at the edges. He can barely distinguish shapes or colors anymore, only blurry outlines and trembling light. After a lifetime spent saving others, rescuing lives, defeating threats, fighting until his body broke, this is how it ends for him. A soft regret settles in his chest. Far above him, Kronos looms like a colossal shadow, descending toward him with merciless intent. Its claws drip with energy, ready to deliver the final blow. Ikoma can't move. He can only watch as the beast fills the sky. He wishes, just once, that he could have started again. If given another chance, he knows he would make better choices, and live a better life the second time around. As the dragon's shadow engulfs him, a faint glow suddenly flickers in his hand. His weakening senses catch the strange warmth, and he wonders weakly what this unexpected light could be. In that moment, as Ikoma's trembling hand lifted a glowing, ornately decorated golden pocket watch into view, he wondered aloud whether the infamous Kleptoclaw had succeeded in stealing yet another precious treasure. A luminous golden pocket watch hovered in the void, its very presence emanating a mysterious power as unseen words revealed that this divine pocket watch could grant a single chance to turn back time by 10 years, vanishing forever from all worlds once its magic was spent. Ikoma's bloodied face tightened with disbelief as he grappled with the staggering possibility that time itself might be rewound by a decade. Still reeling from the enormity of such a chance, he stared at the epic item in his trembling hands, voicing his disbelief and asking if something so legendary could truly work when he had never even seen one before. Kronos screeches violently, its metallic body flaring with crimson energy as it dives toward Ikoma. Its claws sharpen with heat, slicing through the air like spears of molten light. Ikoma's eyes widen. There's no time left. His battered body trembles, but his mind snaps into clarity as terror and instinct collide. A single thought cuts through the chaos. He can't waste another second hesitating. Whatever doubts he has must be silenced now. Desperation surges through him, and with trembling fingers he clutches the glowing pocket watch against his chest. Using the last of his breath, he forms his final wish, to turn back time. Kronos descends like a falling star, its blazing talons moments away from tearing him apart. Ikoma curls in on himself, clutching the watch so tightly it digs into his skin. A blinding explosion of light erupts around him. His body dissolves into glittering particles, swept upward as the dragon's strike smashes into the ground where he once lay. His consciousness unravels, drifting into darkness. For a moment he wonders if this is death, if he used the item too late, or if turning to dust is simply how dying feels. But then he hears something. An unfamiliar sound crackling through the void, pulsing like electricity through the emptiness around him. The crackling intensifies, followed by a continuous, piercing beep. The sound is so sharp it cuts through the fog clouding his mind, dragging him back toward awareness. His eyes snap open as he flops sideways onto something soft. A bed. The cold, sterile bluish light of a bedroom fills his vision. He lies there stunned, staring at the phone in his hand. The glowing screen displays the date, September 13th, 2030, 8 a.m., 10 years earlier. A sharp awareness dawns in him as he stares at his own reflection. His eyes wide, breath unsteady. He wonders if the impossible sensation around him could be a dream. He throws the curtain open, letting the sunlight spill into the room as he tries to anchor himself in reality. Gazing outside, he stands frozen in disbelief, the morning light making everything feel too vivid, too real to dismiss as fantasy. He glances down at his phone, only for his heart to skip. The date displayed is unmistakable. This is a calendar from 10 years ago. And then, as if responding to his confusion, an interface appears before him. The divine pocket watch. Its description confirms the truth. He's used an item that rewound time by a full decade. Snapping out of his shock, he suddenly remembers something. He raises a hand toward the air, commanding the system to display his status. The window pops open. His eyes widen. His class is still undecided, untouched. The realization hits him like a jolt. This isn't an illusion. He really has returned to the past. A small, confident smile curls on his lips. Determination begins to drain out the last remnants of disbelief. Clenching his fist, he steels his resolve. This time, armed with knowledge of the future, he swears he'll rise to the top. He'll become the strongest hunter the world has ever known. Whispers echo through the night as rumors spread. People are saying that lives were lost inside the portal. A worried official raises his voice, insisting that something must be done. Civilians, he argues, should no longer be allowed to enter portals so recklessly. Meanwhile, far removed from the panic, Ikoma calmly brushes his teeth, unfazed by the growing public unrest. Another expert speaks solemnly, explaining how each passing year brings stronger and more numerous monsters. He warns that sending powerless individuals into portals will only lead to more deaths, his tone heavy with grim certainty. Elsewhere, Ikoma studies his tablet, confirming what he already suspected. The pocket watch truly sent him 10 years into the past. He remembers how, eventually, people stopped debating whether entering portals was safe at all. Because everyone eventually realized the truth, every person needed to learn how to defend themselves in this evolving world. He reflects on the advantage only he possesses now, foreknowledge. Knowing what events are coming gives him a tremendous edge. No one else knows which monsters grant the best experience or where rare items will appear at this point in time, and he intends to use that knowledge. Ikoma studied the device in his hand, his gaze intent and thoughtful as he resolved that his next step must be to choose a character class. He strode forward with purpose, his coat trailing behind as he resolved aloud that reaching level 10 was the essential next step in his quest. He stood before the guarded ticket window, hope flickering in his eyes as he realized how rare these portals were for someone like him. Swirling, unstable purple portal crackles with energy in the middle of the room, its tendrils stretching outward like living shadows. The narrator explains that the guild manages and regulates all portals that remain uncleared. A system window appears. F-rank portal goblin den inside the dim cavern. The protagonist stands ready with his sword, eyeing a lone goblin. He encourages himself, thinking he can reach level 6 if he defeats this monster. Before the protagonist can strike, a muscular man charges past him with a battle cry. Blood sprays as he swings a heavy wooden weapon with overwhelming force, slamming into the goblin with a powerful wham. With a confident grin, the man straightens up after his attack. He wipes sweat from his brow and cheerfully asks if the protagonist is all right, proudly claiming he made it just in time. The protagonist stares at him blankly, internally questioning who this man even is, clearly not expecting the sudden interference. The man rests his sword on the ground and begins lecturing. He warns that clearing a portal alone is tough because goblins grow dangerous when they attack in groups. Ikoma pauses and asks for the man's name. With sparkling enthusiasm, the man introduces himself as Kenji Ohara, a level 16 great sword user. He proudly claims he prevents newbies from dying in this portal, giving a thumbs up with exaggerated confidence. Kenji declares that people call him the tutorial guy. The protagonist mutters an unenthusiastic "I see," while thinking to himself that Kenji practically has nothing better to do. As they walk through the cavern, Kenji chats freely. He explains that monsters grow in number endlessly, and since hunters don't have an official retirement age, he plans to earn income in the future by helping beginners. That's why he guides new hunters like this. Kenji keeps talking animatedly, laughing loudly. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders if he really has to keep this overly cheerful man around, annoyed by the constant chatter. With a clean, powerful strike, Ikoma cuts down the goblin before him. A rush of exhilaration fills him as the system announces his progress. He has finally reached level 10, the first milestone toward choosing a class. Notification window glows brightly before him. He has leveled up from 9 to 10 and earned 2 additional skill points. He lowers his sword with a calm, satisfied expression, taking in the achievement. Kenji suddenly slaps him on the back with overwhelming enthusiasm, nearly knocking the air out of him. He congratulates him loudly, proud that Ikoma has reached level 10 at last. Ikoma coughs under the force but manages to thank him politely. Kenji grins broadly, telling him he's genuinely talented, skilled enough that fame might one day follow him. Ikoma laughs awkwardly, half embarrassed and half uncertain how to respond to the praise. He remarks lightly that reaching S rank wasn't impossible for him in the past, brushing it off as if it were nothing. The faint confidence behind his words hints at the truth only he knows. He has reached that height before. Kenji jumps into a triumphant pose, explaining that now that Ikoma has hit level 10, he can finally select a character class. He urges him to choose carefully and offers his help with exaggerated enthusiasm. Ikoma steps back, thoughtful and quiet. The weight of this decision settles over him. Character classes determine everything from skills to combat style. He places a hand against his chin, contemplating his choices. A narration window appears, reminding him that each class comes with its own unique skills. Little chibi figures of a swordsman, rogue, and mage illustrate the possibilities waiting for him. Another system window lists the available skills and their costs: fire magic, detect movement, swordsmanship, reinforce mana, night vision. With 30 skill points in hand, he can build his foundation however he chooses. Kenji flexes boldly again, recommending the swordsman class with infectious excitement. He claims it would let Ikoma charge into battle just like he does, while cheerfully adding that Ikoma's agility also makes the bandit class a good fit. Ikoma forces a laugh, trying to endure Kenji's relentless enthusiasm. Kenji leans over the boy's shoulder, peeking nervously at the glowing interface. His eyes widen as he realizes something alarming. The boy hasn't selected a single skill yet. Confusion overtakes the man as he folds his arms, question marks practically swirling around him. He wonders how the boy could possibly not understand the basic use of skill points. Growing more anxious, the man reminds him of the basics taught in the introductory lecture. Every new hunter is expected to begin with the mandatory skills: light steps and fortitude, essential foundations for survival. An image forms in the boy's mind of a swift hunter dashing forward with incredible speed, illustrating how light steps and fortitude enhance one's physical abilities, making them faster, tougher, and more capable. The scene shifts to a knight clad in armor, standing resolutely in a blazing atmosphere. These basic skills, the narration explains, are considered vital for beginners who lack any natural means of defending themselves. But the boy closes his eyes, unmoved by the standard path. He knows that if he intends to become the strongest hunter in existence, he cannot afford to waste skill points on what others consider essential. The world fades into white space as his thoughts crystallize. There is only a single skill he needs, just one that will set the foundation for his rise. As he reaches forward to select the skill, the man panics. His shout echoes through the moment, begging the boy not to make such a reckless choice. But the boy taps the interface without hesitation. The selected skill appears before him, fall damage resistance. It requires 5 points and promises to reduce harm from gravity, damage typically caused by falls from great heights. The man erupts in despair. To him, resistance skills are worthless, and he is certain that fall damage resistance, of all things, will never be useful. But the boy remains firm in his decision. System message flashes before him. He has successfully acquired fall damage resistance, spending 5 precious skill points in the process. Ikoma stares ahead with calm satisfaction, whispering to himself that this outcome is exactly what he wanted. His companion eyes him skeptically, wondering aloud if the boy has a fear of heights. Still, he sighs in resignation, urging him to choose a more reasonable skill next time. But before the man can finish scolding him, another chime echoes. Fall damage resistance levels up to level 2, consuming an additional 10 points. The man is left stunned, unable to process what he's seeing. Another notification instantly follows. The skill rises to level 3, draining yet another 5 points. His companion clutches his head in despair, unable to fathom the reckless spending. Defeated, the man collapses to his knees, lamenting the total waste of all those skill points on such a seemingly useless ability. He can't understand what the boy was thinking. Regaining his composure, the man warns him of the consequences. With no skill points left, the boy's class options have narrowed drastically. He can now choose only between swordsman and civilian, or so the man believes. But the boy quietly corrects him. There is one more option. Man's expression stiffens, eyes widening as he processes the implication. A hidden option materializes on the class selection screen, Gravity Master. This enigmatic class, cloaked in purple energy, is revealed only under a single extreme condition, spending every single skill point from levels 1 through 10 on fall damage resistance. The requirement is absurd, yet the reward is extraordinary. A vortex of purple energy swirls violently around the glowing apple as a text box explains that the Gravity Master class remained unknown for a long time because of its unusually complicated activation requirement. Even after the class was eventually discovered, the narration reveals that almost no one chose it, its difficulty and reputation causing it to be widely avoided. It states that people stayed away from this class due to the intense difficulty of manipulating gravity itself. Scene shifts to a memory of battle as the protagonist recalls his past life. The narration declares that he himself had once been an S-rank hunter. As the swirling purple energy returns to the screen, the protagonist narrates with certainty that the Gravity Master is the strongest character class of them all. The system prompt appears. Choose Gravity Master? His companion desperately shouts for him to stop, warning that choosing that option will force him down the path of a mage. Continues panicking, yelling that it's not too late, that the protagonist can still cancel and pick the swordsman class instead. Ikoma simply smiles with quiet resolve, narrating that this is the choice he truly wants. A burst of system notifications fills the screen, announcing that the Gravity Master class has been selected and that new skills, gravity manipulation and gravity magic, have been acquired. Ikoma trembles with excitement, and then bursts out in pure joy. He thrust his fist skyward, his face alight with pride as he exuberantly proclaimed to himself that he had finally achieved the title of mage. A heavy weight settles in his chest as he remembers the past. This time, he vows, he will rise again and become a powerful S-rank hunter. Behind him, shadows of the comrades who once turned their backs linger like ghosts of humiliation. Determination hardens his expression. He swears to himself that he will never experience that same shame and abandonment ever again. Kenji watches him from the side, a bead of sweat tracing down his cheek. Concern flickers in his eyes as he hesitates. Gently placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he tries to reason with him. He explains that the mage class is far from glamorous, hoping his words will sink in. Speaking earnestly, Kenji elaborates, mages have low defense and are incredibly fragile. With open hands, he tries to communicate the gravity of the choice the boy has just made. He continues, stressing that mastering magic is notoriously difficult, and mages suffer a far higher mortality rate than any other class. His voice trembles with genuine worry. Kenji sighs heavily and admits his true fear. Perhaps the boy should reconsider becoming a hunter altogether. His expression softens with guilt as he regrets having to say it. The boy listens quietly, already predicting Kenji's attempt to dissuade him. Inwardly, he reflects that many still believe close-range combat classes are superior. Before the conversation can continue, a sudden scream echoes through the dungeon, an agonized cry that shakes the darkness. Kenji spins around in panic, shouting in confusion as the walls glow red. He demands to know what is happening, his expression twisted with fear. In the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges, a red cap, level 17, its sinister cackles filling the air. Kenji stares in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a high-level monster appeared in a place like this. Red Cap shrieks with a feral, ear-splitting cry as it lunges forward, knife raised high. Panic erupts instantly. Kenji and a nearby hunter scream in terror and sprint for their lives, their fear overwhelming any sense of strategy. Kenji's thoughts spiral into dread. He knows he isn't strong enough to face monsters of this caliber. That weakness, his inability to deal with stronger threats, is the very reason he has remained trapped in this low-level zone for so long. His mind echoes one desperate conclusion: he has to run. As he turns to flee, another realization crashes into him. The rest of the hunters in the cave are all level 10 or lower. None of them stand a chance against a red cap. If he runs, no one left behind will survive. He gulps, throat tight with fear, yet forces himself to shout a warning. He calls out for Ikoma to escape immediately, urgency ringing in his voice. Mustering every ounce of courage he has, Kenji rushes forward, drawing his weapon as he charges straight at the monster. He yells that he'll take on the creature himself, his footsteps pounding the ground in a desperate, fearless dash. Ikoma stares forward in shock, his eyes widening as he realizes what he's looking at. A red cap, one of the most dangerous monsters that could appear in a low-tier dungeon, stands before them. Despite the fear rising around him, he tries to steady his thoughts. At Mr. O'Hara's level, he believes the seasoned warrior should be capable of handling the creature. Steel clashes violently as O'Hara blocks the monster's frenzied attacks, each strike ringing through the cave. The red cap's movements blur with inhuman speed, and O'Hara struggles to keep up, deflecting hit after hit. The monster darts around him with a cackling grin, its knife flashing dangerously close. O'Hara slams his shield and weapon together defensively as the red cap unleashes a relentless barrage of blows. Every impact reverberates through the cavern, the monster seeming to grow more excited by the moment. As O'Hara pushes himself to keep up, it becomes clear to everyone watching. He's never fought a monster stronger than himself. The strain shows in his face, his confidence shaken by the creature's overwhelming power. Desperation creeping into his voice, O'Hara calls out to the crowd, asking if any hunters at level 15 or higher are present, someone strong enough to step in and help. But the hunters gathered around only murmur anxiously. One of them mutters in fear, recalling that O'Hara himself claimed to be level 16. If even he is struggling, what hope do the rest of them have? From the back of the crowd, the young hunter suppresses any impulse to step in. He tells himself firmly that he can't fight. The monster is far too strong, far beyond anything he can handle. Ikoma watches intently, dread twisting in his gut. The red cap moves too fast, so fast he can't even track its attacks with his eyes. If he were to face it directly, he knows he would die the moment it managed to land a single blow. Ikoma clenched his fist, frustration mounting as he reflected on his meager stats, and admitted to himself that he still had no idea what his skills could actually accomplish. A memory appears, as he sees Mr. O'Hara catching his breath while he checks on him with a smile, expressing relief and concern over the close call. A faint smile crosses his face as he steels his resolve. As much as he tells himself to stay out of it, the thought of abandoning someone fighting desperately for his life feels unbearably wrong. He straightens, determination glowing in his eyes. He steps forward, gripping the hilt of his sword as he admits to himself that he's always been the type to enjoy a good challenge. The burst of momentum, he charges forward, shouting inwardly that this is the perfect moment to test whether he can overcome the known weakness of his own character class, Gravity Master. Wind gathers around him as he dashes in. O'Hara, overwhelmed and barely hanging on, glances back in panic as he sees the boy rushing in. He cries out internally that Ikoma's level is far too low to handle this monster, especially one this fast and vicious. Still struggling against the red cap's relentless slashes, O'Hara desperately thinks through the reality of the situation. Mage-type classes have terrible resistance to close-range combat. A single hit from a monster like this could kill someone like Ikoma in an instant. Ikoma locks eyes with the grinning red cap, his expression sharpening. He silently acknowledges the monster by name, preparing himself for the coming clash. He raises his weapon, a fierce spark lighting in his gaze. He vows in his mind to use this creature as his testing ground, to find out just how far his Gravity Master abilities can take him. He thinks back to his belief that Gravity Master is the strongest class in existence. That was why he staked his second chance as a hunter entirely on mastering it. His foot lands with a powerful thud as energy swells around him. But he knows one thing for sure: if he has to turn and run from a monster as weak as a red cap, then calling himself a Gravity Master would be meaningless. The red cap lunges past O'Hara in a blur of murderous speed, forcing the older hunter to cry out in horror. Ikoma braces himself as the monster barrels toward them, its blade gleaming with killing intent. Red Cap lunged forward wielding a radiant sword, while a desperate voice urged Ikoma to escape. Ikoma stood his ground with quiet resolve as a swift, blurred enemy lunged at him, reflecting inwardly on how mage classes suffered from weak physical attributes and relied heavily on hunters of other classes for survival. Ikoma's expression sharpens as a realization runs through his mind. Unlike most fighters, a Gravity Master doesn't need to rely solely on their natural abilities. They possess a unique advantage others lack. He reminds himself of the truth he learned before. A Gravity Master can channel mana to temporarily enhance their physical traits. By manipulating gravitational force, they can amplify their strength, speed, and reflexes far beyond their usual limits. Focusing his energy inward, Ikoma utters the activation of his power in his mind. The world around him seems to tremble as he invokes the technique. Gravity itself bends to his will. A surge of violet light erupts around his body. Gravity splits and twists as he activates the skill Have Gravity. A brilliant aura floods the space, wrapping him in shimmering lines of anti-gravitational force that lift the pressure on his body. In an instant, his weight lightens, his steps become effortless, and his speed skyrockets. He rockets forward like a streak of purple light, leaving a trail of energy in his wake, as he and the monster blur across the battlefield. O'Hara watches with stunned disbelief. His eyes widen as he tries to comprehend the sudden transformation before him. Ikoma's movements have become impossibly fast, far beyond what any level 1 Gravity Master should be capable of. As the energy coils around him, Ikoma recalls the nature of his skill. By having the gravitational pull on his own body, he gains an explosive increase in mobility, a burst of speed that normal hunters could never achieve through physical training alone. But there is a limitation he knows well. The skill only allows for straightforward, linear movement. His power grants speed, not agility. Precision is needed, and predicting the enemy's actions becomes essential in order to strike effectively. Still, he reassures himself that this drawback won't matter. As long as he can anticipate the Red Cap's next move, he can navigate the battlefield with perfect timing. With that confidence, he braces his stance as multiple monsters leap toward him in a synchronized attack. Red Cap's lunges overhead with its blade drawn back, aiming for a killing blow. But Ikoma is already on the move, his body streaks beneath the arc of the creature's slash. With practiced precision and blinding speed, he delivers a clean, devastating strike that tears across the monster's torso, sending a spray of blood through the air. Recalling how he had once faced down thousands of monsters as a bandit, relying solely on his blinding speed to survive while his blade slashed through the hulking beast before him. Blood streaming from the monster's side, he collapsed to one knee with a heavy thud, refusing to let go of his sword even as desperation clouded his pain-filled gaze. O'Hara stares in disbelief, his voice trembling as he tries to understand what he's witnessing. He's a low-level mage. How is he making such swift attacks? His expression twists with confusion as he watches the impossible unfold before him. Calm, analytical narration overlays swirling violet energy. It explains that two things are essential for a Gravity Master: precise mana control and a deep understanding of how the class works. These fundamentals determine how effectively a user can wield gravitational power. As the scene shifts to Ikoma's feet enveloped in violet force, the narration continues. With those two vital traits, some Gravity Masters can enhance their bodies so well that they rival even the physical attributes of a first-tier warrior class. Ikoma smirks confidently while the narration highlights another advantage. Low-level monsters follow predictable attack patterns, making them easy targets once their movements are understood. His gaze sharpens with determination. He thinks to himself that all he needs to overpower these enemies is to increase his speed through gravity manipulation. Nothing more. From a distance, the Mr. O'Hara watches everything unfold, still overwhelmed. Ikoma, how is this possible? He wonders aloud, unable to grasp the capabilities Ikoma is displaying. Ikoma shouts desperately from behind as O'Hara faces the wounded goblin. Mr. O'Hara! The goblin crouches on the ground while Ikoma stands poised, surrounded by faint swirling energy as the other adventurers look on in shock. The man regains his resolve as Ikoma cries out with urgency, "Finish it!" His expression shows fear, hope, and desperation all at once as he urges Ikoma to end the threat. With a roar, the man charges forward himself, Hiya! Swinging his weapon down with all his strength. Energy bursts around him as he throws everything into his attack. Man's strike flashes brilliantly, illuminating Ikoma in the foreground. A massive gravity magic circle glows beneath Ikoma's feet as he prepares to unleash another technique, his presence radiating overwhelming power. Ikoma's lips twisted with fury as he demanded to know how anyone dared turn their back on him, his voice crackling with challenge. Ikoma summoned a glowing, purple aura of gravity magic, the air thick with mystery and his focus unwavering. Surge of violet energy explodes outward as Ikoma unleashes his spell. Gravity itself twists and coils into luminous chains that wrap around the red cap, pinning the monster midair. The creature's body jerks violently, unable to break free as the force crushes down upon it. Crackling energy hisses through the air. The red cap, bleeding and trembling, turns its head with a strained hiss. Its eyes widen with fear as the pressure tightens, its body cracking under the weight of the spell. At that moment, Mr. O'Hara springs forward. Muscles tense, he raises his weapon overhead, letting out a fierce cry as he leaps toward the immobilized creature, ready to deliver the finishing blow. With all his strength, the hunter brings his blade down. He roars a battle cry as the sword slices through the air, the impact accompanied by a violent burst of light and energy that shreds the monster's torso. The red cap hits the ground twitching, its body convulsing in its final moments. A glowing system message floats before the hunter, his level rising from 10 to 12, rewarding him with new skill points. From the shadows, the protagonist watches the dying creature's movements fade. Seeing the result, he breathes out in relief. His plan worked. His spell truly restrained the monster long enough for the hunter to strike. Realization spreads across his face. This fight confirms it. His powers hold incredible potential. In this moment, he understands that with mastery over gravity, he could rise to become the strongest hunter in existence. Hunters nearby whisper among themselves, staring at him with surprise. They recognize him as the newcomer, yet they just witnessed him subdue a red cap as though it were nothing. Mr. O'Hara gasps between breaths, still shaken. He can't believe how outmatched he had been. Despite having higher stats, he hadn't even been able to react to the monster's speed, yet Ikoma effortlessly restrained it. He stares at the protagonist, awe and confusion mixing in his eyes. The hunter realizes Ikoma himself doesn't even grasp the extent of his ability. A thought chills him. Ikoma's talent is immeasurable. He silently wonders, who is this young man? Really? Ikoma slowly lowers his sword, his earlier confidence fading as exhaustion begins to wash over him. His expression softens, revealing just how drained he truly is after the battle. A sudden wave of dizziness hits him. He staggers, struggling to stay upright as his vision wobbles. His body trembles uncontrollably from mana depletion. He reaches out just in time, grabbing onto a nearby rock for support. Breathing heavily, he forces a small, relieved sigh as he steadies himself. Ikoma admits to himself that his mana is completely spent. Though he tries to smile through the fatigue, he regrets using so many skills in rapid succession. Still leaning on the rock, Ikoma acknowledges that he'll need to work on increasing his mana pool if he wants to keep fighting like this. His body trembles from overexertion. O'Hara watches him quietly, a fond, relieved smile forming on his face. The tension from the fight slowly melts away into appreciation. O'Hara approaches and thanks Ikoma sincerely, offering him a piggyback ride out of the dungeon since he can barely walk after using all his energy. Embarrassed but smiling rather sheepishly, Ikoma accepts the offer. He knows he has no strength left to refuse, even if it's a little humiliating. O'Hara carries him. The narration reflects on the situation. Among all the hunters trapped inside the portal, Only Ikoma, a brand new hunter who started mere days ago, had the courage to step in and help. O'Hara thinks to himself with deep gratitude, thanking Ikoma not just for saving them, but for inspiring him. Ikoma gave him the courage he'd been lacking. He stands alone in the void-like darkness, surrounded by the remnants of the low-level monsters he has spent years fighting. At last, he admits the truth to himself. He had allowed fear to hold him back all this time. That fear kept him confined to easy hunts, never daring to face anything stronger. But now, with a quiet resolve softening his expression, he realizes things have changed. The hesitation weighing on him for so long begins to lift. He feels it. This moment marks a turning point. It's time, he decides, to stop living as nothing more than the so-called tutorial guy. With a determined step forward, he embraces the resolve to grow beyond the limits he set for himself. Watching Ikoma resting on his back, he is filled with a deep, quiet gratitude. It feels like a privilege to witness the rise of a true hero firsthand. Ikoma, drained and pale, clings weakly, murmuring that he feels sick. The world brightens as they emerge from the portal, golden light spilling over them like a blessing. Standing in the center of the illuminated space, he holds the boy securely, his heart echoing one final, sincere thought, "Thank you, Ikoma." Ikoma walks through the lobby of the Hunter Association, recalling the battle in the previous portal. That fight had proven beyond doubt what he was capable of as a gravity user. With that realization pushing him forward, he decides it's time to focus fully on leveling up and strengthening himself. However, he knows that climbing alone would be inefficient and dangerous. Fighting solo may have worked so far, but the risks would only multiply as he entered harder portals. Determined, he tells himself he needs a companion, someone he can grow with, someone he can team up with to gain experience more safely. Approaching the front desk, he explains his unique class. The receptionist listens with surprise, admitting she has never heard of a gravity user before. She studies his profile with growing concern. To her, his class resembles a mage type, but his stats are shockingly low. The thought of him fighting monsters with such weak numbers makes her uneasy. Ikoma stays silent for a moment before asking a direct question, whether there's any party looking for a temporary member. She searches through the listings, eventually finding one group that accepts anyone regardless of class or level. She offers to show him the details, though worry flickers in her expression. Ikoma asks her politely to introduce him to them. Despite the uncertainty around his class, he's determined to take the opportunity. Even so, the receptionist hesitates. With low stats and an unusual mage-type class, he risks being rejected outright. She warns him again, asking if he's truly sure about pursuing this. Ikoma stood alone, his gaze cast downward as worry creased his brow, and the weight of handling rare character classes pressed heavily on his mind. Then, leaning over the counter with determination sharpening his voice, he told the receptionist that if she provided their contacts, he would try to resolve matters directly with them. A bright golden shimmer fills the screen as a blonde warrior steps forward, radiating confidence. With an exaggerated sigh, he comments how unbearable the situation is to watch, chastising the protagonist for putting the staff member in an awkward position. His tone is self-righteous as he tells him to stop causing trouble and just leave. Blonde warrior laughs loudly, almost mockingly. Ikoma looks caught between confusion and discomfort as she asks who he is. The blonde knight jokes, assuming the protagonist must have been kidding, laughing even harder at his own remark. The blonde knight dramatically introduces himself, striking a confident pose, flanked by his two party members. He proudly declares himself the leader of the Thunder Knights, a popular and well-known party. With his ego swelling, he insists that every hunter must surely know who he is. Bold grin spreads across the blonde warrior's face as the protagonist asks a pointed question, whether the Thunder Knights consist only of melee-type character classes. Without hesitation, the blonde knight answers with full confidence. Yes, of course. He adds smugly that everyone knows mage-type classes are useless. The blonde knight's expression twists into a mocking caricature as he imitates weak mages, whining dramatically that they're too scared to even approach a monster. He taunts them further, calling them cowards who don't deserve to be hunters. Still riding on his condescending high, the blonde knight waves his hand dismissively. He declares that mages simply shouldn't exist as hunters at all, speaking as though it's an absolute truth. The blonde warrior leans in closer, his smirk sharpening. He lectures the protagonist, saying that this is why people should research before awakening powers, implying the protagonist didn't know any better, and deserves the situation he's in. The two face each other, tension rising. With a smug grin, the blonde knight adds another insult, claiming the protagonist's attributes are terrible. He then jokes that he feels offended on behalf of other rare classes, because the protagonist supposedly gives them a bad reputation. Ikoma finally speaks up, calmly asking whether the blonde knight also possesses a rare character class. His direct question surprises the knight slightly. The blonde warrior's grin brightens with arrogant enthusiasm. Sparks flash behind him as he confidently asks whether the protagonist wants to see what he can do, as if he's about to put on a grand performance. The blonde hunter steps forward confidently, lightning crackling around his armor and sword as he raises it. With a smug tone, he declares for everyone to witness the extent of his power. Electricity bursts violently from his blade as he swings upward, shouting the name of his skill, Thunderbolt. A blinding surge of golden light engulfs the area as the attack erupts with explosive force. He stands triumphantly amid fading sparks, announcing his identity with pride. He proclaims himself to be a Thunder Knight, fully convinced of the superiority of his rare class. Relaxed and arrogant, he rests his sword on the ground, boasting about the excellence of his class. According to him, Thunder Knights possess the best attributes and skills, making the role perfectly suited for someone of his caliber. Surrounding hunters murmur in surprise and awe. They whisper among themselves, stunned by the unfamiliar skill and amazed that such a character class even exists. The blonde hunter smirks proudly, basking in the impressed reactions of the crowd. His expression is full of self-satisfaction as he revels in the attention. The staff member steps in, nervously reminding him that using skills inside the building is prohibited. He dismisses her concern with irritation, blaming the situation on the other hunter for not getting it. He leans forward, smirking sharply as he speaks. Though he claims the matter isn't his business, he emphasizes how selfish it is for someone like the other hunter to try joining a party with such inferior attributes. He finishes his condescending speech by questioning the protagonist's stats directly. The protagonist simply observes him, silently acknowledging the truth of his class. This man is indeed a Thunder Knight. The protagonist analyzes the Thunder Knight class internally. He notes that while the class excels in straightforward offensive power, its simple movements make it unsuitable for complex battles. Against fast or lightning-resistant monsters, a Thunder Knight would be at a significant disadvantage. Rumors ripple through the gathered crowd as they glance toward the lone young man. Some whisper skeptically, wondering if he's trying to latch onto a party, questioning whether that's the reason for all the commotion around him. He stands silently, expression unreadable under the soft glow surrounding him. Others chime in dismissively, agreeing among themselves that mage-type characters are useless anyway. Their words carry a casual cruelty, spoken loudly enough for anyone to hear as they watch him from behind. The conversation shifts as another adventurer brings up someone else entirely, someone lucky enough to have rolled a rare class, the Thunder Knight. The speaker sighs with open envy, admiring how fortunate that person must be. Another explains with authority that rare classes like that appear only by chance, assigned at random based on one's initial attributes. The blonde adventurer stands confidently, surrounded by those who admire him. Watching this, Ikoma reflects inwardly. He remembers that, at this point in history, portals were still a new phenomenon, and people barely understood how things truly worked. He admits to himself that he'd nearly forgotten how poorly mage classes were treated back then, how little respect they were shown, especially in the early days. The blonde adventurer basks in the attention, clearly enjoying the admiration and excited chatter from the surrounding recruits. His confident smile contrasts sharply with the isolation of the quiet mage. Meanwhile, Ikoma continues thinking. Back then, people believed flashy skills and high attribute points were the only things that mattered when choosing a class, never realizing how much more there was beneath the surface. With a calm, resolved expression, he decides he'll simply have to fight alone for now. If no one will accept him, then he'll build his own achievements, one step at a time. The receptionist approaches him gently, apologizing for the harsh words spoken earlier. She tries to reassure him, but he stops her before she can finish, saying it's fine. He admits he shouldn't have asked in the first place and reaffirms his intention. For now, he'll fight on his own. The blonde hunter, exuding a smug confidence, raised his hand with a casual warning as he advised Ikoma to reconsider hunting, expressing his hope not to find the man's corpse in the field. In response, Ikoma turned away and waved, expressing his gratitude for the advice with a polite farewell. The blonde hunter's confident smirk revealed a quiet certainty, setting the tone with unwavering resolve. Inside the Hunters Guild archives, rows of shelves stuffed with old documents and dusty boxes sit beneath a quiet ceiling light. The atmosphere is still and heavy with the scent of old paper. Ikoma flips through a file, his expression serious. He reflects that earning people's trust will take time, meaning he won't be able to join any temporary hunting parties until then. As he runs his fingers along a shelf full of books, Ikoma thinks about what he truly needs: someone reliable he can partner with long-term, or at least someone whose class works well with a gravity user like him. Ikoma's determined gaze hardens. Before anything else, he knows he must level up and accomplish something impressive enough to get people to notice him. He walks through the archive halls, arms crossed in thought, recalling how easily he defeated the Red Cap. That victory helped him understand the potential of a gravity user. With confidence returning, he snaps his fingers lightly and concludes that he needs to push himself by entering a portal that contains stronger monsters. Ikoma opens a thick red book and studies its contents. He wonders which portal would be suitable for that purpose. His eyes scan the page as he identifies one option. Among the portals managed by the guild, the level 25 Temple of Statues might be good enough. The book explains the concept of owned portals, portals contained and supervised by the Hunters Guild, yet intentionally kept open. Hunters use these controlled environments to gain experience and collect demonic stones safely. The image of the Stone Knight fills the scene as the narration continues. The Stone Knight is the most notable monster within that portal, making it an ideal place for moderately skilled hunters to earn both money and valuable experience. Ikoma thought deeply, his serious gaze revealing an inner resolve as he contemplated that successfully hunting a monster there might finally earn him a place in a party. Ikoma studies the open notebook in front of him, reflecting on what he has just learned. People can enter portals even if they're underleveled, he realizes. His expression is calm but determined, the dim light casting a cool glow over him as he focuses on the text before him. He looks down at the page, his own name and level displayed clearly in his mind. Ikoma Ichinose, level 12. Knowing this, he reasons that he should at least be able to hunt weak monsters near a portal's entrance, gaining experience little by little even if he's not strong enough to go deep inside. Closing the notebook with a firm motion, he gathers his resolve. I can do this, he tells himself, his voice steady. The sharp flap of the cover closing echoes like the start of something new. Ikoma steps forward into the dark void of stars that symbolically surrounds his thoughts. With quiet determination, he vows to level up inside the Temple of Stones, and afterwards to start seeking comrades whose abilities can complement his own. His stride is confident, his gaze sharp. He arrives at the entrance of the Temple of Stones, a colossal stone structure illuminated by a faint red glow from within. The information window confirming the dungeon's name materializes before him as he prepares to enter. Inside the reddish-lit staircase of the temple, another young man, exhausted and trembling, staggers forward. He clutches his arm, gasping for breath as he tries to escape something unseen deeper inside the dungeon. Panic twists across his face as he shouts in disbelief. Nothing he's experiencing makes sense, and he can't understand why things have gone so wrong. His voice cracks with frustration and fear. Desperate to flee, he runs, only to misstep. His foot catches on a broken stone, and he pitches forward with a startled cry, tripping as he scrambles for safety. He crashes into the ground, pain ripping through him as he screams. Blood spreads beneath him, and his expression contorts in terror and agony as he tries to push himself up with trembling hands. A violent rumble shakes the temple, followed by a deafening crash. Stone debris rains from above, and something massive slams into the chamber with explosive force, announcing the arrival of a terrifying presence. A colossal blood-stained, armored figure loomed over the gritty landscape as an ominous creak signaled its awakening, watched tensely by Ikoma. The receptionist leans forward in alarm, her voice rising as she scolds him. She reminds him that he's only level 12, demanding to know why he would dare go to the Temple of Stones alone. She continues to protest, clearly shaken, her expression filled with worry and frustration as she grips the desk in front of her. Unfazed, he calmly raises his ID card and explains that there is nothing in the regulations that prohibits him from entering the portal. The receptionist hesitates, flustered, admitting that he technically isn't breaking any rules. She quickly snaps back into panic, shouting that he'd be throwing his life away. She emphasizes that the recommended level for that portal is 25. She desperately tries to reason with him, warning that unexpected dangers can occur inside a portal and that he might encounter monsters far stronger than he expects. Despite her plea, he continues walking away. She calls out for him to stop, but he simply turns back with a confident smile, brushing off her worries. He reassures her casually, saying he'll only take a quick look around and won't stay inside for very long. Standing before the swirling purple portal, he steels himself. He knows that in order to grow stronger, he must take risks. He steps forward, understanding that he needs to fight monsters stronger than himself if he wants to level up, otherwise he'll never gain enough experience. In the flickering gloom of a shadowy corridor, Ikoma pressed forward with determined steps, calculating that eliminating a monster here could swiftly boost his levels and shorten his struggle. Ikoma lingered in quiet contemplation, walking past two towering stone warrior statues, his posture tense with reflection. The stone guardian's carved face glows ominously as its gem-like forehead crystal pulses with red light. Its expression shifts into something almost lifelike, focused, hostile, and fully awakened. A deep grinding noise echoes through the chamber as the massive construct begins to move. Its joints creak violently, stone scraping against stone, before it suddenly swings its huge sword downward with surprising speed. The sword slices through the air with a loud whish, aimed directly at Ikoma. Shadows fall over his face as he lowers his gaze, unshaken even with the blade descending toward him. A sharp blur of movement, the boy sidesteps the attack. His eyes narrow with calm precision. "I saw you coming," he mutters, as his sword flashes diagonally through the air in a swift, practiced motion. Ikoma's eyes glowing faintly as blue interface symbols flicker across his vision. He analyzes the enemy without fear, taking in everything with calculated calm. The readout completes. Sparks drift through the dimly lit chamber. It seems to be about level 20. He thinks to himself, watching the guardian raise its weapon again. The golem's heavy footsteps echo as it prepares another attack. The boy turns slightly, keeping the construct in view. "I could probably handle as much," he says with casual confidence, gripping his sword as the stone guardian lunges toward him. Golem charges again, its stone arms swinging. Ikoma dodges effortlessly, his body moving in a fluid blur. The creature's attack cuts only air as he glides past it. He stops and observes the monster thoughtfully, humming lightly as if testing its limits rather than fighting for survival. His expression remains calm, almost amused. Guardian grits its stone teeth, cracks spreading across its face as its crystal gleams brighter. The boy raises his hand, and with a surge of purple energy, gravity bends around him. A dark orb materializes in his palm as he invokes his power, "Reduce gravity." Ikoma darted aside as the stone-armored figure's creaking arm sliced through the air in a sudden, forceful attack. The stone automaton turns its head with a grinding creak, its carved expression twisting into a tense scowl as it levels its gaze at the protagonist. Ikoma observes the creature calmly, even as purple energy swirls around him. He notes to himself that despite the monster's higher level, it doesn't stand a chance against him. His eyes sharpen with confidence. He adds that he can actually see every weak point on the automaton's body, giving him a clear advantage. Steel clashes violently as he rushes in, meeting the creature head-on. His blade strikes with incredible speed, scattering sparks in every direction. The automaton recoils from the blow, its heavy body creaking as it adjusts. The protagonist coolly assesses its durability, remarking that the creature is tougher than expected. He smirks slightly, having anticipated that its defense stat would be high, another detail he had already accounted for. Stone Guardian charges again with a loud creak, raising its weapon overhead and swinging down with brute force. Ikoma watches it approach, acknowledging that he could defeat it slowly and safely, but he has something else in mind, something he wants to test. Purple energy surges wildly as he invokes his skill once more. "Reduce gravity." The world bends under the sudden shift as power wraps around him like a vortex. He moves with breathtaking speed, slashing past the automaton in a blur of motion. The purple aura trails behind him, emphasizing the lethal arc of his strike as he whispers through the air. Ikoma lunged forward, gripping his weapon. He commanded the very force of gravity to intensify and empower his attack. The stone automaton lunges, but the protagonist moves first. With precise timing, he drives his blade into the automaton's chest, the attack landing deep as the creature's stone body begins to fracture from the force. A sharp crack rings out as the blade pierces through a weak point. Light erupts from the automaton's chest, evidence that the attack has struck its core. The automaton's torso splits apart. With a violent burst, its upper body is torn in two, fragments scattering as the glowing core shatters. The creature collapses under the force of the strike. Dust and fragments fall as the protagonist stands calmly, sword lowered. He explains that he lightened his body to increase his speed before striking. He continues his explanation, saying he then increased gravity at the moment of impact to amplify the damage. He sheathed his sword as he demonstrates the adjustment. The shattered automaton crumbles completely behind him. Flaming debris falls around him as he notes that this combination of techniques is remarkably powerful. A system message appears. He has gained 28 experience points. Another window appears. Level up. His level jumps from 12 to 16, granting him 8 skill points. The protagonist reflects with satisfaction. As expected, defeating a stronger monster netted him multiple levels at once. He decides he should allocate his newly earned skill points immediately. A dark void-like background surrounds him as 2 upgrade options appear before him. Gravity Magic, Level 1-2. Unlocks gravity-based spells. Gravity Manipulation, Level 1-2. Enhances control over gravity acting on his own body. He prepares to choose. Thinks carefully, acknowledging that with his current points, he can only choose one. After consideration, he decides to upgrade Gravity Manipulation. The boy taps the glowing system window with his fingertip, a soft beep echoing as the interface responds to his command. The skill window expands before him, confirming his choice, Gravity Manipulation, now upgraded to Level 2. The description clearly states that it allows him to control the gravity acting on his own body. A quiet confidence spread across his face as he studied the glowing text. This new power opened up possibilities he had only begun to imagine. He reflected on the upgrade, realizing that he now possessed control over both the direction and magnitude of gravity surrounding him, a capability far beyond what he previously wielded. With a thoughtful expression, he considered the potential applications of this newfound control, already brainstorming clever ways to put the skill to practical use. But for now, he refocused on his original purpose. Kneeling among the shattered remains of the stone knight, he reached forward to retrieve the item he had come for. In his palm, a crimson orb pulsed faintly, its surface swirling with dark energy. It was a monster's core known as a demonic stone. He examined the stone carefully, acknowledging that it would serve as unmistakable proof of his victory over the stone knight. Rising again, he noted that he still had plenty of mana to spare. Fight had taken far less out of him than he expected. Embers drifted around him as he turned toward the deeper shadows of the dungeon. With a quiet resolve, he considered testing his newly enhanced power by hunting down another monster. A blinding pillar of golden lightning tears down from above as the spell Thunderbolt is unleashed. The crackling surge rips through the darkness, illuminating everything with overwhelming force. As the thunder crashes, the caster's lips part with fierce resolve, his power unleashed without hesitation. The lightning slams into the stone monster below, the impact erupting with explosive noise as the creature's body begins to fracture under the devastating strike. Stone Knight's massive form crumbles apart, its limbs breaking away as the energy rattles its entire body to pieces. The battlefield falls silent except for a rising cloud of steam and smoke. Flames simmer where the monster once stood, leaving behind only a scorched crater. The party steps closer to the smoldering remains. One of the men, impressed, praises Utsunomiya for bringing down such a durable monster in a single hit. Another party member comments on the creature's lightning resistance, acknowledging that Utsunomiya's overwhelming power simply crushed through it regardless. Utsunomiya smirks confidently, remarking how easy the fight felt for him. He wonders aloud if most owned portals are this effortless. Laughing lightly, he notes that leveling up has slowed down and suggests moving to a portal with stronger monsters. His status plate marks him as Kakeru Utsunomiya, level 26. He steps forward, his boot landing atop the shattered remains. As he stands proudly, one of his teammates asks if he wasn't a bit too harsh earlier with the man at the guild. He confidently insisted that someone needed to show the newcomer his proper place. Utsunomiya shrugs casually, insisting that he had actually done the guild worker a favor. With a confident smirk, he claims the man could have gotten himself killed if no one had warned him properly. He continues with an air of self-importance, saying he needed to be harsh so the man would finally understand, implying that only tough words could get through someone that thick. His companion sighs as they walk, admitting that it's unfortunate, but someone had to step in. Utsunomiya, however, is teased back with a remark that he definitely didn't sound as noble as he's pretending now. A sudden eerie creak echoes from the hallway ahead. Dim orange light flickers in the distance as Utsunomiya freezes, staring toward a stairwell filled with unsettling shadows. With a slightly annoyed expression, Utsunomiya grips his sword and prepares himself. He wonders aloud if it's the same monster returning again, clearly more irritated than intimidated. Another loud stomp reverberates through the dark. His female companion suddenly tenses, pointing out that the footsteps are far heavier than before, almost unnaturally so. Utsunomiya brushes off the concern with a scoff, saying it doesn't matter. In his eyes, some monsters are simply a little larger than others. No need to make a big deal out of it. The ground shakes violently as a massive figure slams into the floor. Red shockwaves explode outward. A towering stone giant emerges, each heavy step echoing like thunder. The others stare in shock and horror. They shout in disbelief, unable to comprehend the creature's size. One of them cries out that this is far beyond slightly bigger. It's gigantic. Instead of fear, Utsunomiya's face lights up with excitement. He grins wide, calling the situation interesting, clearly thrilled at the challenge that has appeared before them. The looming form of a level 30 stone knight with blazing red eyes towered over Utsunomiya and his companion, and as he coolly assessed its strength as merely a rock doll, the girl beside him blurted out her terror, insisting they stood no chance against such a monster. Utsunomiya narrows his eyes, the glow of falling debris reflecting off his face as he speaks with a calm certainty. He explains that lately he's been thinking about how monsters at his own level no longer offer any real challenge. They fall too easily under his strength. Standing before the towering stone knight, he notes that thunder knights are naturally far stronger than other hunters of equal rank, making ordinary fights unfulfilling. He steps forward confidently, sword in hand, addressing the others without turning back. With a bold grin, he admits that for a while now he's wanted to test himself against something stronger, something worthy of his power. The stone knight looms above, but he shows no hesitation, only anticipation as he positions himself for battle. Lowering his stance, Utsunomiya prepares to strike, the air around him pulsing with excitement. He hopes aloud that this monster, unlike the rest, will finally offer him a fight worth remembering, even just a decent challenge. The stone knight winds up its massive stone arms, joints grinding loudly as cracks spread across its surface. With a harsh creak, the giant lifts its blade high above its head, gathering momentum for a brutal downward strike. With a thunderous swing, the monster brings its colossal weapon down. The force of the blow slams into the ground, sending shards of stone flying and shaking the entire chamber with a violent wham. As dust rises, one of the hunters nervously glances at Utsunomiya, his voice trembling as he questions whether this plan is really safe. But Utsunomiya only smirks back at him, brushing off the concern. He reminds them confidently that they have numbers on their side, 3 hunters against a single monster. Still wearing that self-assured smile, Utsunomiya draws his sword, the steel shimmering as it leaves the scabbard. He acknowledges that the monster is large and high-leveled, but shows no sign of hesitation. A sharp grin spreads across his face as he declares that, at the end of the day, a stone knight is still just a stone knight, nothing more. He lunges forward, mocking the creature's sluggish movements. To him, its attacks remain painfully slow and clumsy, despite its intimidating appearance. The stone knight retaliates with another heavy strike, slicing through the air with a powerful red arc. The deadly blow whistles past as Utsunomiya just barely evades it. The attack crashes into the ground beside him, carving a glowing red line across the floor. Utsunomiya stumbles back slightly, surprised by the sudden increase in speed. He steadies his footing, a nervous laugh escaping him. Even he has to admit it, the monster's higher level does give it a bit more speed than the others he's fought before. But before his companions can react, Utsunomiya vanishes from sight, dashing forward with explosive force. Lightning-like energy trails behind him as he accelerates toward the stone knight in a burst of speed. Stone knight finishes its massive swing, leaving its guard wide open. The young hunter rushes underneath its arm in a burst of blinding speed, thinking to himself that the monster still exposes its weakness after every attack. Lightning crackles violently as his blade collides with the knight's stone body, producing a deafening whack. The impact flashes across the chamber, sparks scattering in every direction. He lands back, eyes narrowed at the towering figure. He realizes that the knight's sturdier body is far tougher than the ones he has fought so far. Its stronger defense complicates things more than he expected. Stone Knight creaks ominously, shifting its massive frame. Its joints glow a sinister red as it twists its body, preparing another monstrous attack. The creature brings its huge blade down with overwhelming force, the strike so powerful that it distorts the air. The hunter braces himself, lightning surging through his sword. He winces. The sensation that runs down his blade tells him something is wrong. The monster's brute strength is far greater than he anticipated, but he believes he can still block the attack and retreat out of its range. Before he can react, the knight's expression twists into a cruel sneer. Its arm swings again with blinding speed, slashing downward in a lethal red arc that fills his vision. The hunter fails to dodge in time. The devastating blow hits him squarely, sending pain exploding through his body. He cries out as the force knocks him off balance. He's hurled backward, shocked at the difference in power. His mind races. How could the Stone Knight be this strong? Gritting his teeth, he realizes the horrifying truth. Despite being only a few levels higher than the previous monsters, this one feels like an entirely different creature, something far more dangerous than he had prepared for. The dust settles as Utsunomiya slumps against the rocky wall, badly shaken. Karen, gripping her sword tightly, turns toward him in alarm and shouts his name, her voice filled with panic. Utsunomiya forces himself upright, eyes wide with fear. He warns her desperately, urging her not to underestimate the monster's overwhelming power. A massive gust tears through the chamber as the golem swings its colossal arm. The air screams with force, its attack crashing down toward Karen with terrifying speed. Karen braces herself with trembling determination, raising her sword in a desperate attempt to meet the descending blow as the monster looms above her. The golem's strike slams down with explosive impact. Karen screams as she withstands the crushing force, her blade rattling violently under the immense pressure. The older hunter, Richard, shouts Karen's name and dashes forward with reckless abandon, sprinting straight into the attack's aftermath to reach her. He barely makes it in time before another strike crashes into him. The red glow of the monster's attack engulfs him as he takes the hit head-on, his body folding under the impact. Richard is thrown violently across the ground, coughing blood as his body skids and bounces. He groans in agony, struggling even to breathe. Richard's limp form lands with a heavy thud beside Utsunomiya. The young knight, clutching his injured side, stares in disbelief and horror, whispering, "Why?" His heart pounds erratically as fear tightens around him. Confusion clouds his thoughts. Why was this happening? As the chamber pulses with ominous light, he realizes something is wrong, something has changed. As the chamber pulses with ominous light, he realizes something is wrong, something has changed. The towering stone monster leans in close, its grotesque smile stretching unervingly wide. Its red eyes burn through the haze, making it look far more menacing than before. The hunter can't help but wonder if these creatures had always appeared this terrifying, or if it only felt this way now. Darkness closes in, broken only by faint golden glimmers. Amid the void, a defiant thought rises. But, I'm supposed to be special. A desperate belief becomes a spark. That spark erupts. A blinding torrent of golden lightning surges skyward and returns, gathering in the hero's blade. He raises his sword with both hands, screaming as the skill takes over. Thunderbolt! Electricity roars around him as the world lights up. The lightning slams into the stone monster in a massive burst. The entire chamber fills with electricity as the creature is engulfed in blinding light. The impact crackles violently, an attack meant to obliterate anything it touches. As the radiance fades, the hero stares into the darkness, chest heaving. The golden sparks drift around him like fading embers. He reassures himself, he gave everything, every ounce of power he had into that thunderbolt. His determined expression lingers as he watches the remnants of the blast fade. There's no way anything could withstand that. Nothing should still be alive after taking that strike head-on. But then, through the settling darkness, the creature's silhouette resurfaces. Its eyes glow, its stone muscles tense. Sparks still dance across its body as it creaks and glares back at him. Against all expectations, it's still standing. Hero's eyes widen. A simple, stunned sound escapes him. Oh! Realization hits. The monster wasn't defeated. His teammates analyze the aftermath. One of them explains calmly that although the monster seemed resistant to lightning, the hero's skill had still overpowered that resistance. It wasn't immunity, just stubborn durability. Before anyone can react further, the monster's massive fist lashes out. The impact shatters the hero's sword instantly, exploding the weapon into fragments. The force of the strike blasts through the frame, setting the next moment into chaos. As the shattered remains of the blade crumble around him, the boy stares upward, frozen in shock. Pieces of debris fall in slow motion, reflecting the dim, emberlit air as he struggles to comprehend what he's seeing. A sudden jolt of fear shoots through him. His body convulses, his breath catching in his throat as he lets out a trembling hiccup, instinctively flinching backward. His eyes widen and blur with tears. His breath comes in desperate, uneven gasps, each huff sharper than the last. Panic is written across his face as the reality of the situation crushes down on him. He tries to convince himself that this can't be real, that the nightmare unfolding is nothing more than a bad dream. But the thunderous stomps echoing through the chamber shatter any hope of escape. The towering stone monster advances, its heavy steps quaking the floor. The boy stares helplessly upward and whispers a wavering denial, unable to tear his eyes from the horror looming above. The creature raises its massive stone blade, its glowing eyes fixed on him. The boy's breath stutters as he realizes it's preparing to strike again, this time with merciless certainty. "No," he whispers, his voice barely audible as dread takes over. His mind repeats the same thought over and over. This can't be happening. Tears spill down his cheeks as fear finally overwhelms him. He screams with everything he has left, voice cracking in raw terror. "I don't want to die like this." He collapses to the ground, scrambling toward the broken remnants of his sword. His hands shake uncontrollably as he drags himself forward, still whispering desperate pleas. The monster towers above him, blotting out the fiery light behind it. His entire body trembles as he presses his face to the ground, begging through choked sobs, "Please, don't kill me." The blonde adventurer collapses to the floor, desperation overwhelming him. His voice cracks as he cries out, begging for anyone, to save him from the towering monster looming nearby. Suddenly, a streak of violet energy tears across the scene, slicing through the darkness like a comet. Its speed is so great that the air itself seems to warp around it. The violet trail curves gracefully through the air, its movements fluid and serpentine, almost as if alive as it homes in on the battlefield. Stone Guardian raises its sword, prepared to bring it down on the helpless man. Its heavy arm swings downward, casting a deadly shadow over him. Before the attack can land, a figure bursts into view, engulfed in swirling violet light. As the energy flashes brighter, a spell resounds through the air, reduce gravity, and the caster's form is revealed amidst the glowing power. The immense force collides with the stone titan. Its massive body shudders as cracks appear across its stone frame, destabilized by the sudden change in gravity. More fractures spread across the monster's body as its footing falters. The titan creaks under the pressure, its structure beginning to break apart. The dark-haired mage lands in a slide beside the fallen adventurer, the last remnants of violet energy dissipating around him as he touches down. Calmly, almost casually, Ikoma remarks that he had expected the spell to fail, his tone steady, unfazed by the chaos erupting around them. Blonde adventurer stares up at him in shock. Recognition flickers in his eyes as he realizes who just saved him. This was the newcomer he'd seen earlier at the guild, the quiet mage he hadn't thought twice about. Ikoma stands with his back partially turned, illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow. His posture is calm, almost too calm, despite the chaos around him, as though he's evaluating the situation with cold clarity. The blonde warrior gasps sharply and shouts at him, fear and frustration mixing on his face. He demands to know what the mage is doing, insisting that it's impossible to bring the towering monster down. Ikoma touches his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in the warrior's words. A floating tag reveals his identity, Ikoma Ichinose, level 16. He looks toward the monster as its enormous body creaks ominously. Calmly, he admits the difficulty of the task. The creature's info window appears, Stone Knight, Level 30, a massive threat far beyond normal dungeon standards. Ikoma calmly explains that the monster must have leveled up unnaturally, by consuming hunters or other monsters, eventually transforming into an irregular specimen. He continues his assessment with unsettling composure, admitting that despite everything, he must acknowledge one thing about the creature: it's enormous. The colossal monster casts a massive shadow over both him and the fallen warrior. Ikoma draws his sleek, glowing weapon, remarking almost casually that he had only wanted to take a quiet walk and perhaps kill one last monster before heading home. The mage now holds the weapon upright, its blade shining with an ominous violet gleam. He finishes his thought with calm determination. He intends to kill one more monster before leaving. The stone knight looms above them, its twisted grin widening as it watches its prey. Ikoma reflects aloud that he never expected to encounter something this massive during his stroll. Blonde warrior shouts again, panic rising. Instead of admiration or analysis, he begs the mage to stop marveling at the monster and simply run, desperately pulling himself upright as danger closes in. The blonde knight, still shaken, shouts in frustration. He reminds the dark-haired mage that the monster had effortlessly knocked all three of them down before they could even land a single blow. His words flash back to the sight of his unconscious teammates, both of them sprawled on the ground, badly hurt and completely helpless. Ikoma's eyes sharpen with determination. Violet energy surges around him as he invokes his spell, shouting the command, "Reduce gravity." The monstrous stone knight, already towering above them, begins to creak and shift unnaturally as gravity loosens around its massive form. An instant, the mage moves. A burst of purple-tinged force propels him forward and upward, turning his body into a streak of motion that slams against the ground and launches him like a bolt. The stone knight roars as its arm swings forward with a violent whoosh, attempting to strike him mid-dash, the air trembling from the force. But the mage reacts instantly. His legs glow with magic as he leaps high, dodging the giant's attack in a weightless, effortless motion. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, his body twists mid-air. The world blurs beneath him as he closes the distance, descending directly toward the monster's head. He brings his blade down with explosive force, slamming it into the stone knight's skull. Light bursts from the impact as the giant creature screeches in shock and pain. Blonde knight stares wide-eyed in disbelief. He cannot accept what he's witnessing, wondering how a low-leveled, inexperienced mage could possibly perform a feat like this. Ikoma stands quietly, his expression calm but focused. Shards of violet energy drift through the air around him, remnants of his earlier spell work. As he watches the towering monster across the battlefield, he questions how someone at his level managed to stand toe-to-toe with such a creature. His thoughts deepen. Considering its level, he reasons silently, the monster actually isn't that fast. His sharp gaze narrows, analyzing the stone knight's movements with precision. Confidence glints in his eye. With gravity manipulation, he concludes, I can easily outmaneuver it. Even so, he knows agility alone won't secure victory. The problem becomes painfully clear. As the stone knight trembles with a low, rumbling growl, he admits to himself that he lacks a spell strong enough to bring down such a defensive monster. He reflects on the creature's nature. The stone knight is a defensive monster, he notes, watching its rocky body glow and harden. His earlier attacks barely scratched it, partly due to its resilience, partly due to the vast level gap. A flicker of urgency crosses his face. If I keep using gravity manipulation like this, he thinks I'll run out of mana soon. Time is slipping away, and he knows he can't maintain this pace for long. I don't have much time. The stone knight suddenly lunges, its massive fist crashing down with a deafening whoosh. Ikoma reacts, dodging the crushing blow just in time. The impact shakes the ground, sending a jolt through the air. He steadies himself and breathes out. This is kind of reckless. The violet aura swirls around him once more, sharper, brighter, more focused than before. His grip tightens around his sword as he steels his resolve. But I have to give it a shot. The stone knight's massive sword swings down with a deafening creak, its strength leaving fiery red trails in the air. Gravity twists around the battlefield as the monster unleashes another brutal strike. Amid the swirling purple energy, the protagonist charges forward, the impact of the attack ripping cracks through the air behind him. He meets the stone knight head-on, completely enveloped in the force of his own momentum. Watching from a distance, the blonde knight grimaces. He admits to himself that expecting anything different was unrealistic, though he still hoped the gravity user might have found a way, some small chance to make a difference. His worry deepens as he realizes the truth. Despite all that power, the gravity user's last attack hadn't worked either. The Stone Knight remained unharmed. Meanwhile, the Ikoma calmly assesses the situation. He knows his reduced gravity skill drains far too much mana, but without it, he has no method to fight stronger monsters. He acknowledges the dilemma. Powerful monsters like this one can't be fought head-on unless he relies on gravity manipulation, yet relying on it drains him far too quickly to prolong the fight. Time becomes his greatest enemy. He can't afford to drag the battle out. The longer it lasts, the more momentum he loses. His energy is running thin. His body jolts with determination as he gathers every bit of mana he has left. The swirling gravity aura grows denser, more chaotic. He decides there is no option left but to end everything immediately. He bursts forward, unleashing a powerful leap, slashing through the air with enough force to distort space around his blade. Momentum and gravity converge into a single decisive strike. With perfect timing, he twists past the incoming blow. The Stone Knight roars, swinging its massive sword, but the gravity user swerves effortlessly, slipping through the narrowest gap before launching himself again. Ikoma, his focus unwavering, gathered glowing purple energy at his feet and launched himself upward, propelling him into the air. Ikoma planted his foot, his sword casting fierce light through the swirling dust as he declared his determined presence. The colossal stone golem brought its fist crashing down, tension crackling in the air. Surging with crimson and violet energy, the protagonist rockets forward, his entire body crackling with power. His cape flares behind him as he dashes straight toward the towering stone monster, the ground beneath him shattering from the force of his acceleration. He lands lightly atop the monster's massive head, balancing effortlessly. The creature's glowing eyes widen in frustration as it glares upward, unable to comprehend how someone so small moves with such impossible speed. Watching from below, the blond boy stares with widened eyes, sweat dripping from his chin. He struggles to understand the scene unfolding before him, wondering aloud if such movement is unique to the mysterious class the protagonist possesses. Ikoma leaps again, springing high into the air. His body blurs into streaks of purple light as he kicks off the monster's head, ascending rapidly while the creature looks up with pure rage. Suspended mid-air, he focuses intensely, violet flames swirling around him. With a deep breath, he prepares his next move, one he had hoped he wouldn't need to use yet. Gravity manipulation level 2, he decides, his expression sharpening as he accepts the necessity of the skill. Power explodes outward as he triggers the advanced technique. Purple energy spirals around his body as he flips upside down in midair, invoking the skill with a single decisive phrase, reverse gravity. Now completely inverted, he stands as though the air beneath him were solid ground. His hair and clothes drift upward toward the ceiling, while purple currents swirl around his feet, stabilizing him in this reversed gravitational field. Marveling at the sensation, he tests a step, feeling his body anchor upward instead of down. From this vantage, he realizes something new. The skill can be applied to himself. Below, the monster roars and stomps angrily as the ground trembles with each pounding step. A faint smile forms on his upside-down face. The situation, though dangerous, intrigues him. This unexpected flexibility in his skill opens new possibilities, and he can't help but find it fascinating. His gaze hardens as he repositions himself. From this height, and with gravity reversed, he calculates the force he can generate. If timed correctly, he should be able to strike with devastating power. As he readies his blade, the wind screams around him, purple energy trailing like smoke. A surge of violet energy erupts around him as he plummets downward, his body wrapped in a blazing aura of gravitational force. The words, "increase gravity," echo like a command that bends the laws of physics. His eyes burn with determination as he shouts a challenge, daring the enemy to withstand the power he's about to unleash. He tightens his grip on his glowing sword, feeling his body rapidly grow heavier. The intensified gravity drags him faster toward the ground, magnifying both his weight and the devastating force he's preparing to deliver. Gravitational field intensifies further, layering over his descent. He calculates the impact clearly, weight amplified, acceleration multiplied. If he times it right, the damage will be overwhelming. Purple sparks scatter around him as the monster below watches helplessly. He drops like a meteor, the air screeching around him as his descending form becomes an unstoppable projectile. The stone giant below braces, cracks forming across its hardened face even before impact as the pressure builds. With wild determination fueling his voice, he roars that it's already too late. The creature no longer has any chance to stop what's coming. The gravitational aura distorts the air around him, warping light and space as he descends. He slams downward with a technique that shakes the entire chamber. Meteor drop. The collision detonates with a tremendous shockwave, releasing a burst of purple energy that ripples outward in violent waves. The stone titan's body fractures violently under the impact. Deep cracks spread across its surface as red energy sputters erratically, signaling the monster's collapse under the overwhelming gravitational strike. The giant crumbles at last, falling into pieces as dust and debris scatter across the ground. The chamber fills with smoke and rubble as its enormous form collapses in defeat. A system window materializes in the air, glowing blue. It displays his reward clearly, 524 experience points gained, acknowledging the destruction of the massive enemy. Another surge of light envelopes him. Level up, 1623. 14 new skill points are added to his total. As the light fades, he stands amidst the settling dust, cloak fluttering behind him. With a small, satisfied smile, he remarks to himself that, against all odds, the plan worked. The protagonist calmly explains the reason behind his sudden jump in power. He states that the monster he defeated had a level nearly twice his own, allowing him to gain multiple levels at once. His voice is steady, showing neither pride nor arrogance, just a simple explanation. He sheathes his sword with a soft shing, his expression relaxed now that the danger has passed. Glimmers of fading energy drift around him, highlighting the aftermath of the intense fight. Letting out a relieved sigh, he drops to one knee. As he does, a system notification appears, announcing that his skill fall damage resistance has reached level 3. The description notes that the skill reduces damage from gravity and high falls. He reflects on the situation, wincing slightly. The impact from that fall had been harsher than he anticipated, and he's relieved he acquired the resistance beforehand. Without it, things might have ended very differently. Blonde boy stares at him in shock, sweat beading on his forehead. His voice trembles as he admits how incredible the feat was, still trying to process the overwhelming display of power he just witnessed. Looking at the shattered battlefield, the boy mutters to himself. He recalls how his own Thunderbolt spell had no effect on the monster due to its elemental resistance, yet this stranger defeated it regardless. The boy hesitates, then speaks up honestly. He never expected to receive help from someone he had treated badly before. His voice softens with guilt and confusion as he asks why he'd been helped despite his earlier behavior. A sudden thought flashes across his mind, and his expression shifts in panic. He wonders if the protagonist approached him not to help, but to settle the score for the rude treatment back at the guild. Startled by a quiet voice addressing him, he flinches and yelps. The protagonist stands nearby, calling out a simple, "Hey," which sends the boy into a nervous spiral. Protagonist steps forward, offering his hand with a composed expression. He asks if the boy is all right and whether he can stand up on his own, showing nothing but genuine concern. The blonde boy's expression softens as he looks up, the tension from earlier fading from his face. For a moment he seems quietly reflective, taking in everything that just happened. A small, relieved laugh escapes him. It's light, almost embarrassed, but sincere, as if the weight on his shoulders has finally eased. Still smiling, he accepts the protagonist's offered hand. As he's lifted up from the ground, he speaks with genuine gratitude, thanking him for saving his life. The scene shifts to the bright, open sky outside. A tall building reflecting the clear blue heavens announces the location with a simple title, Hunter's Guild. Inside the guild, a receptionist's eyes widen in shock. She leans forward, raising her voice as she repeats what she just heard, astonished that a level 30 stone knight appeared inside the dungeon. Her disbelief only grows. She asks again, incredulous, whether he truly defeated such a monster, her face switching between confusion and awe. The protagonist calmly confirms it with a simple yes. Still rattled, she stammers that such a thing should be impossible. A newcomer shouldn't be able to handle a monster of that level, especially not alone, and yet the facts say otherwise. To settle it, the protagonist presents proof, a massive demonic stone swirling with ominous red energy. He places it in his hand for her to see, stating that this should verify his claim. Examining it closely, the receptionist admits the truth. Something this large could only have come from a monster level 30 or higher. Although she still struggles to believe it, she concedes and agrees to record the achievement. He then asks whether he plans to exchange the demonic stone for cash. Turning slightly, the protagonist listens as she estimates its value, around 200,000 yen, roughly $2,000. Ikoma calmly responds to the receptionist, saying that he won't be exchanging the demonic stone just yet. His expression is composed, as if he has already thought this through. He looks down at the ominous red orb, explaining internally that he needs it for now, to prove his skills as a new hunter. A voice suddenly calls out from behind him, "Hey, Ikoma!" He turns slightly in surprise, realizing someone has been looking for him. The blonde hunter from earlier approaches with a bright smile, waving enthusiastically. He cheerfully tells Ikoma that he's been trying to find him to thank him again for the rescue. Blonde hunter's grin widens as he adds that he also has a great offer to make. Ikoma, confused, asks what kind of offer he means. With dramatic enthusiasm, the blonde hunter spreads his arms and proudly asks if Ikoma would like to join the Thunder Knights, the rising star party he belongs to. Nearby hunters whisper among themselves in shock. They recognize the Thunder Knights as the popular, fast-rising party and are stunned that such an invitation was just offered. The receptionist watches Ikoma clutching the demonic stone, murmuring in awe that he must be an incredible hunter to earn such attention. Blonde hunter leans in with a confident, almost teasing smile, telling Ikoma it's his lucky day. He admits that it's rare for him to owe someone a favor. Ikoma awkwardly scratches his head, unsure how to react, while the blonde hunter encourages him not to be shy, reminding him warmly that he saved his life. Ikoma looks straight ahead with a calm but firm expression. He apologizes before stating clearly that he must decline the offer, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. A wave of shock sweeps across the crowd. Whispering erupts instantly as they stare in disbelief. Someone actually rejected an invitation from the Thunder Knights. Blonde Knight, wide-eyed and flustered, stammers in surprise. He reminds Ikoma that he had been searching for a party, trying to make sense of the unexpected rejection. Ikoma responds quietly, turning his gaze downward. He admits that he had indeed been looking for one, but explains he has since changed his mind. Ikoma walks away without hesitation. The knight reaches out in shock as electricity sparks around him in frustration and disbelief, unable to grasp what just happened. Ikoma moves forward with determined steps, thoughts echoing in his mind. If he continues leveling at this pace, he believes he might reach his goal in time. His thoughts shift to what is coming. Soon, a portal known as the Theater of Manic Dreams will appear, home to a unique item of extraordinary power. A dark, gleaming dagger materializes in his memory as the narration explains its significance. Ikoma recalls it vividly from his past life. This time, he vows to be the first to conquer that portal and claim the weapon for himself. Determination sharpens his eyes as his resolve solidifies. Ikoma places a heavy cloth pouch on the counter and loosens its opening. A cluster of glowing monster cores spills out with a sharp clinking sound. Calmly, he tells the receptionist that he wants to exchange them for cash. The nearby onlookers pause mid-step, startled by the sheer number of cores he brought in. Some glance toward him with widened eyes, clearly taken aback by the sight. The receptionist stares at the pile in disbelief. She blurts out her confusion, asking how he manages to bring in so many cores every time, especially when he supposedly works alone. Standing at the counter with relaxed composure, he adds that he has another request to make. He taps the holographic screen displaying his information and states that he wants to apply for a promotion, from rank E to rank D. The receptionist stammers in shock. A diagram explaining the hunter ranking system appears. It narrates that all hunters begin at rank F and are automatically promoted to rank E after choosing a class. The ranks continue upward, with higher ranks indicating greater responsibility and strength. The explanation continues. Only hunters ranked D and above are permitted to participate in containing portal disasters, highlighting the seriousness and difficulty of such assignments. The receptionist tries to explain to him that applying for rank D is only allowed once a hunter reaches level 25, addressing him hesitantly as Mr. Ichinose. Before she can finish, he casually places his hand on the hologram again, revealing his level. With an easy smile, he says that it shouldn't be a problem, because he's already level 26. Receptionist nearly leaps from her chair in shock. She exclaims at his sudden level up, struggling to understand how a solo mage could gain so many levels so quickly. To her, the speed of his growth seems impossibly suspicious. The receptionist stares at the protagonist with clear bewilderment, struggling to understand. Her hesitant voice breaks through the charged silence as she asks if gravity users are truly that powerful. Ikoma smiles calmly, confidence radiating off him. He announces that he has at last been promoted to rank D, speaking as though it were a natural next step. His thoughts transition to his past life. An image of his former self, older, rugged, battle-worn, appears. He reflects that not only does he possess an incredible class now, but he also carries with him a decade's worth of experience, wisdom, and instincts gained as a rank S hunter. He acknowledges the risks. Leveling too quickly could draw unwanted attention, but the urgency of his mission outweighs the danger. He must rise in rank fast to reach his goal before it's too late. Floating screens display various portals, each labeled with minimum rank D requirements. He notes that reaching rank D unlocks access to many new portals and makes it easier to join parties, as the rank itself becomes proof of strength and capability. One portal in particular stands out, the Theater of Manic Dreams. He focuses on it intently. Within this portal lies something crucial. A powerful, unique weapon fated to appear there. Grim memory surfaces. Silhouetted in blood-soaked red lighting, the hunter who claimed that weapon in his previous life is shown. That individual became a brutal serial killer, slaughtering hunters inside portals. The protagonist realizes it was likely due to gaining overwhelming power too quickly. Determined, he clenches his fist. This time, he will not allow that weapon to fall into the wrong hands. His resolve is absolute. He looks to the side with quiet purpose. To claim the weapon and clear the portal safely, he'll need at least one partner, someone reliable who can help him navigate the Theater of Manic Dreams. A group of hunters gathers nearby, talking and preparing for their own tasks. The protagonist observes them thoughtfully. He reflects that large parties can be troublesome, full of complications and potential problems. One trustworthy person should be enough, and he must choose carefully whom he travels with. A chibi illustration shows the protagonist imagining his ideal partner. He pictures a trustworthy companion, someone he can rely on, represented by a silhouette standing beside him, holding hands. Beneath that, he imagines someone with optimum compatibility, a partner whose abilities would mesh perfectly with his gravity powers. He thinks to himself that he's searching for someone who can complement a gravity user, someone whose strengths would balance out his unique abilities. His thoughts narrow down even more. He needs someone whose abilities match the specific portal he plans to tackle. A small silhouette juggles cartoonish skulls, symbolizing the type of enemies they'll face. He reflects that it would be best to find a person who usually works solo but won't mind teaming up, someone flexible enough to adapt to a party if necessary. A chibi version of him shakes hands with a silhouette, glowing with hopeful energy. The protagonist snaps back to reality and worries aloud, wondering if he's being too demanding with his expectations. His expression turns troubled as lines of stress fall behind him. Still thinking, he wonders if he'll even be able to find someone like that in time. Looking over a map, he decides he'll have to visit every guild in the area to search for candidates. The scene shifts to a sunset-lit street as he walks, holding the map. He notes that he's already spent half the day visiting guilds without success. He continues down another alley and sighs that this is already the fourth guild he's tried. He contemplates giving up on some of his criteria, just as a shout interrupts him, a harsh voice echoing in the corner saying she is so useless, the painful criticism catching him off guard. He saw a teary blue-haired girl apologizing shakily, saying, I'm so sorry, Aoi. Her expression is filled with guilt and fear. Aoi exploded in anger, standing with hands on hips as she shouted that no apology could possibly fix what had happened, while Ikoma watched from behind, stunned by the force of her rejection. Ikoma slows his steps as raised voices catch his attention. A frown forms on his face as he wonders whether the commotion ahead is the sound of people arguing. As he looks over, he sees a tense confrontation unfolding. Aoi stands rigid with anger, pointing sharply at the trembling Satsuki. With a furious expression, she declares that Satsuki is fired, while Satsuki stammers helplessly, trying to form a response. Satsuki attempts to defend herself, insisting she can try harder, but the blonde woman doesn't let up. She berates the girl's abilities, mocking the long cooldown times and claiming every one of her skills is utterly useless. Images of Satsuki's curse abilities flash through the moment, insignificant effects like causing stomachaches, stage fright, or getting someone lost. Aoi scoffs at them all, insisting that none of these abilities have any practical worth. Her anger grows even sharper. She announces that Satsuki should be grateful they tolerated her for so long, even going so far as to say the girl ought to pay them for putting up with her. Satsuki stands trembling, eyes glistening. The words fail to come out this time. Only silence escapes her as she lowers her gaze. Her lips tighten as she struggles to keep herself together. Beneath the humiliation and despair, a faint but determined grit emerges as she bites back her emotions. Ikoma watched from afar, quietly observing as the confrontation continues. A memory stirs within him. He recalls a distant, painful scene from his past, himself standing alone, injured and abandoned, just as helpless as the girl before him now. The resemblance weighs on him. Though he feels a pang of empathy, he forces himself to remain rational. He reminds himself that he cannot choose a partner out of sympathy. His survival depends on making the right choice, not the kind one. Aoi's smirk sharpened the mocking atmosphere as she jeered that Satsuki's only option had been a useless character class. Aoi's cruel voice echoes in the girl's mind. It mocks her ability, calling it mischievous and useless, just like her. Tears gather in her eyes as she lowers her head, unable to shake the sting of the words. He continues. She admits that, honestly, she expected something like this the moment she heard she was an enchantress, as if she already anticipated how others would treat her. Ikoma paused as he heard those words like he has found what he was looking for. The word enchantress rings out in shock. Ikoma was surprised as he looked at the blue-haired girl. The girl's anxiety spikes as Aoi continues, telling her bluntly that she should give up on being a hunter, the harsh remark catching her completely off guard. Swirling image of a battle-ready enchantress forms in his thoughts. He reminds himself that enchantresses and gravity users complement each other perfectly, their abilities syncing in powerful ways when used together. Ikoma continues to assess her quietly, noting that her class could deal significant damage to the boss monster in the theater of manic dreams. The thought clearly makes him reconsider his initial attitude. His gaze lingers on her longer than her teammates like, and irritation flares. Aoi snaps at him, demanding to know what he's staring at and telling him to mind his own business and get moving. In response, Ikoma casually presents his hunter license. He politely introduces himself as Ikoma Ichinose, a rank D gravity user, the glowing card floating in the air as proof of his credentials. The girl who yelled at him earlier freezes as she reads his rank. Shock spreads across her face. She hadn't expected someone already licensed, and at rank D at that, to be standing there so calmly. Her expression shifts instantly. Suddenly enthusiastic, she imagines the benefits his presence could bring. A rank D hunter would draw more jobs and better opportunities for her party. She quickly puts on a sweet smile, saying a spot has conveniently opened in her group and starting to invite him to join. But before she can finish, Ikoma steps forward, ignoring her offer completely. He turns to the teary-eyed girl and asks directly, and earnestly, whether she wants to start a party with him instead. She stares at him in shock, unable to immediately process the unexpected invitation. Satsuki looks up in surprise, her eyes wide and trembling. She barely manages to whisper a confused, "Huh?" as she tries to comprehend what she just heard. Aoi erupts in shock, her face twisting with outrage. She practically screams, "What?" unable to believe what just happened in front of her. In the boy's mind, a sudden realization strikes him. She is an enchantress, exactly the type of partner he has been searching for all along. Determination steals his gaze. He tells himself he cannot afford to let this chance slip through his fingers. The blonde woman tries to interfere, dismissing the girl with a sneer. She calls the enchantress worthless and urges the boy to join her party instead, desperate to change his mind. The blue-haired girl hesitates shyly. She explains that she appreciates the offer, but points out that he is a rank D hunter while she hasn't even reached level 20, feeling unworthy of his invitation. Ikoma steps in with urgency. He assures her that leveling up won't take long and pleads for her assistance, his eagerness spilling over so suddenly that it startles her. In her thoughts, she admits her fear. Her character class feels useless, and she worries she will only hold him back. Yet he counters with unwavering confidence, insisting that he can help her. She tries to respond, her voice wavering, A single word escapes her lips as doubt continues to cling to her. Finally, she confesses the insecurity buried deep within her. She admits she isn't sure of her own worth and wonders aloud if she should quit being a hunter altogether. He pleads desperately, insisting that he isn't asking for much, only a chance. His voice trembles with sincerity as he reaches toward her, hoping she'll listen. She stands bathed in a shimmering glow as Ikoma declares that he wants to help her, promising he can help her gain confidence in herself as well. She hesitates, then admits softly that if she truly doesn't mind someone like her, she would love to join his party. Her voice grows stronger as she finishes her thought, finally declaring with determination that she would be honored to be part of his team. Aoi scoffs bitterly, unable to believe he would choose what she calls a useless enchantress. She warns him coldly that he'll regret not accepting her offer instead. He responds calmly, thanking her for the advice, though his tone makes it clear that he's already made up his mind. He begins to add something, turning slightly away. With confidence, he explains that when it comes to character classes, few people know as much as he does. His certainty leaves no room for doubt. He walks ahead without hesitation, the new enchantress trailing behind in flustered excitement. The rejected girl fumes in the background as the two move forward together. He explains his reasoning. An enchantress can perfectly cover the weaknesses of a gravity user. She listens with wide-eyed curiosity as he continues, noting that the true potential of an enchantress shines most brilliantly within the theater of manic dreams. Ikoma stood with unwavering confidence, a faint smile playing on his lips as he declared that the weapon was already as good as his. Ikoma sits across from the Satsuki, confirming her name with a calm smile. He thanks her sincerely for agreeing to join him, acknowledging her presence as something meaningful. Satsuki stiffens at the attention, flustered but polite. She stammers out her gratitude, trying her best to respond confidently even as nervousness clings to her voice. With her hands fidgeting on the table, she hesitantly questions his decision. Doubt flickers across her face as she wonders if he's truly certain about choosing her. Her uncertainty slips out further as she confesses what she believes to be a flaw. Enchantresses, she says, aren't very useful. The weight of her self-doubt hangs between them. He leans forward slightly, his expression softening. As a mage himself, he tells her he understands how she feels. What seems weak now, he reassures her, will change with time and growth. Her eyes widen with surprise, a hopeful spark forming. She asks if he genuinely believes her potential will bloom someday. He nods, but shifts the conversation, reminding her they still have a mission to discuss. The portal they'll be entering demands preparation. Satsuki sits upright, eager again. She asks which owned portal they'll be venturing into, assuming it's a manageable one. Her smile falters when he clarifies, it's not an owned portal at all. He explains with composure, they would soon enter an undeveloped portal known as the Theater of Manic Dreams, warning that it demanded only those of level 30 or higher. The blue-haired face tightened with alarm as he realized the portal before him demanded a level far beyond his own and, in mounting worry, he muttered that its undeveloped state only heightened his concern. The blue-haired girl sat anxiously, reflecting on how undeveloped portals remained uncharted and expressing her fear that, as a newly minted level 17, she might never make it through. Satsuki tousled and purple eyes clouded, confessed her deep-seated worries about being slow and burdened with a terrible character class. Ikoma gently reassures her, telling her not to worry. With calm confidence, he promises that as long as she's with him, no harm will ever reach her. Every bit of danger, he says, he'll handle himself. Satsuki looks up at him, startled and unsure. A faint blush warms her cheeks as she listens, her nervous expression softening ever so slightly at his reassuring words. The narration shifts to his past life. He recalls how he once buried himself in thick stacks of books, reading every record and document he could find about portals. Countless nights of study left him exhausted, but incredibly informed. Because of that knowledge, he had already devised a strategy to clear the theater of manic dreams long before it would ever appear. His preparations weren't luck, they were the result of relentless research. Back in the present, he speaks with bold confidence. He declares that clearing the portal will be easy for the two of them, and that there's nothing to fear with both of them working together. Atsuki clasps her hands to her chest. Her expression brightens with awe and hope as he tells her that all she needs to do is trust him. Privately, though, he carries a burden. He admits to himself that he feels guilty dragging her into this, but he cannot back down. There is a weapon within the portal that he absolutely must obtain, no matter what. Satsuki hesitates again, uncertainty creeping back into her voice. She stammers as she asks the question gnawing at her. How does he know about a portal that technically doesn't exist yet? The sly smile, he raises a finger to his lips. He tells her that he can't reveal every detail, but hints that his knowledge comes from a rare, mysterious item, something beyond ordinary explanation. Confused, Satsuki tilts her head, question marks practically swirling around her. She can't comprehend the idea of an item being able to predict when or where a portal will appear, leaving her bewildered. Suddenly, the device on the table erupted in urgent beeping, causing Satsuki to yelp in shock as everyone turned toward the unexpected noise. Satsuki stared wide-eyed at his handheld device, her curiosity giving way to utter shock when she realized the result was nothing like she had expected. Ikoma glances down at his phone as it vibrates with an alert. His calm expression shifts with interest. He clearly expected something like this. On screen, a government warning flashes. Emergency alert, a portal has opened in Sikyo Ward, Tokyo. Ikoma reads it aloud, noting that this newly opened portal is close by. He lifts his head, satisfied. I'm glad I got it right, he says, confirming his prediction. Across from him, the girl stares at her own phone in shock, asking if this is the portal he meant. Ikoma nods confidently, already planning ahead. He suggests, without hesitation, that they begin preparations first thing tomorrow. With a thoughtful, calculating tone, Ikoma explains that the portal is unlikely to be cleared within a week. Because the prize goes to whoever slays the boss first, he emphasizes that they need to act quickly. The next day, the two of them stand in Sikyo Ward, staring at the massive structure shimmering in the distance. The girl looks overwhelmed, stunned that they're really here. She asks timidly whether he's absolutely sure about doing this. Ikoma, eyes fixed ahead, remains unfazed. Nearby, the Ministry of Monster Eradication staff have already erected equipment and facilities in record time. Even Ikoma remarks with mild surprise at how fast they mobilized. A young staff member rushes toward them, recognizing instantly that they're hunters. She eagerly asks them to report any information they can gather inside, monster skills, portal layout, anything that may help. Ikoma and his companion listened intently to a woman urging them to gather any information they could about the portal's layout and the monsters within, her voice underscored by a grave warning to always prioritize their safety amid the deadly risks. Ikoma responds confidently, assuring her that she can rely on them. Ikoma explained in a low, worried voice that he had withheld the true purpose of their mission, admitting he'd only mentioned scouting the portal because he knew their companion would have tried to stop them from attempting to slay the boss monster. Ikoma stood tense and uncertain beneath the swirling glow of the Theater of Manic Dreams portal, while his companion quietly wondered if the unusual gateway was the cause of his lingering anxiety. Satsuki admits, a bit awkwardly, that she's feeling nervous. Ikoma walks beside her, apologizing sincerely for dragging her into something so difficult. He reassures her, saying that he'll handle all the fighting himself. If things get overwhelming, he promises they'll leave immediately, his footsteps echoing lightly on the star-patterned floor as they move deeper into the portal. Satsuki suddenly panics, clutching her staff tightly. She insists that she'll try her absolute best and won't just stand by doing nothing. She starts rambling in a flustered rush, offering to help at close range, or even to be used as bait if needed. Ikoma quickly shuts the idea down, telling her calmly that it won't be necessary. All she needs to do is focus on casting her enchantments. She looks down anxiously, admitting that she barely knows any useful spells. Ikoma asks her if she can use a spell called Mana Drain. Mana Drain is a spell that draws mana directly from a target, making it especially effective in prolonged battles against strong monsters. A chibi illustration shows the spell in action, dark energy siphoning from a defeated monster as the caster drains its mana. He adds that the spell can also transfer mana to party members, making it invaluable for supporting classes, particularly gravity users who burn through mana quickly. Ikoma reflects quietly that as long as there are monsters inside the portal, he won't need to worry about running out of mana. For anyone who needs to stay in a portal for extended periods, it's an incredibly useful spell. Satsuki voices her concern again, explaining that Mana Drain takes a long time to cast and isn't very mana efficient. She suggests that a damaging spell might be more practical in actual combat. He reassures her further, promising that he will take responsibility for most of the fighting. Whatever danger lies ahead, he intends to deal with it directly. He adds that by handling the frontline himself, he'll give her all the time she needs to cast her spells without interference. A monstrous roar suddenly erupts. A clown bear, its grotesque face twisted with fury, lunges toward them with claws raised, its level floating beside its name like a threat made visible. Electric tension crackles through the air as Ikoma rushes forward, wrapped in violet energy. He shouts urgently, demanding she cast her spell now. Responding to his command, Satsuki plants her feet and raises her staff. A massive magic circle forms before her, glowing with runic symbols as she calls out her spell, Shadow Ball. Her magic unleashes in a surge of swirling darkness. The condensed shadow energy shoots forward, tearing through the air toward the incoming beast. A shockwave of force erupts outward with a booming FWM, engulfing the clown bear and sweeping across the battlefield. The clown bear roars in pain, its body thrown off balance by the impact. Ikoma sees the opening immediately. He recognizes the monster has flinched. He bursts forward, using the hesitation to strike. Ascending from below in a streak of light, he swings his blade downward. With a sharp command, "Increase gravity," he combines his attack with his unique power, bringing a crushing blow down onto the monster. Ikoma stood resolute with his sword sheathed as the massive clawed creature crashed to the ground. He looks down at the fallen monster with a calm expression, remarking that the fight was easier than expected. A system notification then appears before him, stating that he has gained 212 experience points. Beside him, Satsuki stares at her own glowing status window in disbelief. Amazed, she murmurs that she somehow gained 3 levels all at once. She stands beside him, clutching her staff and looking conflicted. Although the sudden growth makes her happy, she sighs, admitting she feels guilty for letting him handle all the fighting. He turns to her with a reassuring smile, telling her to rest while she still can. Once they head deeper inside, he'll be counting on her support. And since they are a party now, her leveling up benefits them both. Hearing that, she quietly repeats his words. They're a party? The simple acknowledgement leaves her stunned and speechless. As they continue walking, she reflects inwardly. Everything feels completely different from when she used to fight alongside Aoi. For the first time, she feels genuinely included. Smiling brightly, Satsuki declares that since she gained so many levels, she'll make sure to contribute more during their next battle. He gently warns her not to overdo it. In his thoughts, he notes that she still lacks confidence, but at least she seems more motivated now. His past life's combat instincts also remain intact, which reassures him. With a confident glance forward, he concludes that they should be fine. Together, they'll defeat the boss monster and secure the rare item hidden deeper in the dungeon. His thoughts turn darker as he remembers his previous life. A man named Kaoru Tsumibu once claimed that very item and used its power to become the worst portal-related criminal in history. If they obtain it first, they'll be rewriting the course of history itself. With firm resolve, Ikoma thinks to himself that they can prevent Kaoru Tsumibu from ever gaining power. As long as they act now, the future can be changed. He reminds himself that in his past life, Kaoru only entered the theater of manic dreams much later. Right now, the timeline is still early. He and Satsuki have the advantage. Confidently, he concludes that they won't encounter Kaoru here. It's only been 2 days since the portal opened, far too soon for him to appear. In a different location, a furious warrior charges forward, swinging his massive weapon with a roar of pure rage. Kaoru effortlessly sways to the side, his movements unnaturally fluid as the giant attack misses him completely. Twisted grin spreads across Kaoru's face as he prepares to strike back. He lunges forward in a blur, stabbing the man without hesitation as blood splatters across the walls. His voice echoes with a chilling invocation, "Life Extinguisher!" Blood drips from Kaoru's blade as he withdraws it, the violent motion leaving the unfortunate victim collapsing behind him. Kaoru smirks coldly, mocking the dying man. He taunts him, saying he should have known better than to provoke someone like him. A notification chimes. Kaoru levels up again. He marvels at how much experience humans give, calling them easy prey compared to monsters. His triumphant laughter fills the air while he boasts that humans, lacking the desperation of monsters, are far easier to kill, fueling his resolve to hunt them without hesitation as his level rises from 36 to 37. Ikoma unleashes his power, his voice echoing through the chamber as he shouts the command. Purple fragments of energy swirl violently around him as gravity bends to his will. A dense orb of gravitational force forms in Ikoma's hand, vibrating with power. The air distorts around him as the spell intensifies, the sound of raw energy vibrating like a pulse. The Jack-in-the-Box monster shrieks in agony as the crushing force slams it against the ground. Its figure distorts under the weight of increasing gravity, unable to withstand the sudden pressure. A system window flashes into view, confirming their victory. Jack-in-the-Box, LV.27, defeated. Satsuki looks timidly at Ikoma, clutching her staff as she murmurs that she's only been casting spells behind him, yet she somehow gained so many levels. Both their level-up notifications appear. Satsuki Kisagari, level up, 2022. Ikoma Ichinose, level up, 2627. Satsuki blushes, feeling guilty she contributed so little. Satsuki apologizes, ashamed that she gained so much despite doing so little. She insists he probably could have handled everything alone. Ikoma walks ahead calmly, reassuring her that it only feels easy because they haven't encountered any powerful monsters yet. Once you understand monster behavior, he explains, they're not hard to defeat. Ikoma reminds her seriously that her class, the Enchantress, is actually quite powerful. Satsuki glances away shyly, still unsure despite his encouragement. Satsuki, noticing Ikoma's fatigue, asks if they should leave now. She points out that he's used up a lot of mana. Ikoma nods in agreement, admitting she's right. His status window appears, showing Ikoma Ichinose, LV.27, HP, 4157 MP, 1645. He revealed that his secret to enhance strength lay in the careful manipulation of gravity. The girl, already drained and anxious, reminds him of the guild's warning, that she's required to leave the portal once her mana drops below 50%. Despite her concern, he answers with calm certainty, simply saying he understands. Then flashes a confident grin and announces that it's time for them to attempt that, the mysterious plan he hinted at earlier. She looks up at him in confusion, repeating the word with hesitation, unsure what he's referring to. Suddenly, a clown goblin emerges from the misty surroundings, laughing in a shrill, unsettling tone. Its star-patterned pants, jester hat, and twisted grin make its appearance all the more disturbing, and a system window identifies it as a level 24 monster. He shifts into a ready stance as the monster approaches, his expression turning serious. With focus sharpened, he asks her if she's ready for what comes next. Before she can react, he lunges forward, restraining the clown goblin with a swift, practiced motion. The monster chokes out a pained cry as he holds it firmly in place. With urgency, he orders her to use mana drain immediately. She freezes for a moment, wide-eyed and startled by the suddenness of the situation. The sight of him holding a struggling monster so casually leaves her momentarily speechless. Making the monsters unable to move and extracts mana from them makes you generate a lot of mana, and the mana drain skill can be used to transfer that energy directly into a party member, an effective method of sharing resources. Back in reality, she nervously asks if he could at least cover the monster's face next time, clearly creeped out by its grotesque expression. He responds matter-of-factly that he can't knock a monster unconscious without using a skill, leaving little room for alternatives. Finally, she raises her staff and unleashes mana drain. Blue energy floods the room, swirling around her like a rising tide. Streams of mana flow from the restrained monster, through him, and into her spell as she channels the ability with newfound determination. The task completed, Ikoma turns away calmly, as if the ordeal were nothing. Beside him, the girl steals an uneasy glance back at the fallen monster, her expression conflicted. Though she follows him, she can't help but feel sorry for the creature they had just defeated. The clown-like monster lies sprawled lifeless on the tiled floor, its twisted limbs and still form a grim reminder of the battle just moments before. The eerie silence that follows is punctuated only by the thud of its body settling. Steeling herself, Satsuki steps forward. Her face flushes as she announces that she's ready to begin transferring mana. Her companion looks back at her, unimpressed. He points out her embarrassment, urging her not to make the situation awkward. Flustered, she stammers an apology. Two settle on the ground, and she gently presses her hand against his shoulder. A soft blue glow rises between them as the mana transfer begins, flowing from her fingertips into his body. Moments later, He examines his status with a satisfied smile. The transfer had worked. His mana has climbed significantly, giving him a much-needed boost. She frowns thoughtfully, noting that despite all the effort, the gains weren't as high as she expected. For all the time they invested, the mana earned felt surprisingly small. Responds with enthusiasm rather than disappointment. If the results were lacking, then the solution was simple. They would just drain mana from 6 more goblins. His excitement catches her completely off guard. Her eyes widen in shock as she repeats his outrageous number. But he only shrugs, insisting it's the perfect opportunity for both of them to level up. Without hesitation, he charges into battle once more. With a fierce shout, his blade slices through the air, cutting cleanly through another goblin. The impact echoes with a sharp, decisive slash. After striking down the 6th goblin, he lowered his blade with calm confidence. He glanced back at her and asked about her condition, while she admitted shakily that her mana was almost fully restored. A bright notification shimmered in the air, Satsuki Kisagari leveling up from 20 to 22, and Ikoma Ichinose from 26 to 27. Their combined effort had clearly paid off. Overjoyed, Satsuki's face lit up. To her, this pace of leveling felt incredible, an exhilarating rush that made exploration feel limitless. As she rested her hand on his back, Ikoma voiced a concern. Taking this long to recover mana in the middle of a dungeon, it was the kind of inefficiency that could easily lead to danger if something went wrong. He smiled, brushing off his worry. He felt he could fight monsters like these endlessly if he had to, and he was determined to ensure that neither of them would ever lose to something so basic. Satsuki stared at her status window, barely containing her excitement. Gaining this many levels in a single day felt surreal. The thrill bubbled out of her. This experience was unlike any portal expedition she had ever been on. Everything about it felt new, exhilarating, and overwhelmingly positive. Still, she reminded herself of the guild's warnings. They were always taught to avoid monsters too far above their rank. That was the iron rule for staying alive. He paused for a moment, thoughtful, as if weighing her words with his own understanding of the risks and the rewards. Then he finally replied with a composed tone. Rules like that, he said, were the guild's way of ensuring safety. But the two of them were already proving that they could go beyond those expectations. Pauses mid-stride, glancing back at her, and gently continues his explanation, saying that while caution is important, she will never truly grow stronger unless she challenges tougher monsters and gains experience firsthand. His words catch her off guard. She looks up at him, uncertainty flickering across her expression. Gradually, her gaze drifts downward, her face clouding with mixed feelings, doubt, worry, and the weight of what he just said. They continue walking deeper into the portal's grand, towering hallways. He observes their progress and notes aloud that they've made it surprisingly far. She hesitates before speaking, her voice small. From above, the two can be seen walking side by side through the immense corridor. She nervously asks whether they're truly going to clear the entire portal today. He stops in front of a massive door, and she slows behind him as he quietly announces that they've reached their destination. Towering door looms before them. He steps forward, hand raised toward it, and declares that this is what they came for. The boss of the theater of manic dreams lies just beyond. His fingers brush the handle, the faint sound of metal shifting echoing as he begins to push it open. With a confident grin, he remarks that reaching the boss room in only 2 days must have been far quicker than anyone from the ministry expected. She freezes behind him, her voice trembling as she repeats his words, "Boss monster," admitting she's never seen one up close before. Her staff shakes slightly in her grip as fear creeps in. Ikoma's intense gaze locked onto his companion, his serious tone probing as he asked if anxiety was creeping in. He glances at her with a teasing calmness, suggesting lightly that if she was too scared, they could simply call it a day. Her reaction is immediate. She jolts in panic, clutching her staff tightly as she bursts out a flustered, "No." Memory flashes in her mind. Her friend Aoi yelling at her, frustration written across her face. Aoi had gotten angry because she had always backed out whenever a fight appeared. The image of her own timid figure lingers in her thoughts. With her head lowered, she tries to gather her courage, admitting quietly that there's something she needs to say. She lifts her voice, still trembling, declaring that she doesn't want to be that fearful person anymore. Light floods around her as she places a hand on her chest, eyes filled with earnest resolve. She wants to change. She wants to grow. Looking up at him, she explains further, She wants to change so she can be someone who can truly help him. Her voice rings with conviction as she vows to support him with whatever ability she has, giving it everything she can. Looking up at him, she explains further. She wants to change so she can be someone who can truly help him. He meets her gaze, softened by her determination, and with a warm smile, he answers her resolve. That's the spirit. Then, clasping his hands together, he rallies them both. Now, let's bring down that boss monster. Oi hesitates, her expression clouded with worry. Even after mustering her courage earlier, doubts tug at her again as she murmurs uncertainly, unable to hide her anxiety. Her hesitation spills out in questions. She looks up at him timidly, asking whether he's really sure about the plan, and whether what they have prepared will truly be enough. He answers without hesitation. With an easy, confident smile, he tells her not to worry, reminding her to recall what he'd told her before. His reassurance is calm but firm, carrying the weight of someone certain of the outcome. His words echo in her mind as he explains that the boss monster ahead will be no problem, especially because she's an enchantress. His confidence in her ability lights a spark of hope. Together, the two of them walk down the metal-lined corridor toward the massive door ahead. The atmosphere grows heavier as they approach, but they move forward side by side. Suddenly, laughter erupts from the darkness beyond, manic, echoing, and oppressive. Both of them freeze for a moment as the unsettling sound fills the chamber. The source of the laughter reveals itself, the towering, twisted form of the dungeon's boss looming above them. The monstrous clown descends with wild amusement, its deranged cackling shaking the room. Notification flashes across their vision, identifying the creature. Theater of Manic Dreams, Boss Monster, Manic Clown, LV, 35. The grotesque figure grins widely as though welcoming its frightened guests. Satsuki grips her staff tightly, eyes wide with shock and fear. She gasps, recognizing immediately, this is the boss monster they came to fight. He looks up at the monster with resolve hardening in his expression. Determined smile forms as his thoughts settle on a single goal. Once they defeat this creature, everything will change. A crimson glow surrounds a wicked-looking blade, and in that moment the Ikoma's thoughts burn with anticipation. After everything, after 2 lives worth of struggle, he can almost taste victory. At long last, he thinks, I'll finally obtain the rare item I could never get in my past life. The scene shifts to the battlefield. With determination lighting his eyes, he steps forward and calls out boldly. He tells Satsuki to stick to the plan. This is the moment they've prepared for. Behind him, Satsuki steadies her grip on her staff, mirroring his resolve. Together they declare, let's do this. Satsuki snaps to attention, responding with newfound confidence. Okay, I got it, she says, raising her staff as she follows close behind. But from the shadows behind a massive steel door, another figure secretly observes them, eyes sharp, face obscured by darkness. The hidden figure steps forward just enough for his presence to be undeniable. His red hair and piercing eyes gleam ominously through the crack in the door, and the weight of his stare makes it clear he has been watching them for a while. Then, a faint but unmistakable smirk curls across his lips. Whatever he's planning, whatever he's waiting for, it's already in motion, and he seems very pleased. The manic clown towers over them, cackling wildly as its massive hand stretches outward, the echo of its manic laughter filling the chamber with an unsettling, feverish energy. Ikoma instinctively steps in front of Satsuki, one arm held protectively across her, as the two brace themselves beneath the looming threat of the monstrous clown. Without hesitation, Ikoma bursts forward in a sprint, charging straight toward the clown while Satsuki stays behind, her staff glowing faintly as she prepares for her part of the plan. As he runs, Ikoma steels himself. The strategy is clear in his mind. He will force the boss monster to focus solely on him, drawing all its aggression, while Satsuki maintains distance and waits for the crucial moment to act. He reminds himself of the boss monster's overwhelming advantages, its enormous pool of health and rapid regeneration. A direct fight would be hopeless against an enemy that stubbornly refuses to stay down. The stats flash through his mind. The clown's full health bar, its high mana, and its steady recovery rate. Compared to that, his and Satsuki's levels and remaining HP seem almost laughably small. A head-on clash is impossible. Knowing this, Ikoma commits fully to their unorthodox approach. If raw strength won't defeat it, they'll have to rely on clever maneuvering and carefully timed skills. The clown gathers power, unleashing a fiery blast downward with explosive force. Ikoma rushes to intercept, the heat washing over him as he avoids the attack by mere inches. Calling upon his unique ability, Ikoma shouts the command. Gravity suddenly loosens around him. His movements sharpen, becoming swift and weightless as he darts through the incoming barrage, weaving just out of reach. With his body gliding effortlessly through altered gravity, Ikoma measures the distance. At 5 feet away, he knows he can continue dodging its follow-up attacks. Now it is up to Satsuki to deliver her opening move, Mana Drain, and weaken the boss from the shadows. Satsuki stood resolute, her eyes fixed on an imposing adversary as she raised her staff, dark energy spiraling around her with ominous intent. The clown's expression twists into a grotesque grin as a red glow fills its lone eye. Even as Satsuki's Mana Drain spell wraps around it, the monster begins to snicker, as though amused by their efforts. Satsuki stiffens in alarm. She can feel it, something is wrong. Her spell is landing, yet the clown's presence suddenly surges, sending a chill up her spine. Ikoma shouts urgently, warning her before the danger fully reaches her. His voice cuts through the chaos as he orders Satsuki to retreat to safety. Satsuki turns, seeing the clown's entire body distort with gathering energy. She quickly recognizes the pattern. Its signature teleportation attack is about to activate. She cries out in acknowledgement, bracing herself. The monster erupts into manic laughter, its form pulsing with red magic circles. Its power spikes dangerously, filling the room with a suffocating pressure. Ikoma's voice rings out again. She must move before it traps her in a corner. The clown's eye shines like a blade as it completes the spell, then vanishes instantly, shifting locations with terrifying speed. Satsuki feels its presence behind her before she even turns. A massive shadow engulfs her, signaling the monster's sudden appearance right at her back. Without hesitation, she bolts forward, sprinting as fast as she can while clutching her staff. The clown hurls a blazing attack after her, the floor erupting into flame where she stood moments ago. The monster roars, unleashing a torrent of fire that chases her relentlessly. The heat licks at her cloak as she runs, narrowly avoiding the consuming flames. Just as the inferno threatens to swallow her whole, Ikoma's voice cuts through the blast. He charges in from the side, unleashing his own power as he taunts the clown, reclaiming its attention and pulling its murderous focus off Satsuki. The clown's manic laughter fills the air, its distorted face stretching wide with glee as the flames around it surge hotter. The arena trembles under the echoing ha-ha-ha, the sound more unhinged than ever. Ikoma launches himself forward, leaping through the torrent of light and fire. Energy crackles around his arm as he twists mid-air, shouting sharply as he brings his power down toward the monster. Satsuki watches the fiery impact with widening eyes, clutching her staff. She realizes just how dangerous their opponent has become. Its flame attack is far faster than she expected, darting across the battlefield like a living inferno. Feeling the heat closing in on her, she decides to pull back for the moment. A streak of violet energy slices upward as Ikoma steps away, creating distance while keeping his focus on the clown's movements. The clown's laughter rises again, echoing through the darkened hall. Its oversized hat flaps wildly as it dives downward, preparing yet another unpredictable strike, reveling in the chaos it spreads. A blinding surge of red energy bursts outward. The clown's body twists unnaturally as it teleports again, its presence flickering like a nightmare trapped between frames, surrounding Ikoma with explosive magical force. Ikoma realizes the truth immediately. The monster has used its teleportation attack twice in succession. That shouldn't be possible. His expression sharpens as he braces himself for whatever comes next. From across the battlefield, Satsuki cries out to him, panic tightening her voice. Fear and urgency flicker across her face as she sees the attack closing in faster than she can react. But Ikoma doesn't hesitate. Power swells inside him, glowing violet as he opens his mouth and unleashes a command. Reverse gravity, forcing the force of his skill into the raging battlefield. The world erupts. A massive explosion blossoms beneath them, swallowing the arena in a roaring wave of fire and sound. Shockwaves ripple outward, blasting everything with scorching light as the battle surges into its most intense moment yet. The jester monster darts its gaze from side to side, its bulbous eyes glinting with eerie amusement. Flickering flames and drifting embers reflect off its painted grin as it scans the battlefield, searching for its next target. A shrill, childlike giggle escapes the creature, its silhouette framed by swirling firelight. Its laughter echoes unnaturally, as though delighted by the chaos and destruction around it. But above the monster, wrapped in coils of violet gravity energy, Ikoma descends from the air, upside down, sword held in a reverse grip. From his vantage point, the jester looks small, unaware. Too bad, he mutters inwardly while his presence distorts the air. I'm over here. The monster freezes. Its expression warps, red light seeping from its single pupil. Its cheerfulness twists into something far more sinister, rage and bloodlust sharpening its smile like a blade. Ikoma hangs suspended as gravity warps around him, the faint hum of his magic vibrating in the air. Despite the monster's hostility, he remains calm. The battle is rougher than he expected, but everything is still unfolding exactly the way he planned. A flashback of their strategy appears. Across from him, Satsuki clutches her staff nervously, her voice small and uncertain. Does that mean we won't attack the boss monster? She wonders, trying to understand their strategy. Ikoma meets her gaze, his expression serious. He recalls what he studied about this boss, the way its magic operates, the patterns behind its erratic behavior. This creature specializes in rapid-fire spells. Every attack is dangerously quick. He visualizes the flames erupting around them. If they were to approach too slowly, they'd be engulfed instantly. Its fire magic punishes hesitation and gives no second chances. But distance is no solution either. Any ranged attack only provokes the boss to teleport, closing the gap in an instant. Its movement is unpredictable, violent, and impossibly fast. Even so, Ikoma knows the truth. This boss, for all its chaotic abilities and overwhelming power, possesses one fatal weakness, and he intends to exploit it perfectly. Satsuki raises her staff high, blue energy surging from its tip as a vortex of magic spirals around her. With determination in her voice, she unleashes her spell, Mana Drain, sending tendrils of power streaking toward the clown. The manic clown recoils as the spell grips it, its painted grin twisting into a look of strain. Its body trembles, mana being ripped away as dark energy crackles around it. A chilling shriek tears out of the creature as its eye widens in panic. The spell is working, its reserves are being drained faster than it can react. Satsuki suddenly realizes her mistake. Her eyes widen as she senses the shift in danger, whispering, "Oh no!" The clown is too close now, closer than she intended. Fear flashes across her face as she clutches her staff tighter. She knows she's stepped into the monster's attack range. Ikoma can't protect me anymore. I got too close. From above, Ikoma shouts with urgency, yet his voice carries confidence. With a sharp grin, he says, "It's about time." His descent accelerates as purple energy streams around him. A violent surge of movement tears through the air. Magic symbols warp and distort as the clown attempts a teleportation strike. The world blurs in flashing crimson lines. The girl flinches and braces herself, squeezing her eyes shut as the oppressive magic rushes past her. She senses the killing blow incoming. But instead of teleporting behind her, the clown reappears some distance away, staggering as magical steam rises from its body. Tries to cast, but nothing happens. Its mana circle flickers uselessly. "Huh?" she murmurs, confused. Ikoma's voice rings out triumphantly. He knows exactly what happened. The clown can no longer use its magic. It's been drained dry, and without mana it can't teleport, can't attack. The monster is helpless. Ikoma observed with grave seriousness, realizing that both the creature's flame attack and its teleportation demanded an immense expenditure of mana. Ikoma gripped his sword, recalling that the manic clown could only launch an attack by activating its skills. The manic clown escaped forward with wild laughter, startling a small girl clutching her magical staff as fear and surprise collided in her wide eyes. A surge of violet energy wrapped around Ikoma as he lunged forward, his body cutting through the darkness like a streak of light. His focus was absolute, every muscle honed toward the incoming strike. With a sudden jolt, his foot slammed against the ground, propelling him upward. The momentum ignited an explosive swirl of purple mana around him as he prepared to unleash his next attack. He rocketed downward from above, engulfed in a raging torrent of crimson and violet energy. His eyes sharpened as he gathered the full force of his skill, shouting its name without hesitation, Meteor Drop. The impact was catastrophic. A violent burst of energy collided into the clown's enormous body, the shockwave tearing through the air and shaking the arena with a deafening wham. As the smoke swirled around them, the air crackled with residual mana. Ikoma assessed the aftermath, noting how sluggish the monster had become, its movements slow, almost lumbering. It relied too heavily on skills for even basic motion. He descended onto the battlefield, landing beside the fallen clown. Towering over it, he pointed his sword downward with cold certainty. "You can't get away from me," he declared. Across the battlefield, Satsuki gathered her remaining strength. Shadows curled tightly around her staff as she summoned another spell, her body spinning with controlled precision. Dark energy condensed into a dense sphere at the head of her staff, humming violently before she released it. "Shadow Ball!" she cried, launching the swirling mass with lethal force. The attack struck true, exploding against the clown's side. Its massive body lurched backward as smoke billowed upward, mixing with the lingering haze of mana. The manic clown was stunned as it was hit by the attack. Without wasting a second, Ikoma surged forward again. "Increase gravity," he commanded. With a heavy roar of power, he shot upward, then plummeted toward the clown with incredible speed, blade drawn for a decisive slash. The massive shadow looms before him, its form dissolving into smoke. With his blade lowered at his side, he calmly acknowledges the fallen foe, the boss monster of the theater of manic dreams. The final announcement echoes through the air. The boss has been defeated. Light flickers around him, digits rising as experience pours in. His level surges from 27 to 30 in an instant, granting him a fresh set of skill points. He smiles, satisfied. "All right." Satsuki rushes toward him, her face glowing with disbelief and excitement. She can barely contain her joy as she exclaims that they actually defeated the boss. Her staff trembles in her grip as she asks what their next step should be. He explains matter-of-factly that the portal won't stay open forever. They'll need to leave before it shuts down. At his words, she freezes, panic setting in as her imagination jumps to the worst possibility: getting trapped inside. He reassures her with a relaxed tone. There's no reason to hurry. The portal will remain open for half a day more, and with the boss gone, there won't be any monsters left to threaten them. Realizing this, she awkwardly laughs at her own overreaction, rubbing the back of her head. She admits she had no idea things worked that way. A sudden burst of golden smoke sweeps past her. She startles as the glowing haze spirals, forming something within it. Alarmed, she calls out to him, pointing at the phenomenon. But he only steps forward with anticipation shining in his eyes, whispering that it has finally appeared. From within the radiant vortex, a beautifully crafted sword slowly emerges, gleaming with pink gems and wrapped in shimmering purple light. It is the loot rewarded for defeating the boss, the legendary clown blade. As he lifts the weapon, its weight feels natural in his grasp. The synergy between the blade and his gravity-based abilities is unmistakable. So perfect, in fact, that the combination feels almost unfair, like a hack granted by fate itself. In the dim glow of the dungeon's lingering light, the girl watched the newly acquired weapon, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asks if this is truly the weapon he wanted, prompting him to confirm with a resolute nod. The golden blade hangs suspended in radiant light, as though acknowledging its new owner. A detailed window materializes, identifying the weapon, Clown Blade, C rank. Its stats shimmer brightly, attack plus 11, and below it, special properties highlight its unique advantages. The girl beams with excitement, thrilled that the boss monster dropped such an impressive C rank weapon, her enthusiasm practically overflowing. But as she looks closer, her brows furrow. Despite its rarity, the weapon's listed features seem rather average to her. Ikoma, however, calmly corrects her. It's actually an amazing perk. He explained that while rank and attack damage were merely bonuses, the item's true value lay in its unique effect. Illuminated by a radiance, the ornate dagger shimmered with unrestrained power. Ikoma explained that this weapon could amplify the strength of skill-dependent classes, its overwhelming potential threatening to upend the balance of their world. Ikoma describes how gravity users are vulnerable while switching between skills, forced to burn large amounts of mana during constant usage. He admits that this blade perfectly compensates for these weaknesses, reducing delays and mana consumption, smoothing over the gravity user's natural limitations. The girl listens intently, finally understanding the deeper importance of the weapon. With a soft expression and a small gasp, she nods gently and murmurs, "I see," absorbing every word, recalling that in a previous life, it was this very weapon that had propelled its hunter to the coveted rank A. Ikoma calmly explained to his attentive companion how, by taking possession of the slender, pointed item, he had prevented its previous owner from becoming a criminal and cleverly averted a greater disaster. Ikoma grips the newly acquired blade, the red gem embedded in its hilt beginning to glow faintly as if reacting to his touch. Satsuki observes him carefully, explaining that the weapon's abilities are strong enough to cover the weaknesses he struggles with. Her eyes widen in shock as a sudden realization hits her, the color draining from her face. Panicked, Satsuki blurts out her concern, asking if this means Ikoma no longer needs her by his side. Ikoma immediately reassures her, saying he wants to continue working with her, as long as she's willing, and clarifies that the weapon won't solve his mana problems. Relieved, Satsuki loosens up, letting out a small sigh as she murmurs that she's glad to hear it. But soon her expression shifts again. She eyes the glowing sword with growing wariness, clearly troubled by something. Satsuki puffs up in frustration, declaring that the sword is now her rival, much to Ikoma's confusion. Ikoma shifts his attention to his translucent status screen, noting that he's gained levels and needs to assign his newly earned skill points. He reflects silently, deciding there's no point investing in weaker abilities. If he wants to reach the top, he should pour everything into skills exclusive to gravity users. With a firm nod, he makes his decision. Ikoma taps the glowing confirm button on his status screen. The interface chimes as the selection locks in. He calmly murmurs that his choices look good. A system window appears, informing him that gravity magic has risen to level 2, costing 10 skill points. Another window follows. Gravity manipulation has reached level 3, using 15 more skill points. Ikoma watches this with a focused expression. A bright announcement fills the screen. New skill acquired. Magic. Super gravity bullet. Grante. Ikoma reflects that, until now, he's relied mainly on gravity manipulation. He glances toward the clown blade, considering its usefulness. With this weapon, casting spells will become easier for him. Excitement rises between the two. Ikoma mentions the many skills he wants to try out, while Satsuki bounces with enthusiasm. She says this is the most exciting part. Suddenly, a slow clap echoes through the dungeon. A familiar voice laments arriving just a minute too late. Ikoma and Satsuki turn toward the sound. A red-haired young man steps from the shadows, clapping with a mocking smile. He comments that the duo has already defeated the boss. Leaning into the light, the man grins, exposing sharp canines. He remarks smugly that Ikoma must be quite strong. Ikoma watches him warily, thinking how perfectly, if annoyingly, timed this arrival is, and wonders whether he had been hiding with the sneak skill to observe the entire fight. Ikoma realizes what the red-haired hunter must have been doing. He concludes that the man hid himself to study the boss monster, likely convinced Ikoma and Satsuki would lose. It's the only explanation that makes sense to him. A memory surfaces. Ikoma recalls how he and Satsuki had been on the verge of defeat, collapsed on the floor while the towering clown monster loomed above them. Hiding nearby, the red-haired hunter had snickered as he watched their struggle. Ikoma reflects with certainty. That must have been the hunter's reasoning. He can only acknowledge, with a mix of irritation and disbelief, how impressive and calculating such a tactic is. Feeling a sour familiarity, Ikoma admits to himself that he has seen players like this before in his past life. People who use dirty tricks and opportunistic strategies to get ahead. He studies the red-haired hunter carefully. Despite the dim lighting, he sees him clearly and murmurs, "But you!" Something about the man's presence stirs an unsettling recognition in him. Ikoma's eyes widen slightly. The realization settles in. This stranger seems oddly familiar, as though connected to a memory he had hoped to forget. Then it hits him. This is Keiru Tsumibu, the player who once obtained the clown blade, and who slaughtered fellow hunters to take their loot. Horrified, Ikoma remembers that in his past life Keiru reached this place much later. The contradiction shocks him. How is this possible, he wonders. By now, Keiru should have been far behind in progression. Panic flickers across Ikoma's face. Keiru should not be here yet. Why is he here already? He thinks with alarm, as the implications start to spiral through his mind. And then the truth clicks. Keiru must have been lurking around the boss chamber from the start, waiting for someone to defeat the monster so he could swoop in and steal the loot. It's the same trick he used in Ikoma's past life, striking the exhausted victor when they were too worn down to resist. Satsuki notices Ikoma tense and asks what's wrong, but he forces a shaky smile, insisting it's nothing. Keiru strolls up casually, eyes fixed on the glowing weapon in Ikoma's hand. With an easy grin, he asks if that sword is the loot they obtained from defeating the boss monster. Keiru's smile widens with feigned friendliness as he leans in slightly, asking if he can take a closer look at the weapon. Ikoma forces a polite smile despite his unease. Trying not to show his suspicion, he nods and agrees to let Keiru examine the sword. A sinister smirk curls onto Keiru's lips, one hidden behind a mask of confidence. Internally, he mocks Ikoma, calling him a fool. Keiru's malicious thoughts spill over. He sneers at how naive Ikoma and Charlotte are, already planning to kill Ikoma once he gets the chance. His cruelty deepens as he imagines what he'd do after killing Ikoma. Play with Satsuki until he grows tired of her. His tongue flicks across his lips, revealing his vile intent. With both of them unaware of the danger rising, Keiru steps forward as if offering advice. He begins speaking casually, telling them they should really be more cautious. But mid-sentence, his expression snaps into one of murderous intent. In a sudden explosion of movement, he lunges at Ikoma, unleashing a deadly skill life extinguisher. Ikoma's eyes widen as instinct kicks in. His body reacts before his mind can process what's happening. He jolts out of place at the last possible moment. Keiru's blade slices through the space Ikoma had occupied only a heartbeat earlier. Their movements blur with speed as Ikoma ducks low, narrowly evading the killing blow while Keiru charges past. The red-haired man turns back with a smirk, amused rather than alarmed, as if he has just noticed something surprising. A soft, mocking "oh" slips from his lips, dripping with confidence. Before he can fully react, Ikoma is already in motion, lunging forward with blinding speed, blade drawn, his eyes sharp and intent. The attack comes so quickly it cuts through the air like a streak of light. But the red-haired killer leaps back effortlessly, avoiding the strike with almost playful ease. A wave of purple energy trails behind Ikoma's slash, carving across the space he had occupied an instant earlier. Ikoma lands tensely, shocked. He grits his teeth as the realization hits him. He missed. Internally, Ikoma curses, He had intended to injure the man before he could understand what was happening. Yet the opponent reacted faster than expected. His speed is far beyond what Ikoma anticipated. From the side, Satsuki watches in growing panic. She clutches her staff tightly as she realizes the frightening truth. Their enemy is much stronger than either of them imagined. The red-haired murderer steadies himself, looking mildly perplexed as if something about the situation doesn't add up. "That's weird," he mutters, casually rubbing his neck. Eyes narrowing, he looks at Ikoma with genuine curiosity. "How did you see what was coming?" he asks, unable to hide his surprise at Ikoma's earlier reaction. A twisted smile forms on his lips. He admits he had underestimated Ikoma, mistaking him for a simple fool, but now realizes his prey may be more capable than he initially thought. Satsuki calls out desperately, frightened by the sudden escalation. Ikoma quickly explains the truth. Their opponent isn't just hostile. He's the one who has been slaughtering hunters. Ikoma keeps his eyes on the red-haired attacker, his voice sharp and steady as he explains the situation to his companion. He identifies the man without hesitation. An assassin, someone trained to kill quickly and vanish without a trace. He elaborates further, noting how this profession naturally grants the man incredible speed and stealth, traits he had already demonstrated in the brief exchange they just survived. The assassin stands confidently before them, grinning as if amused by their conversation. His casual posture only highlights the danger he radiates, making it clear he enjoys their fear and confusion. The assassin's smirk widens. He admits that Ikoma's quick observation saves him the trouble of explaining anything himself, the amusement flickering in his red eyes. His smile fades into something colder as he quietly demands their compliance. He orders Ikoma to hand over the item, his tone leaving no room for refusal. He follows the threat with a chilling promise. If they obey, he claims he'll let them live. Both Ikoma and the girl stare back at him in tense silence, clearly unconvinced. Ikoma finally breaks that silence, his voice low and firm. He explains the true horror of crimes committed inside portals. No evidence is ever left behind. And with that truth laid bare, he makes it clear he doesn't believe the assassin intends to spare them at all. The assassin watched amazed as he heard the response. A smirk emerged in the assassin as he heard his response. He praised their cleverness, composure, and courage with a confident, almost mocking approval. Ikoma steps forward, posture firm and eyes steady, placing himself protectively in front of the trembling mage behind him. Behind him, she clutches her staff anxiously, watching the enemy with fear tightening her expression. A sinister smile spreads across the red-haired assassin's face as he leans forward slightly, voice dripping with malice. "You know what?" he taunts, his grin widening as he prepares to strike. With a roar of murderous excitement, the assassin lunges forward in a frenzy. Shadows coil around him as he draws both blades, screaming that he wants to watch them cough up blood on their way to hell. His killing intent thickens the air, rushing toward them like a violent storm. Ikoma's eyes narrow sharply, a cold fire igniting within them. His expression hardens, calm, unshaken, and resolute, as he readies himself to face the assassin's murderous charge head-on. Ikoma's eyes narrow with tension, a bead of sweat slipping down as he focuses intently on the danger before him. Facing the red-haired man, Ikoma stiffens. His internal voice admits the gravity of the situation. This is bad. The enemy stands confidently with a blade in his hand, amusement gleaming in his eyes. Ikoma recognizes him, Kaoru Tsumibu. The realization hits hard. This isn't just any opponent, it's someone far more dangerous. A chilling smile curves on Kaoru's face. The narration continues, revealing the truth Ikoma knows all too well. This man is the serial killer who once gained Clown Blade in Ikoma's past life. The notorious cursed weapon flashes into view, drenched in bloodshed and memories of violence. Kaoru steps forward, still smiling, as Ikoma reflects. He never considered that Kaoru might have been hiding inside the portal the entire time. He remembers the moment their blades met. In that instant, he understood Kaoru's strength far exceeds his own. Right now, there's no possible way he can win. Satsuki calls out softly, "Ikoma, her voice trembling. Ikoma remains silent, weighing the danger. But with a sudden, urgent command, Ikoma snaps at her to stay behind him. Satsuki flinches, gripping her staff tightly, startled by the intensity in his voice. Ikoma explains the brutal truth. Assassins are swift and deadly, capable of devastating critical damage when they catch someone off guard. A mental image of a victim being cut down flashes through Irina's mind. He warns her, if Kaoru gets close, she'll be the first to die. As an enchantress, she's a support class with little means to survive in close-quarters combat. Satsuki trembles, fear overtaking her as she realizes the terrifying reality. Ikoma steps protectively in front of Satsuki, keeping his eyes locked on the red-haired assassin. His voice stays firm as he instructs her to stay far away. He knows how dangerous the enemy is, even a single misstep could be fatal. Ikoma's tense expression reveals a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He acknowledges to himself that taking down this opponent alone won't be easy. Despite that realization, Ikoma refuses to let Satsuki confront the killer. He glances back at her, his resolve firm. She can't face someone like this. His thoughts continue as he analyzes the situation. The enemy holds a decisive advantage in both class matchup and level. The assassin twirls his blades with casual confidence, smoke swirling around him. Ikoma's internal reasoning concludes grimly, beyond the class advantage, the killer's skills and experience far exceed theirs. The assassin grips the handle of a knife with unsettling enthusiasm. Ikoma notes the real problem. This man relishes violence. Red-haired killer bursts into manic laughter, his eyes glowing with twisted delight. He knows Satsuki will freeze in terror at the horrific acts he's capable of, and he revels in that fear. Ikoma grits his teeth, purple energy swirling around him. He casts his spell, Reduce Gravity, and quickly moves to intercept the assassin's attack, their weapons meeting with a violent crash. The killer blocks effortlessly, amused by Ikoma's skill. He taunts him with a sinister grin, remarking on how unexpectedly good Ikoma is with a sword. Then the killer leans in close, whispering his cruel advantage. Ikoma has never killed anyone. He, however, has slain dozens. With a wild slash, he claims that this brutal experience is why Ikoma can never defeat him in a real battle. Kaoru smiles with predatory amusement, his eyes gleaming with malice. In his mind, he muses how most people crumble under pressure. Ikoma blocks the incoming strike with a sharp, focused glare. With a determined grunt, he pushes back against Kaoru's attack. Most people can't withstand the intense pressure of real combat. Under stress, they falter and make fatal mistakes. Ikoma lunges forward with astonishing speed, his blade streaking through the air in violet light. Kaoru barely avoids the attack, startled. Kaoru's expression twists in shock as he realizes something alarming. Ikoma isn't scared. In fact, the boy seems completely composed. Ikoma stands tall, illuminated by swirling cosmic light. He not only remains calm, he adapts, responding to Kaoru's movements more smoothly with each exchange. Satsuki watches wide-eyed from behind, trembling. Kaoru is forced to confront the absurd truth. This supposedly low-level boy is actually pushing him back. Satsuki's eyes widen as she realizes something deeper. Dark energy drifts in the air as she watches Ikoma from behind. Ikoma isn't only intelligent and knowledgeable, he's also incredibly strong. Bathed in radiant gold, Ikoma stands unwavering with the clown blade in hand. He silently reflects in relief. He managed to obtain the clown blade just in time. Ikoma feels the surge of power flowing through the clown blade, noting how its unique properties reduce his skill activation delays. As steel crashes against steel, he shifts gravity around his body with precision, countering the red-haired attacker's relentless strikes. He acknowledges to himself that, without the sword, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the incoming assault. The weapon flickers with radiant sparks as it channels his mana more efficiently than anything he has ever wielded. Ikoma realizes that he would have already run dry of mana if the blade didn't dramatically reduce his mana consumption. The sword glows with sharpened light, enhancing his ability to respond faster and stronger each time. Across from him, the red-haired fighter snarls in frustration and rage. "Playtime is over," he roars, his voice echoing through the battlefield as the tension spikes. Kaoru throws his head back, inhaling deeply as if summoning something frightening from within. His body trembles with rising energy as he prepares to unleash his true strength. With a violent burst of motion, he charges forward, promising to show Ikoma what he's truly capable of. Shadows flare around him as he darts in with deadly intent. The red-haired attacker thrusts forward, launching a swift and lethal technique. A streak of crimson energy races across the air toward Ikoma. "Poison Needle," he declares, releasing a razor-thin projectile designed to end the battle instantly. It whistles through the air, aimed directly at Ikoma's heart. Ikoma's eyes widen for only a moment, then he moves. In an instant, he intercepts the deadly needle with a precise swing, deflecting it in a ringing clash that sends it spinning harmlessly away. Keru attacker freezes in shock, unable to believe what just happened. He demands an explanation how Ikoma could possibly anticipate and block such a swift, long-range strike. Before he can recover, Ikoma is already closing the distance, blade flashing in a sharp, cutting arc. Keru recoils, clutching his chest as pain surges through him. His expression twists in frustration and disbelief, a strained "ugh" escaping as he struggles to steady himself. Snarling through gritted teeth, he forces himself upright. Rage burns in his scarlet eyes as he shouts that his opponent merely got lucky, his pride refusing to accept what just happened. He launches forward again with renewed fury, declaring that luck won't save his enemy a second time. The air distorts with the force of his movement as he darts in like a crimson blur. But his opponent stands there, composed and unfazed. Bathed in a calm, radiant glow, Ikoma looks down on him with quiet confidence, as though already knowing the outcome. Assassin's eyes widen. This is his chance. He unleashes his finishing move, Life Extinguisher, thrusting forward with lethal intent. The attack cuts through the air like a red streak aimed straight for his opponent's throat. But before the strike can land, the blue-haired boy's eyes flash with cosmic power. "Increase gravity," he commands, his voice echoing as a surge of dense force erupts outward. The gravitational wave slams into the assassin like a wall. His dagger is ripped from his hand mid-attack, and the overwhelming pressure forces him backward, completely breaking his stance. The assassin crashes to the ground, choking and clutching his chest under the crushing weight. He can barely breathe, wheezing out pained cries as the gravity binds him in place. Standing over him, Ikoma analyzes the technique that was used against him. He calmly explains that the assassin's skill accelerates the user's arm along the quickest path to the target's neck, a simple but deadly motion. The assassin trembles, eyes wide with shock. How did his opponent see through a lethal assassin technique so easily? Meanwhile, Ikoma stands tall, explaining that the simplicity of the attack also makes it predictable, too predictable. Ikoma's calm voice cuts through the tension as he warns his opponent, stating that if he were in the assassin's place, he wouldn't rely on that skill when facing true enemies. Satsuki leaps into action, her staff raised as she spins forward, moving to intercept the red-haired attacker. Her sudden movement forces the wounded assassin to shift his attention. With determination on her face, she unleashes her spell. Blue and black energy swirls in her palm as she shouts the incantation, "Shadow Ball," sending a wave of dark force surging toward the enemy. The shadow attack bursts forth with explosive force. The assassin reacts quickly, dodging as the swirling darkness tears across the floor, flooding the area with pressure. Keru staggers as the aftershock hits him. His legs wobble, pain rippling through his body, and he lets out a strained cry as he struggles to stay upright. Ikoma closes in with lightning speed, sword raised high. He swings downward, and the assassin, eyes wide in panic, manages only to shout "No!" before the blade descends. A brilliant slash cleaves through the air, leaving a glowing arc in its wake. The strike cuts across the assassin's face with brutal precision, blood scattering as the force of the blow sends him reeling. A horrific scream echoes as the assassin clutches his face. Blood splatters across the walls and floor. "My eye!" he cries in agony, overwhelmed by the pain. Still clutching the destroyed eye, he trembles with fury. Through clenched teeth, he growls accusations. How dare the protagonist slash his eye, rage boiling beneath his pain. The protagonist silently observes him, analyzing the fight with cold clarity. He notes inwardly that he can now counter all of the assassin's movements and see through every one of his tricks. Ikoma narrows his eyes sharply. Although he maintains the upper hand, a pressing concern lingers in his mind. The real issue now is his dwindling mana. He reflects grimly on the aftermath of the boss fight. Most of his mana had been consumed earlier, and his current status window reflects the harsh reality. HP just barely over half, and MP hanging by a thread. He knows the truth, at this rate he'll run out of mana completely. And once that happens, he won't be able to rely on his abilities at all. He knows the truth, at this rate he'll run out of mana completely. And once that happens, he won't be able to rely on his abilities at all. Determined to end things before that happens, he bursts forward in a sudden sprint, blade in hand. His opponent shouts from ahead, vowing to finish him off first. Eru clutches his wounded eye, staggering back in pain. Rage twists his expression. He can't understand what's going wrong. Still holding his bleeding eye, he glares at the protagonist. Confusion and fury mix in his voice, as he wonders why defeating this one person feels so impossibly difficult. His mind races in panic. It feels like the blue-haired boy can read him, anticipating every move he makes, countering every attempt without fail. How could someone be so overwhelmingly strong? Suddenly, propelled by that same sense of dread, he darted through the red-lit gloom. His determination sharpened as he insisted to himself that something was deeply wrong. Fear spikes. This isn't how the fight should be going. His thoughts spiral as the protagonist's form blurs, shifting unpredictably. He can barely track him at all. Realization hits too late. The protagonist has slipped directly into his blind spot. Before he can react, the floor cracks under the force of a sudden movement, shadow step, as the attack comes rushing toward him. His eyes steeled with determination as a sharp breath signaled his silent resolve. A sweeping arc of violet energy bursts outward as the protagonist swings his blade with full force. The slash tears through the air, leaving a brilliant trail that illuminates the battlefield. Watching him, the red-haired attacker narrows his one remaining eye. He realizes the tide has shifted. His opponent now clearly holds the advantage. Yet confusion fills his thoughts. If the blue-haired fighter is winning, then why is he moving with such urgency? Why does he seem so desperate to end things quickly? A slow, unsettling grin spreads across the red-haired man's face, his confidence returning despite his injury. Ikoma steadies himself with his sword, exhaling. At last, he understands. He's grateful he waited for the attacker to defeat the boss monster first. Everything makes sense now. Standing protectively in front of the frightened girl, he acknowledges his enemy with begrudging respect. You're strong, he thinks. If things were different, you might have been hailed a hero. The red-haired opponent suddenly stomps the ground with a violent jolt, interrupting the moment. His eye widens with madness. That, he growls, voice warping with rage, will never happen. His expression twists into something feral as dark red aura erupts around him, the air vibrating with murderous intent. Leaning forward with crazed delight, he declares with a wide, blood-smeared grin, "Because you'll die right here." His laughter echoes wildly, consuming the space. His sinister laughter echoed through the emptiness, setting an ominous tone. A manic, echoing laughter splits the air. BWHHHA, as the red-haired attacker barrels forward with wild delight. His crazed grin fills the frame while his blade crashes violently against Ikoma's sword. Ikoma braces himself, absorbing the relentless blows. Each strike sends jarring vibrations through his arms. Clang, clank, clank, as he struggles to keep up with the frenzied assault. Suddenly, a surge of shadowy energy blooms behind Ikoma. Satsuki thrusts her hand forward, eyes fierce as dark magic gathers at her palm. She conjures a swirling mass of darkness. Her spell, Shadow Ball, crackles to life. The Shadow Ball launches forward with a violent whoosh. Keiru turns his head just in time, watching the spiraling vortex of magic closing in on him. But before the spell can connect, he melts into motion. His figure blurs, vanishing into streaks of shadow step, weaving between bursts of darkness. His movements tear through the air with swish and swoosh, making him almost impossible to track. In the midst of the chaos, the girl's eyes widen. A sharp gasp escapes her as she loses sight of him entirely. She freezes, trembling slightly. Her gaze drifts down to the staff in her hand. No, she thinks bitterly. I'm not being helpful at all. Fear and frustration settle heavily in her chest. The fight continues without pause. Ikoma exchanges blisteringly fast blows with his opponent, steel flashing, shadows swirling. The red-haired man strikes force Ikoma backward, step by step. Panting hard, Ikoma grits his teeth, refusing to yield. The girl watches with growing anxiety, clutching her hands together. Ikoma was winning earlier, she realizes, heart pounding. But now he's getting pushed back. A crazed voice cuts through the air. I love this. The attacker's blood-smeared mouth twists into a delighted scream as the battle becomes increasingly vicious. Steel flashed as Ikoma and his opponent's swords collided in a tense, dramatic clash, each driven by the unspoken truth that only one could emerge victorious from such a rare and worthy duel. Kaoru grins with wild excitement, shouting for them to savor the battle while it lasts. With a sharp, taunting edge in his voice, he demands to know how his opponent plans to handle what's coming next. Ikoma bursts forward in a sudden, swift motion. A streak of violet energy trails before him as he swings, forcing his enemy to sway back to avoid the blow. The red-haired man slips just out of reach, and Ikoma glances over his shoulder, sweat beading as he realizes the attack didn't land cleanly. His opponent laughs triumphantly. He jeers that Ikoma missed him, even as Ikoma's momentum keeps him moving past the point of impact. But before the red-haired fighter can fully gloat, Ikoma snaps back around. In one fluid strike, his kick connects brutally, catching his enemy completely off guard. The man's head jerks back, blood splattering from the sudden hit. His voice cracks with a strained groan as the pain finally registers. Ikoma lunges again with vicious speed. Recovering immediately, Kaoru is forced backward, narrowly dodging as the kick slices through the air. From a distance, the red-haired fighter taunts him again. He remarks mockingly that Ikoma seems to have plenty of tricks hidden away. Ikoma steadies his breath as gravity swirls around him. He explains to himself that by using gravity reduction, he can make his body lighter, freeing him for swift and agile maneuvers. Golden and violet energy intensifies around him. With his weight lessened, Ikoma launches into clean, acrobatic strikes, using his enhanced mobility to counter an attack with precise, powerful blows. As the sword fight rages on and Ikoma deftly dodges and blocks every move Tsumabu makes, he realizes with rising tension that his mana reserves are beginning to dwindle, leaving him vulnerable. Tsumabu continues his relentless assault, blades flashing as he tries to overwhelm him, but every strike is met with a sharp, ringing deflection. Still, amid the flurry of clashes, Tsumabu notices something. He realizes it before anyone else does. His opponent's mana is starting to run dangerously low. Sensing this shift, Tsumabu suddenly lunges forward with manic energy, a crazed smile stretching across his face as he leaps into the air. He erupts into laughter, exhilarated by the opening he believes he's found, convinced the fight is already turning in his favor. He observes the faint glow around his opponent and recognizes what's happening. An active skill is being used, one that enhances the boy's physical strength. Tsumabu analyzes the situation quickly. His opponent might be boosting his abilities, but he can't possibly sustain that skill for long. Once it ends, that will be the moment he moves in for the kill. With a sinister smile, Tsumabu voices his conclusion. He knows the boy can't keep this pace up forever. Meanwhile, the ground erupts in debris as Ikoma dashes forward with everything he has left. But the truth hits him hard. His mana is completely depleted. Accepting this, he steels himself, deciding to pour every remaining ounce of strength into one final blow. He charges in, declaring that this next strike will be his finishing attack. Ikoma surged forward, his glowing sword slicing through the air toward his poised, red-haired adversary. Kaoru's eyes narrowed in anxious concentration as he tried to decipher how his opponent could leap so high, his thoughts racing between suspicion about hidden skills and determination that, regardless of the feat, his rival would remain helpless in midair. Ikoma's fierce gaze cut through the gloom as he confronted his adversary, warning in a low, resolute voice that a grave mistake had just been made. Suspended high in the air, Ikoma narrows his eyes with fierce focus. He reminds himself that he has only one chance left to activate increased gravity while airborne, one final opportunity to decide the outcome. His resolve hardens. With no time to hesitate, he accepts the inevitable. He must pour every last drop of mana he has into a single, decisive strike. A vibrant purple glow wraps around his hand as he grips his weapon tightly. The surge of gravity-infused mana erupts around him, swirling like a miniature galaxy. Ikoma channels all of his remaining mana into the attack, his expression steeled with determination. The energy gathers violently, shaking the air around him. The attack ignites with a burst of blinding light. Ikoma dives downward, the name of the technique thundering in his mind. Meteor drop. He plummets from above like a falling star, the purple aura trailing behind him in a massive tail of gravitational force. The ground rushes up to meet him as his body becomes a living projectile. A deafening boom shatters the chamber as he crashes down on his opponent, the impact creating a crater. Dust and explosive energy erupt outward in all directions. The enemy trembles violently under the overwhelming force. Shock and fear widen his eyes as he realizes the sheer destructive power behind the blow. Still desperately gripping his knife, the enemy tries to resist, scraping, pushing, screaming, but the crushing pressure is too much. Ikoma drives him downward with unstoppable gravity. Breathing heavily, Ikoma stands amidst the dissipating energy. His status window flickers beside him. Ikoma Ichinose, LV, 30 HP, 35/64 MP, 0/51. He's completely spent. Behind, his companion calls out shakily, first in worry, then in tearful relief, telling him he's won. A serious expression and a single bead of sweat betraying the weight of his regret as he offered a somber apology. Satsuki stands before Ikoma, her expression tight with worry and regret. She clutches her staff close as she whispers an apology, her voice trembling. Ikoma, still kneeling and exhausted, quietly speaks her name in response, Satsuki. A sudden shift in Satsuki's expression reveals shock. Behind Ikoma, the red-haired enemy, bloodied yet still standing, slowly emerges from the smoke, his body swaying but his presence unmistakably threatening. Red-haired attacker glares at Ikoma with murderous intent. He snarls an insult, calling him a bastard, and mocks him with a twisted grin. He points out that Ikoma must have run out of mana completely after the crushing attack. Satsuki stands frozen as Ikoma, heavily injured and barely upright, tells her what she least wants to hear. He urges her to run, his voice quiet but firm, knowing he can no longer protect her through strength alone. With his head bowed, Ikoma struggles to speak but forces the words out. He explains that their opponent won't be fast enough to catch her. If she runs now, every syllable costs him what little breath he has left. Satsuki stares at him, stunned, almost unable to believe what he's saying. The realization hits her all at once. He's telling her to flee for her life, even if it means abandoning him. Villain steps forward, smirking with cruel amusement. He praises Ikoma mockingly, calling him quite a guy. He points out how exhausted Ikoma must be after fighting the boss monster just moments earlier. The red-haired man continues his taunt, laughing as he explains that Ikoma kept pushing himself only to protect Satsuki, someone the villain views as nothing but a burden. Satsuki stands frozen in place, overwhelmed by a mixture of guilt and disbelief. The villain's words sink in deeply, making her question how much she has weighed Ikoma down, yet also realizing how far he has gone to shield her. Her eyes widen as she hears his next words. The villain admits he can't believe Ikoma fought so fiercely just to protect someone who only drags you down. His cruel voice echoes over the scene, pressing heavily on Satsuki's heart. The red-haired attacker smirks as he approaches, watching Satsuki fall apart under the weight of guilt and fear. He glances between her and Ikoma, sneering that he's actually beginning to admire the boy for enduring so much. Ikoma lifts his head despite his exhaustion and pain. Gritting his teeth, he stares at the enemy with burning defiance. He says he's impressed too, then coldly demands the man's full name. Satsuki stiffens when she hears Ikoma's voice. Her grip tightens around her staff as she whispers his name, shaken by how steadily he speaks even while collapsing. Her thoughts spiral inward. She admits to herself that all this time, she was the one holding Ikoma back. The weight of that realization coils around her like chains. Tears well in her eyes as she remembers Aoi's warnings. If she had quit being a hunter like she was told, maybe Ikoma wouldn't be suffering here now. Her regret deepens. The image of Ikoma lying beaten burns in her mind, and she silently curses herself, because Ikoma would never have lost to someone like this if she hadn't dragged him into danger. Soft glow pierces the darkness of her despair. Satsuki's plea bursts forth into the void, a desperate cry echoing from her heart. Please! The echo of that plea draws forth a memory. Ikoma standing before her, his hand wrapped around hers. His voice is firm, warm, unwavering as he tells her, I need your help. The memory snaps into the present. Satsuki lifts her head. Her lips part as if the words she's been swallowing for so long finally begin to form. Her eyes open, blazing with a transformed resolve. Power swirls behind her as she rises, no longer trembling. Ikoma refuses to give his name to criminals, and Satsuki refuses to let him stand alone any longer. Eru sneers, unfazed by the rejection. With a mocking tilt of his head, He says he finds it unfortunate because he genuinely likes Ikoma. A smear of blood stains his cheek as he grins, enjoying every second of the chaos. He goes on, voice dripping with twisted admiration, claiming Ikoma is the first person he has ever truly admired. Ikoma glares back warily, unable to understand this warped fascination. Then, the red-haired man raises his blade high, laughter bubbling up wildly. He promises to remember Ikoma's face, shouting his name with manic glee as he launches forward to strike. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Satsuki, eyes blazing, unleashes her spell, shouting Shadow Ball. A swirling mass of dark blue energy bursts forth, tearing through the air. The glowing spheres streak toward the attacker with blinding speed, but he scoffs, weaving between them with unsettling ease. Each orb misses by inches as he darts through the onslaught. Just as he opens his mouth to taunt that she'll never land a hit, Satsuki's staff slams into his side. His words choke off in a painful gasp as the blow connects sharply. Reeling, he staggers backward, one eye squeezed shut in pain. His expression twists, a mix of shock and fury, as he tries to recover from the unexpected strike. Across the scorched floor, Satsuki stands in a battle stance, breath heaving and determination shining in her eyes. Kaoru curses under his breath. She struck from his blind spot before he could react. Ikoma, still injured on the ground, stares in disbelief. He shouts at Satsuki, demanding to know what she's doing as she charges toward him with desperate resolve. Ignoring his scolding, Satsuki kneels beside him and grabs his shoulder, urging him to move. She reminds him that she told him to run, her voice trembling with fear and determination as the danger looms behind them. Ikoma's expression shifts from fear to resolve. He looks ahead, jaw tight, as he mutters to himself that he won't keep running. Not anymore. Determination burns behind his eyes as the dark fog around him swirls. Satsuki steps forward, her voice trembling yet firm. Glowing blue mana surges around her as she shouts that it was Ikoma who convinced her she had strength, that she wasn't powerless. Her conviction bursts like a surge of light as the area fills with crystalline blue energy. Satsuki closes her eyes, focusing. With a deep breath, she activates her spell, Transfer Mana, the words leaving her lips as glowing energy gathers at her fingertips. A bright wave of mana erupts. Satsuki presses her glowing hand onto Ikoma's back, pouring her energy into him. Blue light swirls violently around them, illuminating both of their forms as Ikoma looks back in surprise. Kaoru notices the mana burst and grimaces in annoyance. Muttering that they're a bother, he lunges forward with his blade, cutting through the shining light. Seeing Satsuki transferring mana, the attacker's eyes widen with murderous intent. He snarls that he'll kill her first and charges toward her, blade raised, rushing through the blinding glow. The furious roar, the red-haired man unleashes his dark skill, Life Extinguisher, as a blood-red aura floods the air. A thunderous impact follows, shaking the scene in a wave of blackened force. Satsuki stands facing the oncoming darkness, her expression steady. Her eyes narrow, calm and resigned, as shards of purple energy flicker around her. In the void of swirling purple fragments, Ikoma's voice echoes, thanking Satsuki. He tells her she saved them both, right before a massive violet slash tears across the darkness. Blinding slash clears, revealing Ikoma now standing between Satsuki and the attacker. With sword drawn and aura flaring, he stops the enemy's blade mid-strike. Satsuki watches behind him, wide-eyed, as Ikoma faces their foe head-on. Ikoma's blade flashes with renewed brilliance, a surge of mana rippling around him as he prepares to strike again. The air shimmers blue, the sword vibrating with power. Kaoru freezes for a moment, eyes widening. He realizes what's happening. He's using that skill again. Shock crosses his face. Did he recover his mana already? Kaoru shouts angrily, calling foul. Hey, that's cheating. But Ikoma steps forward calmly, Satsuki just behind him, and answers, no, we were a team. Ikoma continues with quiet confidence. Before you even ambushed us. The two stand side by side, a united front, the dark fragments floating around them. Ikoma's voice hardens as he points out the obvious. I recovered my mana, but you're severely injured. Kaoru lies on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to hide the extent of his wounds. Ikoma lowers his sword, eyes sharp. Now, let's see who will win this fight, Kaoru Tsumibu. Kaoru clicks his tongue, bracing himself as tension sparks between them like lightning. Weapons clash violently, sparks exploding with every strike. The two collide with full force, the sound of steel ringing through the hall. Clang, clang. Kaoru swings wildly, his expression twisted with desperation. His attack slices through empty space as Ikoma shifts away at the last moment. Ikoma suddenly dashes forward, so fast he blurs, slamming into Kaoru with overwhelming force. The impact echoes through the floor, sending Kaoru stumbling back with a grunt of pain. Kaoru trembles but refuses to fall. Blood drips from his lips as he growls. "I'm not done yet." Dark mana gathers violently around him, swirling like smoke as he roars, "Dark magic!" Wounded red-haired attacker grits his teeth and forces his trembling body upright. Crimson sparks of dark magic crackle violently around him as he drags his dagger forward, the glowing spell circle beneath him erupting with blinding red light. Nearby, Satsuki flinches, instinctively recoiling as the surge of magic intensifies. The oppressive heat and pressure sweep across the room like a suffocating wave. The swirl of red lightning licks across the floor, creeping toward her. She raises her staff defensively, eyes wide as she watches the corrupted magic swell and expand. Just then, a shadow sweeps past her. A powerful force surges overhead as the darkened air bends and distorts. She looks up in shock as the familiar, heavy pull of gravity magic begins to gather. Above him, a massive ring of swirling purple energy materializes, gravity magic coalescing into a dense vortex. Ikoma stands beneath it, raising his blade as gravitational pressure pours down into the weapon like a collapsing star. He speaks calmly through the growing storm, his voice steady. He states that his opponent's magic, though powerful, requires too long to cast in a real fight, rendering it nearly useless against faster enemies. As he lifts the blade even higher, he reflects on his past life. Back then, he notes, the red-haired fighter relied on the clown blade to compensate for that casting delay, using it to bridge the gap left by his slow magic activation. A deep boom reverberates through the chamber. Kaoru realizes too late what's coming. His eyes widen in dread as the weight of the situation, both literal and metaphorical, crashes down on him. A crushing tidal wave of gravity slams into him. He barely has time to scream before the overwhelming force engulfs him completely, the sound of his cry torn apart by the sheer pressure. Kaoru is swallowed by a violent surge of gravitational force. His scream stretches through the distorted air as the crushing pressure bends his body unnaturally, the world around him blurring into streaks of black and purple. The gravitational sphere slams him deep into the ground with a deafening impact. A massive crater forms beneath him, and the shockwave ripples outward in red and purple, shaking the stone around him to dust. Half buried in the rubble, Kaoru trembles, struggling to breathe. Disbelief clouds his expression as he lifts his head, barely able to comprehend the overwhelming force that brought him down so effortlessly. Clutching his wounded chest, he stares forward with desperation and frustration, unable to understand how he fell so easily. Humiliation bites deep as the truth settles in. He had been outmatched by someone he had drastically underestimated. His blurred vision sharpens just enough to see the boy who defeated him. Calm, steady, and untouched, the young gravity user stands amidst drifting purple particles, his presence alone making the gap in their strength painfully clear. A detached narration overlays the scene, explaining the grim reality of their world. Incidents inside portals remain unregulated, untouched by the laws of the surface world. Because of this, the Ministry of Monster Eradication chooses to ignore such conflicts entirely, turning a blind eye to whatever unfolds beyond the veil. Outside, the towering government buildings gleam under an orange sky, completely removed from the chaos happening within. Back in the cratered chamber, Kaoru sits unconscious against the cracked wall, his body slumped among shattered rocks. These incidents, the narration says, eventually became things people learned not to speak of, a silence adopted as an unspoken rule. Ikoma looks down at the defeated man with quiet resolve. Since Satsuki is present, he tells himself, he cannot leave things to chance. He must handle this properly. With a calm, steady voice, he declares that he will watch over the wounded attacker. His expression remains firm, a quiet promise to take responsibility for everything that follows. Building on that tense resolve, Ikoma commanded his companion to leave the portal and alert the Ministry of Monster Eradication, prompting an urgent acknowledgement as a third, weary figure remained slumped against the rubble. Satsuki ran towards the glowing portal as Ikoma reasoned that with the area cleared of monsters, it was safe to send her through alone. Breathing heavily, Kaoru slumps against the shattered stone wall, blood trickling down his chin. Only now does the realization hit him. He had underestimated his opponent simply because of his low level. His gaze lifts, trembling, only to meet the cold, burning glow of Ikoma's eye. A sharp streak of crimson light reflects in his vision, igniting fear deep in his chest. For a moment, his pupils shake violently. Shock, disbelief, and raw terror mix together as he finally registers what kind of monster stands before him. He forces himself to acknowledge the truth. Despite being of such a low level, the boy carries an overwhelming amount of battle experience, something that shouldn't be possible. Bathed in swirling violet mist, the dark-haired boy stands poised with his sword, his expression calm and unreadable. His entire presence radiates the kind of power only forged through countless deadly encounters. The red-haired man's mind spins. Who is he? Every instinct screams that the boy isn't normal. He's something far more dangerous. The scene abruptly shifts to a peaceful cafe. Satsuki and Ikoma now sit at a small table, their earlier battle replaced by the quiet hum of normal life. On the phone, a news article flashes across the screen. Serial hunter-killer arrested. A photo of their defeated foe, bandaged and restrained, accompanies the headline. He studies the screen calmly. The Ministry of Monster Eradication has already taken Tsumibu into custody. Their involvement confirms the matter is officially resolved. Across from him, Satsuki takes a sip of her drink with a relieved smile. She admits she expected a barrage of questions from the ministry agents, but none ever came. Leaning forward at the desk, Ikoma explained that crimes within portals were notoriously difficult to investigate, noting that the ministry rarely pursued such incidents unless the perpetrator's identity was already known. As the chaos from the portal incidents spread throughout the nation, the city's skyline darkened with corruption, symbolized by drifting money, a discarded syringe, and a bag of white powder, while government organizations tighten their grip by monopolizing entire industries in a grim attempt to restore order. Abrupt change in society greatly increased the number of people exposed to poverty, but the government made no effort to provide welfare for such people. Satsuki wraps her hands around her drink, her expression thoughtful. She admits that she had heard rumors. People in portals often ignored the law, but she never imagined she would actually cross paths with a serial killer. Across from her, he watches calmly and asks if she's frightened. He reminds her that dangers like this are inevitable if she chooses to continue the life of a hunter. His golden eyes flicker as he glances her way, softening a little. He acknowledges that things must feel overwhelming for her right now. He told her that she didn't have to force herself to stay a hunter if she didn't want to. There were always other paths she could take. Satsuki lowers her gaze to her drink, fingers curling around the cup. She quietly admits that she'd be lying if she claimed she wasn't scared. Her thoughts flash back to the moment inside the portal, the moment he risked himself to protect her. Warm, glowing light surrounds the memory as he thanks her for saving him. He whispers her name, Satsuki, and the light swells, carrying the weight of his gratitude. Turning to the present, she lifts her eyes. She explains that when she stood beside him in the portal, she had felt, for the first time, like his true colleague. The feeling made her genuinely happy. With a growing smile, she says she knows the road ahead will bring more challenges and frightening encounters, but she wants to face all of it while staying by his side. Beaming now, she pumps her fists with determination, declaring that she'll keep trying her absolute best. He pauses, taking in her resolve, before conceding with a small smile, "Well, if you say so." Ikoma leans forward with an easy, confident smile, extending his hand across the table. Warm light gathers around him, softening the sharpness of his usual expression. "I'll be counting on you," he says, his tone gentle yet sincere. Her response is immediate and bright, an unrestrained, glowing smile that lights up her entire face. "Sure," she says energetically, unable to hide her excitement. Her hands meet in a firm handshake, fingers clasping with a spark of mutual resolve. The world around them feels lighter for a moment, filled with shimmering warmth. Once the moment settles, the nearly empty cup on the table rattles softly as she sets it down, the last droplets of her drink sliding to the bottom. She talks contentedly while Ikoma watches her, and in his mind a quiet thought forms. Satsuki Kisagari is a nice person. Keeps talking, unaware of how intently he listens. She rambles about how clueless she had been, how she struggled to keep up with everything, her voice surrounded by the imaginary blah 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 of her own self-critique. Satsuki, meanwhile, grits his teeth slightly as her words grow increasingly self-deprecating. She continues, reflecting on how she never used to help others and how Aoi never liked her because of it. She admits she disliked that side of herself too. Satsuki endures her train of thought, listening despite how harsh she is on herself. Then, softly, she adds, "But when I'm with you," she admits with newfound determination that she believes she can become a better version of herself. Her expression is overflowing with hope as she clasps her hands together, eyes shimmering like jewels. "I know I'm lacking in many ways, but please let me continue hunting in portals with you." Ikoma freezes, taken off guard by the sheer force of his sincerity. "Oh sure," he manages, awkward but genuine. Inside he thinks again, she's a really nice person. But as he glances at her sparkling, overly radiant enthusiasm across the table, another thought immediately follows, but this is uncomfortable. She leans forward with a bright smile, her hands clasped as she brings up something from earlier, her voice light and sparkling with excitement. Watching her animated gestures, he can't help but think to himself that she's far more talkative and expressive than he initially expected. At a nearby table, two hunters notice the pair and glance over, curiosity piqued. Another hunter joins in, eyes widening as she checks her phone and recognizes them. She recalls the stories about the duo who defeated a boss monster in just a day and even caught a serial killer. Back at their table, he pauses, looking around as he realizes the cafe is suddenly filling up with people. On the side, someone steps closer. He remarks inwardly that a rising star had been right under his nose this whole time. A blonde hunter approaches, phone in hand, greeting them with a confident smile. He tells them that the guild has been buzzing about their achievements. He starts tapping on his phone as he continues, explaining that while no one knows their names yet, videos and blogs about their exploits have spread everywhere. Holding up his phone, he adds that although no names were mentioned, everyone at the guild has already connected the dots, and all eyes are now on the two of them. Pointing dramatically at them, he declares that he always knew they'd make a name for themselves. Both of them flinch at the sudden enthusiasm, caught off guard by his loud praise. Blonde man leans forward intensely, his voice rising with determination. He insists that this time, he won't leave until Satsuki agrees, his persistence burning in his expression. Before he can finish, a loud voice cuts through the air. A blonde woman bursts into the scene at full speed, shouting, "There you are!" as she lunges toward them with surprising enthusiasm. With bright red eyes and a wide grin, she rushes straight up to Satsuki, exclaiming that she's been searching for her everywhere. She grabs her hand with sudden earnestness, her expression softening as she whispers an apology. She confesses that she had been harsh before, regret lacing her words as she finally acknowledges her mistake. Satsuki looks at her with wide eyes as she clings to his hands, offering a heartfelt, almost pleading smile. Aoi takes a breath, then admits she's thought everything over. She realizes now, she says, just how much she needs him. They're friends, after all, and she knows he must have felt awful about how their last encounter ended. Her voice suddenly shifts tone. Still smiling, she casually asks how much money they earned from clearing the undeveloped portal, and how many levels they gained from it. The brightness of her smile feels unnervingly out of place. Question hits hard. Satsuki freezes, his lips tightening as silence takes over. Ikoma sat behind them, watching the growing tension. Satsuki gently suggests they leave since the cafe is becoming crowded. Ikoma mutters a quiet agreement as they prepare to go. As Satsuki turns away, Aoi panicked, her face is tightening in distress. She reaches out instinctively as if trying to stop her. She calls out desperately, telling her to wait and not to leave, but she keeps walking, drifting out of reach. Scene shifts to the cityscape, tall buildings rising under a bright sky, emphasizing her quiet departure. Satsuki and Ikoma walk side by side along a sidewalk, a taxi passing them by, the noise of the street filling the silence between them. Ikoma glances around, hesitating before he speaks. He asks if the girl from earlier was truly her friend, unsure about why Satsuki walked away so abruptly. Before he can finish, Satsuki cuts him off. With a cold expression and the wind swirling around her, she says firmly that the girl is not her friend. Ikoma pauses, baffled but accepting, and quietly responds, "I see," as a small snowball-like gag doodle appears beside him, lightening the mood. She shifts the conversation, noting the huge number of views on the videos circulating about their recent portal experience, clips and commentary spreading fast. Ikoma explains that many people are fascinated by portals and love watching related videos. Some even film themselves inside portals just for views and profit, despite the danger. Ikoma sighed deeply, his voice trembling with worry as he confided to the startled blue-haired companion that chasing views and profits blinded people to the true dangers of portals, his apprehension mounting as he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Satsuki clutched her phone in trembling hands, anxiety etched across her face as she nervously asked Ikoma if she should immediately unsubscribe from certain channels, prompting him to calmly remark on her gullibility and assure her that the decision was entirely hers. A dim cavern stretches endlessly into shadow, the only sound a faint drop echoing through the cold air. The darkness feels alive, as though watching, waiting. Right, excited chatter cuts sharply against the gloom. A cheerful voice celebrates, the screen of a phone glowing with the thumbnail of a portal stream video. Someone giggles with pride, thrilled over their latest milestone. The owner of that voice, an energetic girl in a flashy costume, raises her arms triumphantly as golden light bursts behind her. She boasts about achieving another month of 1 million views, showered by imagined cheers of her fans praising her name. Her excitement falters as she scrolls through the trending page. Confusion slips into her voice. A headline catches her eye, about a mysterious newbie hunter who took down a serial killer. She stares, stunned, realizing the video has far more views than anything she's posted. Her armored attendants try to soothe her wounded pride. They explain gently that viral videos naturally pull in more attention, trying to reason with her. But the comparison still stings. Her expression shifts, first irritation, then a spark of competitive fire. If viral content is what the world wants, then she'll create something even bigger. She mutters jealously about the newcomer stealing the spotlight, her thoughts swirling with annoyance. Sitting atop a stone with dramatic poise, she narrows her eyes in disdain. "I don't like this guy," she declares, legs crossed confidently. Behind her, armored knights stand guard. As the tension lingers in the air, a glowing title appears beneath her, revealing her identity as portal streamer Hashina Sayonji. In the warm glow of a quiet cafe, Satsuki sits across Ikoma, her pale blue hair catching the soft light. Satsuki looks up in surprise, her eyes brightening. "A weapon for me?" she asks, the question colored with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Ikoma nods simply. "Yeah." He leans back in his seat, explaining calmly that leveling efficiently means targeting stronger monsters rather than grinding through weaker ones. His explanation continues in her mind's eye, a scale weighed down by weak creatures on one side and a single powerful monster on the other. His point is clear: quality over quantity. Images of ornate staffs shimmer through her thoughts as Jean emphasizes the importance of proper gear. To keep up, she needs a good weapon, something strong enough to make up for the naturally low attack stats of enchantresses. Ikoma speaks practically, his expression thoughtful. They'll need money to afford that kind of equipment, so the best approach is to seek out portals that offer profitable opportunities. In a dimly lit booth, Ikoma sat alone with his blue hair falling into shadow, a hesitant apology escaping as he admitted he didn't want anyone to go out of their way just to get him a weapon. But the weight of his intentions seems to overwhelm Satsuki. She lowers her gaze, a hand pressed to her chest. "Why, you don't have to do all that just to get me a weapon." "I'm sorry." Ikoma interrupts her gently. "Don't be sorry." His voice softens. Helping her isn't a burden, it's logical. If his teammate grows stronger, he benefits too. The reassurance hits her like a spark. Her eyes widen, bursting with light, his words having triggered something far beyond simple gratitude. "See, colleague?" she echoes, her entire face glowing with pure joy as sparkles practically burst around her. The simple acknowledgement sends her into a dreamlike daze, cheeks flushed with happiness. Satsuki's eyes sparkled as she eagerly affirmed their camaraderie, while Ikoma, taken aback by her enthusiasm, silently worried that her trusting nature might one day lead her into trouble. Ikoma taps across his tablet screen, navigating menus with deliberate motions. The device reflects on the table's surface as he begins searching for the right information. Satsuki leans forward, curiosity piqued. From above, she looks small and earnest as she asks where they could possibly find a portal suitable for their plans. Ikoma lifts the tablet slightly, confidence in his voice. He tells her he already has a portal in mind, one he's clearly prepared for. The scene shifts to a dimly lit stone corridor, guarded by imposing statues. Jaiwoo reveals the portal's name, the Tomb of the Ancient King. He explains further, this tomb is a newly discovered, undeveloped portal. Rumors say its loot drop rates are unusually high, making it a goldmine for anyone who dares to explore it. Another detail appears. Places like these, rare and profitable, are classified as rare portals. A quiet moment passes as the screen transitions to black. Ikoma narrates internally. No one has realized yet that the Tomb of the Ancient King falls under that rare classification. A memory shows a version of him from his past life, tirelessly clicking away at a computer, immersed in research. He continues, his vast knowledge came from poring over portal information in his previous life. That's how he knows its true value, even before the public discovers it. Images of glimmering crystals spilling from a bag appear. Ikoma's voice reminds us that selling loot and rare items for cash can be incredibly lucrative, something he once experienced firsthand. More than money, rare portals often hide exceptional items. A radiant staff floats against a golden backdrop, symbolizing the extraordinary loot they might find. Ikoma concludes that because few know of this place, they'll have almost no competition, meaning they can take their time and claim everything they can carry. Soft, exasperated sigh escapes the girl as she watches Ikoma hunch over with an eerie grin. Shadows swirl behind him like rising smoke. She thinks to herself that Ikoma is snickering again, just like a stereotypical villain plotting something dubious. The scene shifts abruptly into darkness before opening onto a vast stone hallway. Warm torchlight glows faintly against ancient walls inscribed with runes and faded carvings, marking their arrival at the ominous place known as the Tomb of the Ancient King. The two step forward cautiously. Their footsteps echo across the cracked stone tiles as they proceed deeper, their silhouettes stretched by the dim, orange-lit corridor. Mist drifts across the hall as the girl glances nervously over her shoulder, clutching her staff. Ikoma walks calmly ahead, unbothered, while she hesitates, feeling the oppressive atmosphere closing in. A blur of motion flashes in from the side. A massive bone arm swings toward them with frightening speed. Ikoma instantly reacts, raising his blade, while the girl recoils in shock behind him. A chilling laugh echoes through the hallway as a towering skeleton soldier emerges, gold ornaments dangling around its skull. Its hollow sockets burn with a sinister glow as the system identifies it. Skeleton Soldier LV-29. Ikoma shouts his command with fierce focus, "Reduce gravity!" as purple energy erupts around him, distorting the air with vibrating lines of force. The ground trembles as concentrated gravitational power slams downward. A violent burst of purple light consumes the space, forcing the girl to shield her eyes from the blast. The skeleton lunges, its bone limbs crackling with dark energy. Ikoma counters immediately, his sword glowing with gravity-infused power. Their attacks collide, steel against bone, with a loud, ringing clang. With a swift, decisive movement, Ikoma launches a follow-through strike. His blade arcs in a wide, glowing slash, cutting straight through the skeleton's defenses as sparks and fragments scatter in the air. The skeleton warrior lets out a piercing shriek, its skull thrown back as golden beads orbit violently around its neck. The force of the sound seems to shake the very air. Ikoma collapses to a knee, surrounded by a faint purple haze as the effect of the attack dissipates. From the side, Satsuki watches him intently, realizing something about him. Her thoughts continue as she observes his focused expression. Ikoma really does look like someone experienced in combat, moving with confidence despite the danger. The skeleton creaks ominously as it straightens its posture. Ikoma understood that melee strikes hardly work, especially against undead foes. Ikoma pivots sharply, gripping the ornate golden weapon in his hand, preparing to make his next move. He shouts urgently across the battlefield, calling for Satsuki to support him with spells from afar. She stammers before responding with a determined, "Okay." Magic surges violently around Satsuki. Her staff glows with swirling cosmic energy as runes beneath her flare to life. She braces herself and begins casting with a burst of light. Ikoma leaps high into the air, blade drawn, as the skeleton shrieks again. His form is silhouetted against the golden light of his swift upward launch. A sinister blue glow surrounds the skeleton warrior as an ominous sound reverberated through the darkness. A vortex of swirling shadow expands before the skeleton. Satsuki's incantation echoes out, "Shadow Ball," as dark magic surges toward their foe. Violent impact erupts behind Echo, a sharp wham splitting the air as debris flies. She flinches and turns, startled by the sudden blow. Ikoma stands firm, conjuring a glowing blue interface with a swift gesture. His expression is calm and analytical as the display materializes in front of him. The holographic window shows a notification. You gain 240 experience points. Ikoma lets out a satisfied murmur. Good. Shattered remains of the skeleton clatter to the floor, its bones scattering across the glowing tiles. The fragments emit a faint, sparkling light as Ikoma approaches. Satsuki calls out with excitement as she sees what dropped on the ground. It dropped a demonic stone and an item too. Ikoma bends down toward the loot. We got lucky. Ikoma lifts a radiant blade, its sapphire blue edge gleaming with ancient runes. A panel pops up, Blade of Ancient Ruins, rank D attack, plus 8A mysterious blade that emits a blue light. Satsuki's eyes widen. That's awesome. Ikoma estimates the value. This should be worth about 400,000 yen. She freezes in shock, unable to process the amount. Satsuki stammers, overwhelmed. What? Is it worth that much? Ikoma explains calmly. Yeah, it's not easy to find decent weapons like this. It doesn't have any fancy effects, but it should be worth as much. Satsuki fidgets nervously, a bead of sweat trailing down as she tries to form a question. Then may I ask? She blurts out her concern. How much are we aiming for? Ikoma answers without hesitation, 3 million yen. Satsuki freezes again, stunned. He continues, we'll need that much to get you a powerful weapon to last for some time. Rare portals with easy loot are hard to come by, so we should make the most of it. In a flash of disbelief, Satsuki's wide-eyed shock filled the room as Ikoma, appearing with composed certainty, explained that opportunities like a rare portal worth 3 million yen must be seized while they last. Explains calmly that their work isn't done yet. Moving all the loot in and out of the portal will take time. As he speaks, he steadies the ornate weapon in his hand, already preparing for what comes next. Without slowing down, he glances toward the towering stone walls and adds that for the next 3 days, they'll be shuttling items non-stop, exploring deeper into the ruins to gather as much as they can. She freezes, wide-eyed, imagining the mountain of potential earnings. 3 days? The thought of 1 million yen per day sends golden coins practically clinking around her in her mind. The sheer amount overwhelms her. She presses her hands together nervously, thinking how far beyond her normal wages this is. So far she can hardly wrap her head around it. Before she can fully process the shock, a distant thud echoes down the hallway. He stiffens immediately, noting that someone nearby is fighting, steel clashing against stone somewhere deeper inside. His eyes sharpen and he makes the decision instantly. They should check it out. There might be danger or opportunity. They move cautiously toward the sound. She clings to her staff, peeking nervously from behind him as dust swirls around their steps. Then, looming out of the darkness, a towering mummy-like creature rises, glowing red eyes burning through the wrappings as its heavy form awakens with a menacing presence. Ahead of them, another pair of adventurers, an armored knight and a girl in a red hat, brace themselves as the monster crouches low, preparing to pounce. The next heartbeat, the knight bursts forward with explosive speed, dashing straight toward the monster, sword ready to strike as the battle begins. Blinding arcs of light carve through the darkness as the armored warrior unleashes 2 swift slashes. The mummy staggers under the force, its body trembling with a guttural growl as it tries to regain balance. Step by step, the creature lurches forward again, refusing to fall despite the deep cuts glowing across its bandaged form. The knight calls out confidently to Hashina. She tells Hashina that the monster is weakened enough. She should be able to finish it now. Turning toward another armored figure, she asks if the camera is ready. Cameraman, clad in full armor and wrapped in a green scarf, lifts his device and reports that everything is set for recording. With urgency, the girl shouts for the knight to hurry. Flames erupt as he channels fire magic, engulfing his sword in a blazing inferno. The girl takes the flaming weapon from him and strikes a dazzling pose, the camera recording as she brandishes the fiery blade with theatrical brilliance. She leaps high into the air, soaring toward the burning mummy. Her momentum carries her forward like a comet trailing flames. The creature roars, its body igniting as her fiery slash crashes into it, flames blooming violently across the battlefield. As the monster collapses into burning fragments, she lands gracefully, stepping forward while embers flare all around her. With bright, showy twirl, she faces the camera and cheerfully introduces herself, Hashina, radiating charm as if performing for an audience. Behind her stands a looming statue, while she proudly announces her decision to explore an undeveloped portal today. As Hashina strides confidently ahead, she proudly recounts her own feat, how she managed to cut down the monster with a single swing of her sword. Energized by the moment, she concludes that clearing this portal may actually be far easier than she originally expected. Her steps echo across the stone floor, until a massive shadow looms behind her with a heavy step, unnoticed. Watching from a distance, Ikoma narrows his eyes, assessing the scene. Beside him, his companion suddenly jolts with recognition and excitement. With wide eyes, she blurts out the realization. Hashina isn't just some explorer, she's a portal streamer, broadcasting her dungeon ventures for an audience. The girl continues breathlessly, confessing that she actually knows who Hashina is. She has watched her channel a few times, recalling the energetic persona and flashy performances that Hashina is known for. Her awe is clear, mingled with surprise at encountering her here, live and in person. Ikoma stood quietly beside his companion, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as she confided that watching her felt like witnessing a celebrity in action. Satsuki's eyes widened in shock as she gasped as she felt the atmosphere around Ikoma. Ikoma crossed his arms and eyes fixed on the streamer with a silent, unwavering stare, the air between them thick with unspoken confrontation. Satsuki's anxious expression revealed her deep concern as she recalled a recent conversation, frustrated by how others seemed to focus only on views and profits without grasping the true dangers lurking behind the portals. Satsuki's expression twisted with shock as she suddenly remembered and anxiously muttered to herself that he couldn't stand portal streamers. Mid the lively glow of a stream, a girl in vibrant attire appeared on a camera display. Her curiosity piqued as she looked up and wondered aloud about the two mysterious figures poised above her on the wall. The night suddenly jolted with surprise as an unforeseen event shattered his focus. Ikoma steadied himself on the ledge. His gaze dropped to the frustrated figure below, who shouted up in exasperation, demanding that the obstacle be taken seriously. Ikoma's face twitched with irritation as Hashina barked a warning that he was blocking the shot. Hashina in a striking red and white outfit jabbed her finger forward, her frustration erupting as she lamented that the missed shot could have brought her countless views. Ikoma pauses mid-step as someone shouts at him not to stand there. His expression tightens, his eye twitching in irritation as he realizes he's apparently in the way of someone's recording. A flashy blonde girl in a red showgirl-like outfit jabs a finger forward, furious. She declares that the shot he ruined could have earned her a ton of views, clearly prioritizing her livestream success over anything else happening around them. Deep within the shadowy dungeon, three figures gathered on worn stone steps as Ikoma, maintaining a calm and nonchalant demeanor, responded to the skeptical accusation by dismissively insisting that giving the monster a final tap was all part of the spectacle, even if someone else had done the real work. Girl confidently brushes her hair aside, lecturing them. She insists that skills aren't what matters is charm. In her world of entertainment, appearance is the key to success. She consults a heavily armored manager, anxiously asking if the ruined shot can be saved. Her manager bluntly tells her there's no way to edit the intruders out. Her frustration deepens. The recorded footage appears, flaming effects and dramatic poses filling the screen. She laments that the clip would have been the perfect intro, if only it hadn't been ruined. She slumps miserably, complaining she can't use the footage because of them. The boy tries to speak up to ease the situation. Her expression sharpens as she turns her head, eyes narrowing dangerously. She demands to know if they truly understand who she is. With a sparkling, extravagant frame behind her, she strikes a proud pose. She introduces herself as Hashina Sayonji, delivering her name as though it holds enormous weight. Still posing dramatically, she announces her profession. She is a portal streamer, someone who broadcasts portal dives like a celebrity. Boy responds politely, introducing himself as Ikoma Ichinose and his companion as Satsuki Kisagari, who bows shyly beside him. Ikoma looks at her and calmly admits he didn't mean to interfere with her recording. His tone is polite, even apologetic, contrasting sharply with her earlier shouting. Hashina waves her hands dismissively, deciding to let it go. With a sigh, she says she'll overlook the mistake, for now because she's busy searching for new material for her stream. Ikoma questions her motives, asking why anyone would choose to be a Portal streamer in the first place. Hashina folds her arms, acting offended he even needed to ask, insisting that the answer should be obvious. Hashina tilts her head and gives a bright, cheeky wink. With a hand gesture mimicking a yen symbol, she declares proudly that the entire appeal is money. Streaming is all about the cash. A cascade of visuals spills across the screen. Coins, money, thumbnails of various Portal-related videos. She enthusiastically explains that Portals are exciting, dangerous, and full of content potential. There are countless ways to rack up views, guides, ASMR, live battle chats, and companies will pay generously for ads. More sparkles and celebratory effects surround her dancing figure. She goes on about how becoming a hunter is trendy, and those who stream their Portal dives can ride that popularity to fame. Lost in her fantasy, she imagines herself becoming a real celebrity once she grows popular enough. Ikoma, unimpressed, tells her bluntly that becoming a capable hunter isn't easy and warns her that she might get hurt if she keeps treating it like a game. Sheena freezes, then spins around with a furious squeak. Her face reddens, eyes shaking with indignation as she demands to know what he just said. Ikoma speaks seriously now, standing beside the remains of a defeated monster. He reminds her that portals of this level are genuinely dangerous, and that her celebrity act doesn't belong here. His eyes narrow, shadows falling over his expression. He warns that if she doesn't take this seriously, she'll regret it when the moment comes and her skills actually matter. Hashina stands in silence beneath a dark, empty background. Her face is shadowed, expression unreadable, the atmosphere shifting from fiery indignation to something heavier and more introspective. Her head lowers, and she clenches her fists. She begins to tremble with frustration as she accuses Ikoma. First he ruined her carefully planned recording, and now he has the nerve to mock her on top of it. Satsuki looks up at Ikoma with worry. She hesitantly tells him that maybe he didn't have to be so harsh, clearly feeling sympathy for Hashina's hurt pride. Ikoma, expression still calm, answers firmly. He claims he wasn't being cruel. He was simply sharing some honest, friendly advice for her own safety. Hashina hides her face with one hand, embarrassed and overwhelmed. Her armored manager tries to calm her down, telling her not to pay attention to Ikoma's words. She shakily reassures herself she'll just ignore the haters. Her eyes widen in a sudden spark of realization. A single escapes as her composure shifts into something sharper, determination igniting beneath her earlier humiliation. With renewed resolve, she turns to her manager and commands him to start filming. The manager, caught off guard, reacts in confusion, unsure what she's suddenly planning. Hashina walks forward with a confident step, addressing Ikoma directly. She confirms his name, then challenges his confidence. If he's bold enough to give out friendly advice, he must think highly of his own abilities. Her eyes narrow, glowing with fiery intensity. She glares at him with a sharp, heated stare, clearly preparing for a declaration. Hashina thrusts a hand toward her chest and shouts her challenge. They'll compete to see who can collect more demonic stones. If she wins, he must take back everything he said and apologize. Her voice is loud, emotional, and full of pride as she turns the insult into a contest. Hashina points a finger to her manager, announcing that not only will they compete, she'll film the entire thing and upload it for everyone to see. Her manager is already recording behind her, camera light shining. She adds with smug confidence that she'll censor his face so he shouldn't worry. A dramatic mock screenshot appears, labeling him as, "This random hater started picking a fight," as if she's already planning the video thumbnail. Her eyes gleam with bold intensity as she makes an enticing offer. If Ikoma wins, she'll give him anything he wants. The stakes escalate instantly. Ikoma, completely unfazed, accepts without hesitation. Satsuki panics beside him, shocked that he agreed so casually, calling out his name in alarm. Hashina laughs triumphantly, delighted that the challenge is accepted. With a flourish, she declares it settled and tells Ikoma to meet her at the portal entrance in 3 hours. She grins sharply at him, pointing directly as she warns him not to run away. The energy radiates from her like a performer mid-show, relishing the drama. Scene shifts to a misty dungeon hallway, torches flickering against stone walls. The tension cools as she walks away into the shadows. Her manager hurries after her, asking why she challenged Ikoma so suddenly. Hashina doesn't slow her stride. The manager imagines the scenario excitedly. Beating a so-called random hater would make for an incredible video. Ashina beams, thrilled by the thought. She claims this is exactly the viral content she needed, already imagining the views climbing. Confidently, she predicts they'll make a huge amount of money this month. Her steps echo as she continues deeper into the dungeon. In a quieter tone, she admits the truth beneath her bravado. Beyond the camera and the views, she wants to teach Ikoma a lesson. Ashina walks forward with a tense, determined expression. Her eyes narrow, and sparkles of light flicker around her as she thinks sharply, "Who says I'm not serious?" She clenches her jaw, frustration simmering beneath her composed exterior. Her thoughts flare with intensity. "I'm gonna beat him and make him take that back." Inside the dungeon, a mummy monster stumbles toward Ikoma and his companion. It moves clumsily, its bandages dragging across the floor, as both heroes prepare for combat. The mummy suddenly screeches, its long blade raised high as it lunges toward Ikoma with a threatening, distorted cry. A blinding surge of light erupts behind it, an overwhelming force crashing down from above. The dungeon walls tremble with the impact. Mummy twists around, startled, its head turning sharply as it glances toward the source of the sudden power. Something darts past in a blur. The mummy snaps its gaze toward the movement. Someone calls out, "Over here!" Voice echoes from above as an immense burst of pink energy descends. Meteor drop. The attack slams into the mummy with devastating force, the explosive impact filling the entire frame. A status window appears in the air. You gained 364 experience points. Level up. 3031. You gained 3 skill points. Ikoma looks down at the fallen mummy with calm detachment. His inner thoughts surface plainly. Undead monsters are pretty slow. Demonstrates his method of fighting as a text box explains his strategy. The best way to defeat the enemy is to dodge their attacks using reverse gravity. The tiny Ikoma jumps lightly into the air, glowing with a faint aura. The explanation continues as the chibi Ikoma drops downward with force. The narration states that after dodging, he follows up by slashing the enemy with the increased gravity skill. Ikoma dives like a falling meteor, striking a small horned monster with overwhelming power. A sparkling burst erupts from a shattered stone fragment as something glimmers inside. Ikoma reacts excitedly, shouting, "All right!" Floating in radiant light is a blue and gold gauntlet. Laya happily remarks that they found another relic, celebrating how rare portals always yield valuable loot. A system window labels the item as Ancient Relic Gauntlet, Rank D. Satsuki looks worried as she calls out to Ikoma, telling him softly that he didn't have to accept the girl's earlier challenge. Ikoma answers without turning around. He admits he disliked how the girl planned to make a video out of beating him, and insists he won't lose to her. He hopes that if she's defeated badly enough, maybe she'll stop filming inside portals. Ikoma zips up a large bag full of loot while continuing his thoughts. He points out that the real issue is not the wager, it's that transporting so many items will be difficult if they keep finding this much treasure. Satsuki shyly lifts a tiny pouch that is already filled to bursting. She tells him she's carrying some of the items too, though her small bag clearly can't hold much. Together, they walk toward a narrow opening filled with bright light. Their silhouettes are outlined as they step forward into the next chamber. Inside, an ancient room reveals a giant statue with a lion-like face and Egyptian-style decorations, surrounded by other guardian statues. Ikoma, sword in hand, examines the area from below. Satsuki asks what the place could be, wondering if they've reached a dead end. The giant sphinx-like statue suddenly shifts, stone grinding against stone as its massive body begins to move. Dust and ancient sand swirl around its paws, signaling that the creature is awakening after countless years of stillness. Light bursts violently from its eyes, an intense, blinding radiance that floods the entire chamber. The beams flare outward like an explosion of magic, illuminating the details of its ancient face as it fully comes to life. Ikoma and the girl both stop sharply at the noise and vibration behind them. Dirt and debris fall from above, and the girl looks back with wide, startled eyes, realizing something disastrous has just been triggered. The exit behind them slams shut with an echoing clang, thick metal bars dropping into place. The room darkens under streaks of shadow as dust rises, and a sense of doom fills the air. The exit got sealed. Ikoma stays surprisingly calm, analyzing the situation. His expression hardens as he states the obvious. They've activated a trap. A glowing purple line of magic slices through the air behind him, emphasizing the danger unfolding. Serene yet ominous narration fills the chamber as magical currents swirl around Ikoma. He recalls that portals often contain various traps and hidden mechanisms, sometimes protecting precious treasure. Since this is a rare portal, he clenches his fist with a determined smile. Perhaps this trap hides something valuable. Then, the awakened Sphinx roars, its eyes blazing, declaring in a deep, ancient voice, "You shall be put to the test." The colossal Sphinx guardian rises from its resting place, its stone body cracking as ancient magic surges through it. Its eyes blaze with piercing blue light as a thunderous voice commands the intruders to prove their worth by answering its questions. The creature lowers its massive head, jaws gaping in a fearsome snarl. It vows to continue questioning them without mercy, stopping only once they can no longer provide an answer. Dark shadows swirl across the chamber as the guardian sets the stakes. It warns them that failure to correctly answer at least 3 questions will end in deadly consequence. The threat becomes absolute. If they fall short, the guardian declares that it will take their lives. Its glowing eyes intensify, leaving no doubt that this is not a bluff. Behind Ikoma, Satsuki trembles at the sight of the awakened monster. Clutching her staff tightly, she stammers out a fearful question, wondering if this intimidating figure is truly a monster. Ikoma remains composed as he assesses the situation. He notes that the trial will escalate into a full battle if they fail to meet the Guardian's requirements, and warns her to be ready in case they must confront a powerful foe. Startled, Satsuki gasps and struggles to process his words, realizing that a life-or-death battle may be inevitable. Ikoma flashes a confident smile and taps his forehead. He reassures her that there's no need to panic, because he considers himself more than capable when it comes to knowledge. The Sphinx's voice echoes again as a dark, crackling aura forms around it. It announces the beginning of the trial, calling for the very first question. The challenge appears in a glowing blue haze. How many experience points are required to reach level 10 from level 1? While the girl panics at the impossibly specific question, Ikoma answers smoothly and without hesitation, stating confidently that the total is 45 points. Ikoma faced the imposing masked figure as Satsuki stood protectively between them, his determined voice confirming that he understood only 2 more correct answers stood between him and success. His contented chuckle revealing how grateful he felt for all the knowledge he had gathered in his past life. Darkness fills the chamber as the Guardian's voice echoes ominously. It announces that they have reached the 19th question, its tone heavy with dread. The question materializes in the darkness. Which monster possesses 3 heads and 4 legs? Without hesitation, Ikoma blurts out the answer, the creepy doll, leaving the Guardian visibly shaken. Sitting casually on the floor, Ikoma reminds the Guardian of its vow to continue asking questions until he fails. He questions whether the creature truly wishes to continue, even mentioning that he's quite busy. Beside him, the girl laughs awkwardly at his nonchalance. The Guardian groans in frustration, overwhelmed by how effortlessly Ikoma continues to answer. Satsuki glances back at the statue with sympathy as the Guardian trembles. She shyly suggests that maybe Ikoma could intentionally get one wrong, for the poor creature's sake. Panicked, the Guardian raises its voice, declaring that the next question is the 20th, the final chance to stump him. The question follows immediately, what monster leaves behind a trail of green slime? Ikoma calmly explains that no such monster exists within current portals, and that green slime can only be produced through alchemy. Guardian is stunned. Ikoma dismisses the attempt as a trick question and refuses to fall for it. The Guardian, shaking and outraged, finally admits the truth. Ikoma has answered all 20 questions correctly. It roars in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. Its booming voice echoes, then softens, as it admits that Ikoma has genuinely impressed it. As debris falls around them, a hidden door grinds open at last. Ikoma notes how bewildered the statue looked. For him, though, the entire ordeal felt less like a life-or-death trial and more like taking an open-book exam. Ikoma bows his head apologetically in a dark gradient background, murmuring a quiet apology as if acknowledging how overpowered he might have seemed moments earlier. Satsuki suddenly calls out to him with urgency, pointing toward the rubble left behind by the shattered statue. She insists that something is inside it, her tone carrying both surprise and excitement. Startled, Ikoma turns toward her with a sharp expression, unsure of what she means and bracing himself for the unexpected. A radiant light bursts forth, illuminating what was hidden within the statue. an ornate golden ring. The sight leaves both of them shocked. The object is revealed in full, a glowing storage ring, rank B. A description appears alongside it, explaining that the ring allows the wearer to store items within a pocket of subspace, its capacity increasing according to the user's mana reserves. Ikoma examines the ring in awe, explaining that it's an incredibly powerful and convenient item, one so rare that it almost never appears, even in higher-tier portals. Satsuki, still trying to understand the significance, asks if it's truly that valuable. Ikoma, holding the ring carefully, confirms that with the right buyer it could sell for an astronomical price, potentially ranging from 10 to 100 million yen. Her eyes widen in shock, her entire body flinching as she grapples with the idea that the treasure they found is worth more than she ever imagined. Ikoma reflects inwardly, staring at the ring with a mix of disbelief and satisfaction. He never expected to find something of such rarity within a portal of this level. His thoughts drift back to the Sphinx statue's meltdown over his perfect score. He wonders whether the ring was granted specifically because he answered all 20 questions correctly, replaying the creature's wild reaction in his mind. Still gripped by the tension from his earlier triumph, Ikoma turned to his companion with concern, explaining that although they had lingered here and risked falling behind in the wager, his new plan for carrying the items would save them precious time. Ikoma lets out a small chuckle as he glances back with confidence, assuring his companion that, in truth, they're in a far better position now than before. As the two walk through the dim, reddish-lit corridor, their footsteps echo against the tiled floor. Ikoma reflects that the monsters in this portal aren't particularly difficult to deal with. Charges forward, slashing a skeleton warrior with practiced precision. He notes that these skeletal foes resist melee attacks, making them perfect targets for him to draw in and aggro at close range. Meanwhile, Satsuki stays behind him, staff glowing with magic as she unleashes spells from afar, expertly finishing off the enemies he pulls in. A sluggish mummy lumbers toward Ikoma, but he easily counters. Its slow movements allow him to use gravity manipulation to deliver powerful, crushing strikes. Satsuki immediately follows up, placing her hand forward as mana surges around her. Mummies, she's learned, make excellent targets for her mana drain spell. The last mummy collapses, leaving behind scattered bones and dust. A glowing display pops up. Ikoma Ichinose has leveled up, rising from level 31 to 33. Ikoma smiles with satisfaction. The battle was simple, but the loot drop rate inside this rare portal continues to astound him. He stores away 2 newly acquired ancient relic swords, the storage ring on his finger glowing as the items vanish into subspace. Satsuki watches as he finishes storing the loot, acknowledging how convenient the new item is. Ikoma explains that they've already gathered 6 demonic stones, enough to win the wager. But that isn't their only goal, they're here to make real money. Ikoma flashes a sharp grin, confidence radiating from his half-lit face. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he says they should hunt down every undead monster in sight before the timer runs out. Elsewhere, Hashina collapses to her knees, panting heavily. Sweat drips down her face as she gasps that they finally managed to bring the monster down. She leans back, exhausted, while a fallen mummy lies before her. One of her armored teammates remarks that these monsters are unusually troublesome, relentless in their attacks and deceptively sturdy. The armored knight continues, noting with some frustration that they've only managed to defeat 2 monsters so far. The pace is much slower than they expected. He goes on, explaining that normally they would have already given up and left the portal. After all, it's an undeveloped one, not worth the trouble. Hashina, sitting on the ground and glaring irritably, hears him begin a hesitant, but, trying to reassure her. The knight quickly adds that their opponents probably aren't doing any better anyway, attempting to lighten the mood. Hashina suddenly turns thoughtful. With a spark of mischief, she asks if he has any ideas on what they should offer the other party if they end up losing the wager. She even wonders if she should pay them to pretend they lost. The knight stiffens in alarm. In a worried voice, he tells her they really need to stop making fake videos, but before he can finish, footsteps approach. Ikoma steps into view, Satsuki beside him. He remarks casually that they must be doing well if they have enough time to just sit around. Hashina jumps in shock, stammering in surprise, while Ikoma's confident smile never leaves his face. Hoshino crossed her arms, her defiant gaze fixed ahead, as she asserted that keeping up would be no easy feat and warned that only an apology might let things slide. In response, Ikoma extended his hand, silently commanding the hidden storage to reveal itself. A burst of golden light explodes upward as Hashina gasps in awe, eyes sparkling. Weapons and loot glitter around her feet. She trembles, overwhelmed, stammering that she can't believe what she's seeing. She spins toward Ikoma, shouting in shock. Her voice cracks as she demands to know how he managed to collect so many demonic stones and rare items. She points accusingly toward the bracelet on his wrist, asking about its ability. Ikoma tilts his head slightly with a cool, unreadable expression. His lips curve into a faint smirk as he asks calmly, "What's the matter?" China flushes bright red, half furious, half flustered. Ikoma casually adds that if she apologizes, he might let her off the hook. She yelps in frustration, cheeks burning as she clenches her fists. Trying to regain her pride, Hashina storms off with dramatic determination. She declares loudly that the competition isn't over yet and tells her manager to follow her. She marches away, trying to hide her embarrassment. Atsuki, watching her go, looks up at Ikoma with concern. She softly asks why he was being so harsh to Hashina. Ikoma adjusts his bracelet and replies casually that he was only trying to motivate her. Ikoma's eyes narrow, his tone dropping slightly. With a hint of seriousness, he adds, "But of course." Hashina is shown from the side, dashing forward with intense focus. Her long hair whips behind her as she charges ahead, clearly fired up by Ikoma's taunting. One of them sighs and mutters that they just hope she doesn't get too fired up and wind up doing something reckless. Satsuki hesitates before speaking, reminding Ikoma of something he said earlier, that he doesn't like portal streamers. Her expression is gentle, almost careful, as she brings up the topic. Ikoma answers calmly, yes, he doesn't like them, but that isn't why he spoke harshly to Hashina. His tone is serious as he explains that many streamers don't treat the dangers of hunting with proper respect. He continues, saying that anyone entering a portal must understand the very real possibility of dying. Hashina's flashy, idol-like persona, contrasting sharply with Ikoma's grim warning. Ikoma's voice softens, but the message remains firm. If someone isn't fully committed to being a hunter, they will eventually face a moment where their life is genuinely at risk, and regret their careless choices. Meanwhile, Hashina stands elsewhere, troubled. She bites her lip, trying to think of a way she could still win their bet by overturning the situation in one dramatic move. She groans in frustration. Ikoma will definitely win if they compare demonic stones, so she considers trying to get him to count something else instead. Her armored companion tries to warn her. They've gone too deep into the dungeon, and their mana reserves are running low. But Hashina refuses to back down. She insists they can't quit yet, fiery determination building in her expression. Teeth clenched, she snaps back at a memory of Ikoma's words. Who says she isn't serious about being a hunter? The scene shifts dramatically. Flames engulf a cityscape as explosions rock the night. Screams echo in the air. Hoshino recalls the moment. 8 years ago, a monstrous creature bursts from the smoke with a deafening roar. People scream and flee in panic. A portal has opened in the middle of the city. The air fills with shrieks and chaos. Hashina explains that, back then, the world was constantly in turmoil. Every portal incident resulted in far more casualties than today. Young Hashina's terrified eyes fill the frame. Someone calls out to her, voice trembling, "Help me, Hashina!" Her pupils widen in horror. Man clings desperately to a ledge, an orc-like monster clawing at him from above. He screams for help. On the opposite side, a small blonde boy clings to a young Hashina's dress, shaking in fear. Hashina grabs the boy's hand and runs. A violent slash of red energy tears through the street behind them as the monster attacks, collapsing debris and splattering dust everywhere. Panting and crying, young Hashina desperately pulls the boy along. He sobs as they flee through the ravaged city streets, the chaos echoing behind them. Her tear-filled eye, she's exhausted, terrified, but still running with everything she has. Scene shifts to a temporary evacuation center. Makeshift cubicles line a gymnasium floor as displaced families gather, grieving and shaken. 2 adults speak in hushed, pitying tones as they look toward a small bench. They lost their parents, those poor children. Young Hashina sits silently, the blonde boy asleep in her lap, both of them orphaned by the tragedy. Announcement echoes through the shelter, presenting the 5th hunter in the nation to reach rank A, Ms. Kuon. Hashina, sitting alone, holds a phone in her small hands, staring at the screen. Voice narrates softly. She hated how powerless she was that day, how she could do nothing while tragedy unfolded before her eyes. That frustration became her fuel. She vowed to grow stronger, and she began working tirelessly toward that goal. Hashina listens to the broadcast with a soft, reflective expression. She admits she never imagined she'd come this far, or end up speaking confidently in front of a camera. But despite everything, the realization makes her happy. On the screen, the rank A hunter continues her speech. She says she's glad she can inspire others who used to fear monsters the way she once did. Her smile radiates strength and reassurance. Young Hashina watches, mesmerized. Surrounded by warm, glowing light, she looks as if a spark has just been ignited inside her. She reflects deeply. She never once dreamed of becoming as strong as that hunter, but she did dream of becoming someone like her, someone who could give hope and courage to others. Her phone screen shows her growing channel, Hashina, Portal Streamer, 10K subscribers. She thinks about how she wants to inspire her viewers, just as that hunter inspired her. Cut to present-day Hashina in her red streamer hunter outfit. Her expression hardens with determination. She refuses to let anyone say she isn't committed. She won't allow anyone to belittle the effort she's poured into her journey. She clenches her fist. I'm gonna make him apologize for that. Then she turns to her knight companion. All business. Since they didn't get any good footage today, they should go find a bigger monster. A thunderous growl echoes through the dungeon. Hashina's eyes light up with excitement. That sounds like a big monster, and right when we needed one. Hashina dashes forward at full speed, leaving the armored knights startled behind her. She charges straight toward the noise without hesitation. She confidently zips around a corner. See? I always get lucky. Hashina for the win. She laughs, saying she was just thinking of calling it a day, but a perfect filming opportunity showed up at the last second. Thunderous presence fills the chamber as a towering, pharaoh-like monster steps out of the shadows. Its golden armor gleams ominously in the darkness, molten light burning in its eyes. Before it, a trembling adventurer collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by its immense aura. A system window flickers into view, identifying the terrifying figure, Tomb of the Ancient King, Boss Monster, Undead Pharaoh, LV-40. The monster's gaze pierces through the air like a death sentence. Hashina stares in horror, her voice shaking. She stammers to herself, unable to believe what she's seeing. A B-rank boss appearing where it shouldn't. Another status window appears next to her. Hashina Sionji LV-33. She gulps, realizing the massive gap. She tries to stay positive, but panic twists her expression. Her thoughts spiral. This isn't something I can handle. But even as she panics, she struggles to think of a way out. The knights quickly form a plan. One explains that someone must have accidentally led the boss here while fleeing. Another insists they abandon everything, videos, wagers, pride, and run immediately. Hashina, sweating nervously, hesitates but agrees. If they escape through a narrow corridor, the giant monster won't be able to follow them. Scream echoes across the chamber. A terrified adventurer sprawls on the ground, reaching out desperately. Help! Somebody! Please help! Hashina freezes. In the darkness behind her, the corpses of fallen adventurers appear, one reaching up weakly, moments from death. She turns pale as the memory pierces her. Hashina's thoughts overlays her vision. I hated how powerless I was, when the tragedy occurred right before my eyes. The image of her idol appears once more, as Hashina remembers the message that once gave her hope. Hashina stood apart, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the glowing box, as she finally understood the deep pull her message had held over her. Hashina cried as he found the courage to admit to himself that he no longer wished to keep running from his fears. A memory stirs within Hashina, one of those rare moments when, despite her fears and limitations, someone truly needed her help. That quiet realization sparks something bright inside her, like stars igniting in a dark sky. As she suddenly breaks into a sprint, someone calls after her in shock, shouting her name. But Hashina doesn't hesitate. The sound barely reaches her. She's already committed. She glances back just long enough to apologize, her voice trembling yet determined. She urges the others to keep going without her as she races forward to confront the danger alone. Her weapon meets the monsters with a violent clash, sparks bursting from the impact. The force rattles the air, and the others behind her watch in disbelief as she holds the line. Hashina pushes through her fear, shouting at everyone to run while she buys them time. Behind her, A terrified girl watches, frozen between gratitude and despair. The towering monster responds with a guttural snarl, lifting its gleaming, curved blades. A nervous voice from behind whispers thanks, overwhelmed by Hashina's unexpected courage. The creature swings, its blade cutting through the air with terrifying speed. A sharp whooshing fills the chamber as death sweeps toward them. Hashina braces herself and blocks the strike, metal screaming against metal. She forces out a shout of defiance, insisting the monster's attacks won't break through her guard. Then, a figure steps up beside her, a knight she knows. She's stunned, confused why he'd risk himself, but he simply answers with quiet devotion, declaring himself her biggest supporter. Refuses to flee, promising he won't abandon her. Though he admits he isn't strong in combat, he steadies himself. With a heavy object dropping nearby, he commits to at least drawing the monster's attention. Together, they face the towering pharaoh-like creature as it raises its colossal weapons once more. Under the oppressive glow of a colossal golden statue brandishing crossed weapons, Hashina stood resolute beside her allies, steeling himself with the determination to serve as their decoy. Hashina stands trembling and exhausted, gripping her sword with both hands. Her breathing is ragged huff, huff, as the scorched battlefield glows dimly beneath her feet. Embers drift in the smoky air while she tries to steady herself. Her vision narrows on the armored hunter lying behind her. A faint blue glow gathers around his fingertips. With strained determination, he whispers a single word. He's preparing a skill despite his injuries. The glow bursts upward. "Shield!" he chants with all the strength he has left. Blue pillars of light erupt around him, forming a barrier that flickers violently under the pressure of the ongoing fight. Giant pharaoh-like boss swings its massive golden blades downward. A roaring whoosh fills the air as its speed and power carve through the battlefield like a storm. The attack slams into the shield with a deafening clang. Cracks spread across the magical barrier immediately, the force pushing both Hashina and the armored hunter backward as they brace themselves against the impact. Glass-like fragments of the shattered shield fly past Hashina's face. She stares in horror. This monster is stronger, faster, overwhelming in every way. She realizes with a sinking dread, this is what a boss monster truly is. Ground quakes with a heavy doom as another enormous limb crashes down near her. Hashina stands shaky and pale, clutching her sword, her hat having fallen off. Her body trembles under the pressure of the relentless assault. The monstrous boss raises its twin blades once again. With a swift, deadly motion, it swings, the golden weapons slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Hashina's eyes widen in shock. She's frozen for a split second, caught between fear and disbelief as the next attack comes faster than she can react. Her body flinches instinctively. Wince, sweat breaks across her face as she braces for impact, realizing she may not be able to withstand another blow. Purple fragments drift downward through the darkness. Beneath them, the boy steps forward, wrapped in a glow of violet energy. His expression is stern as he looks ahead and says, "That was reckless." A brilliant impact erupts as he clashes with the boss monster. A violent burst of purple and gold light fills the scene, stone and debris scattering from the explosive force of his strike. Girl squeezes her eyes shut, bracing herself, the darkness around her contrasting sharply with the brightness of the clash. She opens one eye slightly, peeking at the battlefield. From her perspective, the boss charges forward with blades drawn. Yet the boy is suddenly there, holding her in his arms. Purple energy swirls around him as he calmly utters, "Reverse gravity." The girl's face flushes in shock, her voice trembling. What? But how? He looks at her with calm confidence and answers, "I doubled back just in case you might do something like this. The hunter you rescued told me everything." He lets out a soft sigh, eyes half closed, part exasperation, part concern. A memory flashes. His earlier warning that if she wasn't serious about training, she would regret it when her skills truly mattered. But now, she stands defiantly, pointing at him and declaring that if she wins, he must take back his words and apologize. Ikoma smirks lightly, amused by her boldness. With a small chuckle, he says, "You win the bet." A soft purple shower of light, he holds her securely in his arms. Smiling gently, he tells her, "I apologize for saying you weren't serious." She gazes back at him, wide-eyed and stunned. The guardian unleashes a furious roar, hurling its massive golden spear upward as its blade slices through the air toward the two figures suspended above. Held aloft by the boy's purple gravity aura, he clutches the girl safely in his arms. Her eyes widen in panic, while he remains calm and composed, focused entirely on keeping them out of harm's reach. The guardian lunges upward with terrifying speed, its weapon cutting through the air as red debris scatters from the force of its movement. Ikoma and Hashina remain suspended, the purple glow swirling around them. The boy quietly invokes his magic, causing gravity to lessen around them. His expression sharpens, the glow around him intensifying in response. Gravity reduced, the two accelerate forward in a fluid, effortless dash. The girl clings to him tightly, surprised at the sudden burst of speed. The guardian's spear clashes violently with the ground where they once were, glowing with heat from the strike. The boy lands at a safer distance and steadies himself, thinking how he redirected the spear's force and used that moment to create space between them and the monster. The boy lands at a safer distance and steadies himself, thinking how he redirected the spear's force and used that moment to create space between them and the monster. Satsuki, while gripping her staff, watched closely at the monster from a distance, trying to find the chance to launch an attack. Satsuki, with a decisive move, unleashed a shadow ball attack. The undead pharaoh swings its massive arm, colliding with the spell that was hurled at it. A heavy whack explodes through the chamber as the monster effortlessly disperses the attack. The pharaoh lowers its stance, glowing eyes narrowing. It silently studies its opponents, completely unfazed, its scythe-like weapon gleaming with lethal intent. Satsuki stares in disbelief, realizing their spell had done little more than draw the monster's attention. At least I pulled its focus away from Ikoma, but the following thought hits them like a stone. None of my attacks even scratched it. Fear and frustration tighten their expression. Across the battlefield, Hashina takes stock of the situation. Two hunters lie collapsed at her feet, badly injured. Her voice trembles as she reports the grim reality. Ikoma observes the towering undead pharaoh with a tired sigh. Somehow, he always seems to face battles where the odds are stacked against him, and this time, they're up against a level 40 boss monster radiating raw menace with every thunderous step. He reflects on his tools. The clown blade can enhance his gravity abilities. Yes, but unlike the manic clown fight, there's no shortcut or exploit to help him here. This enemy won't fall to clever tricks. His golden eyes narrow with resolve. He knows the truth. The odds are overwhelmingly against them, maybe more than ever before. Beside him, the girl gathers her courage. She admits that the two injured hunters are only here because she insisted on joining the expedition, and because of that, she refuses to abandon them now. Ikoma reassures her quietly. He prefers to act cautiously when possible, but he also doesn't mind a challenge from time to time. As the pharaoh looms behind them, he grips his weapon, ready to face whatever comes next. Satsuki steps forward at Ikoma's command, her calm expression contrasting the urgency in her movements. Ikoma tells her to help Hashina replenish her mana, trusting her to handle the support role. Ikoma steps ahead with determination, declaring that he'll distract the monster while Hashina recovers. His expression is fierce as he prepares to re-enter the battle. Ikoma recalls seeing Hashina using fire magic earlier. A mental image flashes, Hashina surrounded by flames, wielding her sword with magical precision. He analyzes her fighting style, a spell's word capable of reinforcing swordplay with smaller magic spells. Despite her focus on melee combat, she can compensate for weaknesses with versatile spellcasting. Another image forms, Hashina channeling magic through her glowing sword. Ikoma concludes that with her class, she likely has access to healing magic as well. Hashina appears in his thoughts, performing a gentle healing spell on herself. Ikoma realizes she can sustain herself while he keeps the monster busy. Then imagine Satsuki using her enchantress skills to restore Hashina's mana. As Satsuki drains and redistributes magical energy, Hashina's mana gradually fills back up, preparing her to rejoin the fight. Ikoma activates reduced gravity, his form blurring as his speed surges. The ground cracks beneath him, his body propelled forward like a streak of red and black wind. He reassures himself that he won't have to worry about attacking for now, only dodging. But the truth weighs heavily on him. The creature's level far surpasses his own. Ikoma worries whether his speed boost alone will be enough to survive its attacks. Meanwhile, the monster swings its massive golden blade, nearly clipping one of the fallen hunters. A glowing hand appears, the knight begins casting a buff spell, murmuring, "Haste!" A burst of red energy flickers around the young man as he turns sharply, alerted by something. Behind him, the armored hunter he saved lies on the ground, glowing faintly with the same red aura, struggling to move. The injured hunter reaches out weakly, his voice trembling as he pleads, "Please, help, Hashina!" His armored fist drags across the floor as he tries to lift himself. Ikoma looks back over his shoulder, calm despite the situation, and replies with a reassuring half-smile, "Sure, you can count on me." The boss monster's massive blades slice through the air with blinding speed. Shing, shing, shing. Ikoma darts between the strikes, his movements sharp and precise. The boss monster is huge, but it's also quick and has 4 arms. The furious roar, the undead pharaoh swings all 4 weapons downward in a devastating attack. The air itself seems to split under the force of its blow. One of the strikes lands cleanly. Wham! Ikoma is sent flying backward, his cloak whipping violently as the impact cracks the ground beneath him. Ugh! The pharaoh's glowing eyes narrow. A silent analysis runs through Ikoma's thoughts. That was an extremely quick and powerful attack. Is that its ultimate move? Ikoma steadies himself, gritting his teeth as he regains his footing. I'll have to stay sharp so it doesn't catch me with that skill. The armored hunter who was struck earlier crawls on one knee. His thoughts drift hazily. Am I still alive? But my body feels so heavy, and I can hardly move. He forces himself to crawl forward, trembling. What about Hashina? He thinks anxiously, struggling to lift himself. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushes past him. Whoosh! He looks up in alarm as something moves rapidly across his field of vision, his eyes widening behind his helmet. As the undead pharaoh swings its enormous blade, a destructive force follows. Above it, the protagonist darts through the air with impossible speed, his movements a blur of light and motion. The armored hunter below can only stare in confusion as the scene unfolds before him. Hunter blinks, stunned, trying to comprehend what he's witnessing. The pharaoh's massive strike carves through the air, but the boy's speed outpaces even the monster's reaction. How is he moving so quickly? His disbelief intensifies as his hand reflexively tightens around his camcorder, trying to capture every moment. The pharaoh brings its blades down with crushing force, but the boy has already slipped past, his figure streaking like a violet comet toward its flank. With a burst of speed, he launches himself upward, dash, closing the distance in an instant. The pharaoh's growl warps into a sharp, startled cry as the boy appears at its side, dagger glowing with condensed mana. Twisting midair, he brings his blade down in a clean arc slash. The crimson trail carves across the pharaoh's body as he lands the strike with precision. The camcorder's screen flickers to life, capturing the brilliant afterimage of the attack. The hunter holding it trembles in awe. "Oh, it's glorious," he whispers, overwhelmed. The footage is more spectacular than anything he's ever recorded. The pharaoh stands firm, hardly affected. Only faint scratches mark its armor as it steadies its stance again. The protagonist's frustration spills into his thoughts. None of his attacks are landing with proper force because his reduced gravity skill is weakening his own power. He grimaces as the realization settles in. Its level is simply too high for me. He knows he can't defeat this monster alone, but he also knows there's still one possible path. Nearby, mana flares around his allies as they prepare to help. The girl shouts the name of the technique, reverse mana drain, and the air swells with swirling magical energy. Sheena exhales softly, relief washing over her now that her mana has been restored. She turns to Satsuki with a small, grateful smile, quietly thanking her for the support. With renewed energy flowing through her, Hashina lifts her sword, letting the restored mana channel into the blade. She readies her stance, feeling her strength returning. A fierce determination flashes across her face. The energy swirling around her intensifies as she declares to herself that the replenished mana is more than enough to rejoin the fight. Blade glows brilliantly as she activates her healing magic. Light envelopes her entire body, magic circles forming behind her, while she restores her remaining injuries in a single, powerful spell. As the radiant healing fades, Hashina emerges fully revitalized. She steps forward confidently, announcing her readiness to fight once more. Right beside her, Satsuki plants her staff and prepares her own magic. With determination in her eyes, she commits to supporting the battle from behind, ready to provide whatever aid is needed. Watching the two regain their footing, the The protagonist assesses their situation with a renewed sense of hope. They finally have enough strength to stand a chance, but he knows the disadvantage remains. Against a boss-level enemy, time is not on their side. They can't afford a drawn-out fight, so he steels himself with a single conclusion. They must bring the monster down in one decisive strike.